PulpMX Show, presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, and Decal Works. Coming at you! It's Monday, July 15th, 5:01 p.m. Pacific. Thanks for watching and listening, man. Appreciate it. If you're watching the archive or listening while you're driving a truck or driving around for work or at the gym, we appreciate it. Thank you. It's been 14 years of this goddamn show, and we're loving it. So thanks again, everybody. Great show tonight. Christian Craig, coming off a season best finish at Millville. He will call in. Colt Nichols has a new team. We'll talk to Colt Nichols about that. The resident grump, Phil Nicoletti. I mean, we got to have him on, right?
Are you kidding me?
And David Vuillemin as well. DV934 was at Millville with Marv. So we'll talk to DV about his Minnesota adventure. 702-586-7857. Give us a call. Let's talk moto. Welcome on YouTube as well. I want to thank Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand Goggles, Race Tech, Renthal, Michelin, Acerbis, Firepower, Maxima USA, OGO Power Sports, Renegade Race Fuels, Atlas Neck Brace, the official neck brace of the PulpMX Show, and also of Kyle Chisholm, Dylan Wright, and more. Guts Racing, FMF, Pro Filter, Works Connection, PulpMX 20 is the code to save at Works Connection. So they have the new 2025 Honda that just came out, and they're fitting it now. 2025 Honda at Works Connection. PulpMX 20 is code to save it. Those guys love Eric and everybody at Works Connection. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Get Data. Honda HRC partnering with Get, of course. If you want to get an Athena discount, email us using the contact form on PulpMX and we'll get it to you. CDIs, ECUs, all of it. RPM dashboards, all of it. Launch maps and everything at Get Data. WUSA, love those guys as well. Rocky Ridge Trucks, Factory Chassis Parts, Wiseco Piston, MTX Braking, Luxon Clamps, Ethica, Troll Training, all on board with us tonight, as are you people. Craig, Nichols, Phil, DV. Try to get Kitchen. He said he had something going on tonight, so he can't do it. We're going to get Kitch on next week. He won the race. Great ride by him, 1-1. And then we tried to get Chase Sexton, and he got our text too late. So in case you're wondering, we'll try to get both those guys on for next week. And lots to get into. Don't forget, August 31st, September 1st, Lakewood Thunder Valley Ride Day for PulpMX. It's a Saturday, Sunday. Looking forward to that. And thanks to David Claybaugh for doing that for us. And 2 days of riding. We'll do a Pulp show. We'll hang out, mountain bike a little bit if we can on the Friday. So please check it out. And just see you in Denver. Last weekend in August, man. Looking forward to that. Should be a great time. And this Thursday at PIR, Portland International Raceway, is the motocross race. It's like $15,000 pro purse or something. They have it every single year. We are going to be there Thursday. It's the Fly 2025 gear launch. JT will be there. Myself will be there. We're going to do a Moto 60 show in the morning. And then at night, we'll do a live show as well from underneath the truck. Not with speakers and everything, but just a live podcast there. So, yeah, check it out, man. PIR this Thursday. I'll be there and doing some shows and recording and hanging out and drinking some beers and all of that. So, one last thing, too. This Friday, at Washougal, at the track, live show again. 10 Barrel is presenting it. Myself, Weege, JT. Last year we had RV, Larry Ward, Dubach, Bradshaw. We got some more special guests coming this year as well. So, Friday night, 6 o'clock at the track. If you're camping, hanging out, come by the 10 Barrel stage. And, come listen to the live show. All right, my in-studio co-host tonight, the gentleman has a few more wins than me as a mechanic, but not too many more. Supercross title-winning mechanic, motocross title-winning mechanic, wrenched for Jeremy McGrath, of course, for all those years. Worked at No Fear as well. Now he owns Huddle Brewery. Worked at Kawasaki. Now he owns Huddle Brewery. Skip Norfolk, what's up, buddy? How are you?
How's it going?
Thanks for coming in.
Absolutely. Glad to be here.
How's everything at Huddle Brewery here in Vegas?
We're doing all right.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's been a little warm here lately.
Yeah, it's been a little warm.
It's keeping people inside with the AC, but yeah, we're making good beer and having fun making flavored water every day.
Had some PulpMX fans come in lately?
We did. Yeah, every week. It seems like every weekend we watch we have the watch show on and somebody comes in.
Somebody comes in.
Yeah, somebody comes in.
And then they're like, hey, Skip here, and then you got to come out the back and you're like a show and tell. You're like, hey, let me tell you about McGrath.
No, it's nice. We pull up a table, sit down, we all drink some beers, bench race, and all. It's a good time. We have a good time.
Tell the same damn stories all the time?
Yeah, lately we've been watching the race and talking about the race. It's been cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for coming in.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Glad to be here.
Really, really fun. Always fun to have you in studio. We did ask Berlut not around, but
understood.
Yeah.
You need to plan your week better so you can get Sexton on here. Don't be so late with your texts and stuff.
Hey, fuck off.
No, it was Sexton not reading my text. He's one of the worst texters. Dude, he's terrible with out of all the riders, and he's a nice guy, and we get along great. I don't know what he's doing, man. He's
not looking for text from you, though.
No, clearly not. Working the phones over there in the corner, holding things down, hoping for a short show. Probably not going to get it.
Oh.
The Tits Legendary. What's up, Tits?
Well, I was excited until now.
Thanks for coming in, buddy.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Working the cameras over there for the YouTube, building the app as we speak. The Travis Marks. Hi, Marks.
I was excited until you said that, so you're off to a great start. Let's just keep it moving.
Oh, Marks,
great work.
You were very, very harsh on Twitter.
What? Why was I harsh?
Because you said you prefer the sound of motorcycles over any commentary.
I mean, the sound of motorcycles is great. That's what makes the world go around, isn't it?
You're such you're so you don't like Race Day Live. You don't like the outdoors. You don't like the Supercross.
I never said I didn't like outdoors.
Well, I mean, you'd rather hear motorcycles than commentators.
I like the sound of motorcycles. That's not a knock on the commentators themselves. I love Weege and Stu.
You're not able to make you happy. Just not.
Well,
there is that.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, Skip Norfolk brought to you by the folks at Renegade Race Fuels. They got a new fuel for the 50 now as well. Renegade Race Fuels. Use the code PulpMX24 to save at Renegade. And whether it's the SX, MX mixtures, whatever it is you're racing, 4 strokes, 2 strokes, they can handle it. Now they have a 50 mix as well. And we know Loretta Lynn's is coming up. So please check it out. It's an AMA legal, auctionated, high performance, unleaded, and ethanol free fuel designed specifically for the 50cc machines. Supercross Mini 50 is what it's called. Renegade Race Fuel, Supercross Mini 50, PulpMX 24 to save with those guys. Renegade Race Fuel is bringing you the Skip Norfolk tonight, and of course, a long, long history in the sport. Where do you want to start? You want to start with Levi, or you want to start with Chase Sexton? Both 1-1 at Millville.
I'll follow your lead. Let's go.
Okay, let me start with this. Millville, best track on the circuit?
Man, it looked so nice this weekend.
It did.
Just prepped well.
Yeah.
It wasn't it wasn't super ruddy, super deep.
Nope.
They had it under control. You looked like the guys could do.
The sand whoops looked like they were back from your era when they were tougher back in the day. I don't want to be one of those old men that yell at the clouds, but for real people, the Millville sand whoops, and you can ask Alex Martin and John Martin this. They'll tell you, because due to rain and weather and different reasons, they've gotten smaller.
Yeah, makes sense.
From your day.
Yeah.
And they look like they threw a bunch of sand on there.
That place, I don't know that I've seen it that good in a while, or any track that looked that nice in a long time.
Yep.
It was beautiful.
It was really, really good. So best track, I think it's the best track on the circuit because it's got great soil, it's got massive hills, it's got the sand whoops, you know.
It has a lot to offer, that's for sure.
Okay, so here's something we talked about in the review show, Skip, last night with Weege and JT. So Sexton's won 5 in a row. He looks very dominant. And, okay, so before Jet went out of the series, there had been 10 motos.
Yep.
Chase and Hunter split those 10 motos, 5 each. So really, not much to separate Chase Sexton and Hunter Lawrence, right? Like,
they've been
pretty close.
Absolutely.
Hunter a little better starter, blah, blah, blah. Chase had some weirdo races in there, whatever. So not much to separate them. The kid goes out, Jet goes out, and now Sexton looks like a new guy.
I mean, what a massive shot of confidence that had to be. Had to be.
So, we were talking about it. We were hypothesizing on the podcast that Chase knows he's got Hunter covered.
I would agree
Doesn't
with that.
know he has Jet covered for obvious reasons.
Yep.
Jet's out. But, if you're sitting on the line with Jet, you're like, I got Hunter covered. I can still get second. But he couldn't. He could only split the motos with Hunter. So what's up with that? What's the theory behind that?
I mean, it's with Jet gone. It was. I mean, you could just see it in him. I mean, you could see the way he carried himself on and off the bike. He got a shot massive. He didn't have to worry about anything. He prepped all week long to race Jet. That guy's gone. He had to feel like he's had Hunter covered.
Yeah, but what is it about Jet leaving? Because if that theory's true, he should be getting 2-2-2-2-2.
There's still racing going on. I mean, there's stuff. He hasn't been the best starter.
No,
he's had to deal with that a little bit. And he's been getting better and better on the racing.
Yeah.
But
it's mental.
It's got to be.
It's got to be.
I would agree with that 100%.
Yeah, just knows he's got Hunter covered. He knew that before, but now he knows he can win.
Yes. That's a totally different feeling on Monday when you go to work.
Yeah.
Totally different feeling.
Do you have any situations like that of your day or even managing Cowie or anything like that?
Well, yeah, but I mean, those guys are, they're I don't want to say they're all the same because they're not, but there's one thing that's in common. They're racers. And, there's a part of you that is, when you get on the plane on Thursday, that you want to beat as many of the guys during the week as you can. So when you get on the plane on Thursday and you're going out, you're going, okay, I'm racing one guy or two guys or whatever it is, and you make your weekend earlier. When there is no body to race again, you just need to go execute your job and execute everything. And he did that spectacularly this weekend.
Hard to see Chase losing this title the way he's riding. This weekend, masterclass of just following Hunter. Didn't look like he had to worry too much. I got this. We'll figure it out. He started tripling whoops. He started coming in a little quicker, and then, took off.
Yeah, if you see nothing but the lap times, when he got to Hunter, he paced him for 3 laps. He goes, okay, I know what I'm doing now, and did it. It was that simple.
Yeah, I just think that JT was bringing it up, and I think he's right. I think there's something there mentally where you're just like, I can win now. I couldn't beat the other kid.
No, and there's something that's, I think, very different between Hunter and Jet when they're both leading. Jet had this, I don't know where it comes from and how he does it, but he could manage a race at 3 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And if anybody got close, he'd just uncork a lap and take it back out again and just destroy them mentally. Hunter never does that. So you know what you got, and I don't know that he never was able to get close and then have the guy in front of him sprint back away from him. So that's huge mentally because you get there and you go, okay, I'm catching him. I'm going to get him, as opposed where Jet was, I'm catching him, and all of a sudden Jet would just leave him again.
Yeah.
And that would be very disheartening, and really take the wind out of your sails, I guess, more often than it was the other way.
So going to be very interesting when Jet comes back. Like, Jet's only going to have a couple weeks on the bike with this thumb, so he may not come into SMX 100%, but it'll be very interesting. Like, if Jet just picks up with 2 weeks on the bike, picks up where he left off and starts beating Chase at SMX –
why go to the race next year?
Dude, if you're Chase Sexton, you may as well take your bike and just ride into the freeway.
No, why go racing anymore, right? If you break it down, but
if that happens,
yeah. And I guess there's a part of me going, man, why come back?
Jet.
Oh, why come back? If you're not 100, if you can't come back at that level, then why?
Well,
you're talking 1 or 2 races.
I think he probably thinks he can come back at that level, right?
No, you have to be that way now.
Yeah, to me, just looking at the math tells me he's not going to be 100%. Yeah. Just 2 weeks of riding, basically. Yeah. So we'll see.
But it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see. And no different than what's going to be interesting to see. When Eli comes back. Again.
Yeah. Eli and Webb
are
coming back again. Yeah, they're coming back. I think for Unadilla.
I heard Bud's Unadilla, something like that.
It goes 2 weeks off. Unadilla, Bud's, Ironman. Okay. So we should see them then. So and you know what? Again. We said Sexton has higher end speed than Hunter, and I think everyone would kind of agree on that. If you don't, maybe you're Dazzy Lawrence or somebody. But props to Hunter for just coming out and saying, hey, I was tired. This is all I had. I gave it all I could. You thought he was really managing well.
It looked like for the first time he was very disciplined in managing his race. Because it looked like at that first moto he got out front, kind of put down some laps, and then all of a sudden it looked like, okay, I need to run this pace the rest of the moto. And it looked like he did that both motos. For the first time, he didn't have a tip over or have one of those laps where he lost 6-7 seconds because of a mistake. So I think if you look back at it, it clearly looked like he was managing his race and both motos the entire day.
The amount of time Chase put on him in Moto 2 when he got by him, I'm like, oh, yeah, that was kind of his limit because once it was 8 seconds in 2 laps or something.
Yeah, because he dropped off, 4 or 5 seconds right after the pass.
Yeah,
right after
so
the pass.
That just tells me that he was, at his limit, and then Sexton was like, oh, I got more, right? And then, but listen, there's nothing wrong with a rider admitting that. I'm fine with that. Like, if that's all you got on that day, it was hot. It was the hottest race of the year. humidity-wise and all that.
Yeah,
So,
but that's Hunter. I mean, Hunter's. I don't know that he's ever led anybody down any path other than what the truth is.
Yeah.
And what where he's at.
Yeah. Well, sometimes these racers, and not Hunter I'm talking about specifically, but sometimes these racers just mentally, they can't tell themselves the truth. Like, it's tough. For
except
guys.
when you look in the mirror at night. You can't lie, you can't lie to yourself.
You can't lie to yourself then, but when you can lie to the media
all day long.
the TV
All
show
day
and
long.
everything else,
All day long.
So Sexton's got the lead, and riding great and coming into a track that he's pretty damn good at as well. So Chase Sexton now back to his level, or is he? Or I don't know. Like if Jet's 100% healthy, what are we seeing from Chase? I don't think we're seeing this. For the reasons we just talked about.
He's been building on it. All right, I think he's gotten better every weekend he's been out there, and and there's no question. But when he corked off those 2 motos, when he came from last to win that thing, I think that was the ultimate turning point for him and going, okay, and then eliminate the guy you prep for all week long. Totally different program.
Yeah, it was great. Millville was fantastic to watch that between those 2 guys. Justin Cooper got 3rd overall. They did a good job in the broadcast explaining scoop or no scoop.
Yeah.
Star basically telling him, "Hey, run this damn scoop, kid."
They need to figure that part out. I mean, Dunlop and Dunlop's got it figured out, but they need to do something because it's as critical as starts are now.
Yeah.
It doesn't. You're taking all that out because you have to have that tire on, or you're going to be buried.
Yeah. You pretty much have to tell the rider, which from what I understand, Star did. We don't care what you're feeling on the hard slick stuff.
Get used to it, figure it out. Because it's amazing. I've seen, and we've all been there. We've all been there. You get a guy out front, and I know that I've been involved in winning races where the damn wheels were square, but he got a hole shot and made it happen. Yeah. That same motorcycle, 10th place start, you're lucky to finish 10th.
Millville 96. Jeremy tries to put that double and single tabletop thing together, which was insane, by the way.
Yeah, gnarly. About 6
threw away a
inches.
title.
Yep.
No, Washougal when he pulled off. Yeah.
Washougal did, yeah.
You remember that day?
Yeah,
yeah. He just came back and was like,
hurt
my foot?
Yeah, and it was bad.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole top of his foot. I mean, we had a 1/4-inch steel plate in his boot.
Okay.
And basically lifted him and sat him on the bike for the second moto and went out there and just did phenomenal.
Yeah. Yeah, that really.
Yeah, it would have been different. I think he'd have stayed outdoors maybe another year or 2 after that.
Yeah.
But that was one of those things.
Yeah, and then next week in Washougal, he pulls out. He was like 10th, just pulled off.
Yeah, he crashed. He crashed in the back and
yeah,
and he wasn't. He was. I mean, he was glassed over.
Was he? Yeah.
He hit his head hard that day.
Yeah, and then they went down to Steel City, and props to Fro, 1-1.
Yeah, Fro. I mean, Fro. At that point, we talked about Fro had that extra confidence coming in, and it was still down to those guys. I think they were 2 points apart or something like that, and Fro did what he had to do.
Yeah, it was definitely a turning point for MC, and then he 97 outdoors garbage on the Suzuki, but then 98 he's leading, breaks his wrist after winning High Point, and then he doesn't do outdoors really ever again. You know? So interesting. Skip Norfolk here in studio, brought to you by the folks at Renegade Race Fuels. Levi Kitchen, first ever overall win. He's won some motos before, and look, great job. I mean, just fantastic. Like Casey Cochran was leading, 8 seconds. Casey had.
He was gone.
And Levi buckled down, so it's awesome. Good job.
Yeah, that was really
Levi.
cool. Yeah, that Levi had to. That had to be one of the quite nice race for him. That moto.
You know, he went 2-2 at Paula.
Yep.
Was sort of looked like he was Deegs' competition, and then kind of been slowly not doing that well, and then he wins this race. Shimoda, Vial, Hymas, they got terrible races. Now he's second in the points, and I was saying this on the review show, like, even if Levi, so say Hymas, well, Hymas is hurt now. We'll see his status for Washougal. I heard he's going to try. Even if Vial and Shimoda come back and start beating him again, I still think this outdoors, because of that 1-1, was a success.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
He rode well.
Yeah.
And he seems to me to be a, if he starts out front, he is a slightly different racer at that point. If he gets a bad start, he doesn't seem to have that same or what he's not the same guy if he's buried a little bit.
What do you think of this Ty Masterpool story from your old boss, Mitch Payton?
And I think it's Mitch, I think, is under. He obviously is letting those guys train where they're comfortable. I think he's he's seen that can have some success. But knowing Mitch is there's a bar that has to be maintained, and the minute it's not maintained, I'm sure he's going to say, get your shit back here. We got work to do.
Yeah, from what I understand, he's letting him go to Texas and ride there and everything else. So
Ty was kind of on the TV cast was a little bit invisible.
Yeah,
but he had second moto. He was solid that race.
Basically laying in the first turn to 10th.
And I'd love to know how far behind 10th place he was when he got up and started, because he was there for a while even after Deegan left.
Yeah. And one thing about Millville, although I love it, it's best track, it is harder to pass. It's narrow in some spots.
This weekend, it looked like those guys could do whatever they wanted.
It did, yeah. It was a good job.
It was beautiful. Yeah.
Well, we're going to have Phil on later, and I was saying this to you before the show. He didn't complain about anything.
I've never seen that guy that happy ever.
I'm in 4 group texts with Phil, and we were all of them were pinging the last few days. And I don't think he complained about one thing. So
I mean, it was awesome. He looked, for the first time maybe since I've even known him, right? But he looked happy.
Yeah.
It was so good to see.
Yeah.
I banged some fucking dudes. I don't know who.
Yeah. We had some requests for that drop.
I give the people what they want.
Yeah.
What do you?
Yeah, you really do.
What can I say? I'm sure Phil will enjoy that one, and I'm definitely playing it while he's on the phone.
Cam's on one. What's up, Cam? Welcome to the show.
Hey, I was just wondering, I was watching Moto 2 or the 250s, and I noticed the mechanic and Brian were behind the gate cleaning his bike. And I know, you can only supposed to have your mechanic back there. Is that something another team could protest for?
Yeah, what's funny is there's been other teams that have said this to the team. Star pushes the envelope all the time. And, yes, you're not allowed back there. Star's telling people he's a team member or something, but then this weekend he had a T-shirt on. He didn't have a Star shirt. I don't know, man. There's definitely people watching, and they've brought it up to the AMA. But I understood is they brought it up to and I don't have this on facts, but this is what I heard. A team brought it up and said, hey, man, Brian can't be here behind the line. Mechanic only. And the guy who brought it up, their team had an extra guy there too. So the AMA was like, sir, you have a, whatever guy.
But it's such an easy fix. Yeah. It's such an easy fix. Just do what they used to do. You have a staging area and one bike, a rider, and a mechanic go through. That's it.
Yeah.
No goggle. Eliminate everybody. No goggle guy. None of that stuff. Just that's who comes to the game.
Yeah, it seems an easy fix.
Super easy.
So, Cam, definitely there's people not happy about it, but hey, I mean, it's on the AMA to do it, to enforce it.
It was funny, too, because I'm pretty sure on the broadcast you can see Albrecht walk right behind him and glance over, but just keep walking.
Yeah.
So I thought that was kind of funny as well. But and then again, I saw Phil in the pits just absolutely broing down everybody, signing all the little kids stuff. So just want to give a shout out to him.
Oh, yeah, he's people's champ. He's people's champ, man.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Cam. Thank you, man.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. 702-586-7857. Give us a call. Skip Norfolk here. Firepowerparts.com. Check them out at the local dealer. Dean Wilson going to race this weekend. He's going to get those SMX points
right.
For Firepower Honda. And we saw Kyle Webster show up for those guys as well. Firepowerparts.com. Batteries, chains. A lot of really great hard parts for great prices at firepowerparts.com. Loading ramps. I just got a loading ramp from those guys. Appreciate them. Also at Cherubies, at Cherubies USA. Love the Cherubies stuff. Fits right. All the holes are drilled properly. They got a really cool website. They added in a bike build your bike feature, so you can pick your model of bike and the color of plastic you want. At Cherubies USA. Plastic done right, and they sponsor a lot of riders and teams out there. So thanks to the folks at Cherubies as well. Deegan. Great ride.
It was better than great.
Better than great?
Yeah, that second moto.
What's better than great? Supercalifragilis?
No, I mean that. You sit there and you the pipe's sticking up.
Yeah,
and he bent it back down, got going on.
There's a kink in there too.
Oh,
I'm sure,
I'm sure the team's going, hey, save the bike, and maybe there for a minute it looked like he was figuring some things out, but all of a sudden he starts. Then the moto, he's hucking that, he's hucking the big tabletop in the middle, and he's turned down his fastest last lap. So.
Last to fourth.
Yeah.
I mean, 35th to fourth or whatever you want to say. And then you look at Vial and Hymas and Shimoda, who could have put big points on him because he's laying in the ground.
Yep.
And they couldn't do it. And he put more points on him. He left with over 2 moto lead now.
Yeah, 51, 52 points, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
So
the kid's good. And he's fit.
Underrated statement of the night. The kid's good.
He's fit. I mean,
oh yeah.
He is fit. I mean,
that's the thing. Like the kid, like, he had all the best bikes growing up and all the best support, and Brian was taking him everywhere in a motorhome. And
yeah, but you still have to do it.
That's what I mean. You got to do the work to be that fit.
Absolutely.
You can't buy fitness.
And and he's not using as much energy. I mean, he's a lot more calm on the motorcycle now than he was at the first moto or at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. He's got all the talent in the world. He's got a heart as big as Larocco. Larocco was that guy that you better damn well be going 2 seconds faster at the end of the moto than he starts, and he's doing that.
Yeah, it's just his year, right? Like 35th to 4th, and great ride, and then Millville, horrific, lands on a lapper, eats shit. Gets up and gets a 6th. Keeps going. The helicopter crash at Hangtown. There's so many things. Romano has a bike problem. Dax Bennick has a bike problem. He doesn't have a bike problem.
Yeah.
It's his year. And he's doing it. He deserves
He's doing it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And, there's got to be a little bit of a, I don't know if he thinks about it this way or not, but, he's definitely in a position now that he's in control. He doesn't have to have the mentality of no matter what happens, I have to be on the podium.
Over 2 moto lead with 4 races to go. I mean, and he's going to a racetrack, Washougal, where he just crushed it last year.
Yep. He's not going to slow down.
What about the Hymas comments?
I
doubled down on social media after.
Yeah.
He said Hymas is dirty. Tried to take him out. I mean,
no, it's
why has he got to play the victim?
I can't answer that. I can't answer that question, but it's entertaining.
Okay, so
it's entertaining. He is speaking his mind, unfiltered. Nobody going to him and saying, "Hey, don't say this. Be careful about this." It is all him.
But is it when you have a huge following like he does, and fanatic fans, and all the bed bugs that love him? Now these people are not going to like Hymas for nothing Hymas did. Like if Hymas teed him up, then hey, great. Send Deegan Army on him.
Yep.
I'm fine with it. Hymas did nothing. Well, everyone who's ever raced a dirt bike and has ever watched the sport will agree on that. No one of sane mind could ever think that Chance Hymas did that on purpose. And I'll give Hayden a benefit of the doubt after the race because maybe he hadn't seen the replay. I don't know why he would say that, but maybe he hadn't seen the replay yet. However, after the race, after seeing the replay, he's still saying Hymas is a dirty rider.
Yeah,
and now Hymas is going to have Deegan Nation on him
for
doing nothing.
Yep.
And that's the part where I'm like, why?
But welcome to social media.
But is that fair for Chance Hymas?
Doesn't matter if it's fair. It
doesn't matter it's fair?
It doesn't matter if it's fair or not. It's what it is. It's the world we live in.
Well, I can put on my social media tonight. I have 75,000 followers. I'm going to put on tonight. Huddle Brewery has grasshoppers in their beer.
Well, if you like grasshoppers, come on down. We got you covered.
I'm just saying.
No.
I can't say that.
I shouldn't say.
I can't. You guys don't have grasshoppers in your beer. I can't say that.
No, but
don't you have a responsibility to say the right thing happened?
But that's what he feels that way. He's not making it up.
How would you feel that way? Hymas is in the lead. His foot comes off because I didn't realize you were a Deegan bedbug.
Maybe. I mean, who knows? Maybe there's some other stuff that's been leading up to this. We don't know. I don't know.
I mean, yeah. I mean, there was something at High Point between them or something, but I don't know, man. I just was like, dude, like, okay, like, I get it. Chip on the shoulder. I got to motivate myself. Ricky did that too. I saw it firsthand in private. Ricky did that too. Immediately hated James, even though James never did anything. All this stuff because he wanted to motivate himself. Yep. I get that part. And Adam Cianciarillo brought that up on Twitter yesterday. I get the part, and I understand what these athletes need to do. Jeremy Martin was like that too. Jay Martin was, this guy's screwing me, this guy's screwing me.
Yeah.
But just keep it in private, and use that as motivation.
But the world's not private anymore.
Okay.
It's not private anymore.
Okay.
I mean, it's a breath of fresh air. I mean, whether you like him or not.
Yeah.
You know, but I go back and I look at Matasevich.
Okay.
Think about if those guys, if Chicken had
Oh
this,
yeah, no.
he would put Deegan to shame.
I'm not stupid, dude.
Bradshaw.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. No, Bradshaw's the same guy that gave Jansen $500 more and said, "I'm going to take him out again. Keep it." Yeah.
So I mean, it's all relative.
Right,
It's
right.
just we get to see it now, and you get to see it over and over and over again.
Okay, so you're good with it.
I'm totally good with it.
All right. Hey, thanks to the folks at OGO Power Sports for coming on board the show. Pulp15 is the code to save with OGO, whether it's a backpack, travel backpack, whether it's a roller bag, whether it's the 9800 rig bag that's like 9800 dozer bag with 3 wheels on it. Pulp15 code saves you money, and also there's a backpack on sale as well from the guys at OGO Power Sports. They're bringing you our first guest of the night. Coming off his best outdoor ride, Rockstar G. Husqvarna's Christian Craig. What's up, man? How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Skip Norfolk's here, bro.
I know, legend, man.
Right?
Legend. I bet he's got some good Mike Craig stories.
Oh,
There's a couple.
we don't want to get.
I can only imagine.
Yeah. Do you
There's a
have any,
couple.
Skip?
There's a couple.
Okay. All right. Well,
Yeah, there's a couple.
Yeah.
yeah. How?
Maybe not on live radio or live.
Christian,
podcast.
and obviously you and Mike don't really speak, and I understand that. Do you get that the races still, or no? You're still your own.
Yeah.
You still do, huh?
I mean,
Yeah.
all the time. Yeah. Like I used to. People say I used to ride with your dad. Your dad was fast. I'm like, yeah, he was wild. So.
Okay, I was going to ask you about this later, and we're going to talk about you, but I was going to ask you this later, but it leads into what Skip and I were just talking about with Deegs. He's your guy. You're buddies with him.
Yeah.
You like him, and that's cool, and I got no problem with him either. He's a great rider. I just don't get this podium speeches, Christian. I've said this all year long. I don't know if it's Brian, if it's Hayden. I don't know what the chip on the shoulder is and the Hymas blame and the different stuff. I had people close to him, Christian, and you're one of them. You didn't tell me this, but I know you're close to him. That they're like, dude, this is all just show. This is all just for fun.
Yeah. I mean, I always, it's funny because we go out to dinner every Friday night before the race.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it is. We started it like in Supercross, and it's kind of like our tradition. We do every Friday night, and I'm always like, dude, what are you doing? You know, like, what are you, do you just like forget what you're saying on the podium and just, he just goes, I don't care. He does not care.
Yeah.
You know, he's got no filter, and he wants to win that bad, and man, he backs it up. I guess that's the only thing you can really say. I mean, people are going to hate, but it's funny though because he gets bullied by my kids, and then he goes and says that stuff on the podium. But hey, it is what it is, and he's got the red plate, and he's the man to beat right now.
No, he's a bad dude on a bike. And I'm old, Christian, so maybe Skip's older than I am, but I like the guys that are just like, yeah, man, I had a great race, and Chance was riding really good there, but I got him, and we're gonna work hard and go on to Millville. I don't know.
And we got 39 of those guys there.
Okay, yeah.
I feel like you don't like those guys though, Steve, because I feel like sometimes people just go up and thank their sponsors and walk off.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're right.
You want to know the guy's personality, right?
I do. I guess you're right. I'm sorry. I just like a little. Like, I don't feel like this was Hymas's fault, and I don't feel like some of the stuff he said, it really was what's indicative of what happened. But, I mean, he's a bad dude. The guy's incredible. So, I guess, like you said, just say whatever. But, like, why make enemies to me? Like, why have Hymas out to get you and Vial and Supercross and these other dudes? I mean, maybe they can't catch him, so it doesn't matter, Christian. But sometime in the 450s, some of these guys will catch him. So.
Yeah, right now I think he thrives off that.
Yeah,
and maybe that's part of his motivation. And I mean, every time I do talk to him, all I hear is like how bad he wants to win, or how bad he wants to beat this guy or this guy. And man, that kid is he's showing it for sure. It's pretty cool.
I mean, I was around RC in private. Ricky was, before him and I got into it and we didn't talk, Ricky was gnarly like that. Like, he was like, I'm going to show Pastrana. I'm going to show this guy. Like, all these slights, right? And I get that, but that was all in private. I guess Hayden in the social media age is just bringing it out, But whatever you need to motivate you, I mean.
Yeah, it gets him fired up, I guess, and he's got a colorful personality for sure. And I mean, it's funny though. Like you go and look at the comments, and most people love it, and then you get the other side of it too. So he feeds off of it though, for sure.
Yeah, hey, listen, man. Whatever. I guess if that's what you need, it's weird to me. So, anyways, enough about that. I want to talk about you. But we were just literally talking about it. I know you're close with Brian and Hayden, so I want to bring that up. Good job. Good job. Had to feel really good, especially passing Phil in that second moto and leaving him behind. 7-7 on the day. Your best outdoor finish. You just got the hardware removed a few weeks ago, and you're getting a little better even now. Like you've gotten 4 top 8s in your last 5 motos. Much better. So you've got to be feeling more at home.
Yeah. And in the beginning of the season, like the outdoors, it was tough pill to swallow, like riding the way I was. But like I made the call press day Thursday before Paula to race.
Yep.
Like I was 50-50 going in, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to make this call after this press day. And, I mean, the first couple rounds were rough, but each race I feel like I've been a little bit better. Yeah. Maybe not results-wise. Like I had a couple bad ones. Southwick Meadow one was pretty rough. And then,
but you fell, right?
Yeah. So, and we've been trying stuff, and, I mean, I think all in all, it's just getting a little bit better each week and more comfortable. And then this weekend, obviously it's Millville, so I've rode there quite a bit. But that was fun. I got like a decent start and then made some quick passes, and man, just like got in my zone, and that was it. So it was cool to like have that feeling of being like somewhat close to the front,
Yeah, sure. Yeah, which is right. All you want, right, as a racer, just to be relevant and to be up there. I mean, we've seen you podium outdoor motos, so great. Skip was just saying too, that track looked amazing this weekend. Alex and John, everybody did a good job.
It is. I mean, it has so much different types of dirt too, and I was skeptical on like choosing the paddle tire all day, but man, you had to do it. Like
you have to.
Just like I'm not a fan of the paddle, and I always try not to use it, but it played a huge part, like on the start and then in that sand section too. So, but then there is some hard pack spots like on the backside that catch you off guard.
Yeah, on the top of the hill.
That's where the paddle. Yeah, that's where the paddle is not good. So little things like that, but man, it's fun. I always enjoy going there for sure.
I was talking to Dazzy a little bit today about Hunter's choice to not go with a paddle a few weeks ago, and Justin Cooper, right? They covered on the broadcast about Cooper. Like it is kind of funny. Like I mean. When I was a mechanic, Skip, you too, tire and gearing, if there was a debate, what's better on the start? I mean, it would just literally, that's what you do.
And it really came down to, I think Bridgestone worked on that tire really well. And we ended up doing stuff with the old 990 and the 772 and things like that to try to get that advantage on the start, but still have something that worked on the track. So,
but you always broke the tie with the starting stuff. At least I did.
Every decision was made on starts.
So Christian, like to me, there's just no choice. Like to me, like like you said, all the reasons for the paddle, but you got to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's funny because we were actually tire testing today, and Brian Fleck was out there, and I brought up like I was watching some old races, not that old, I guess, but
what are you saying?
Yeah, I mean like late '90s, and I don't know. I came across Southwick. And nobody had a paddle. And I'm like, okay, so when did the paddle come out? And so I asked him today, and he said it was around when Tomac got on a Cowie. And I'm guessing around 16 is when they got the paddle.
Pirelli had one before then. Pirelli had one in Europe for a long time. Yeah. So maybe for Dunlop it was. It is interesting to see that. Christian, you didn't race Millville last year. It was a different weird track last year. Phil yelled at Alex a lot. They had some tractor problems. But these sand whoops were the biggest I've seen in a while. Do you agree?
Yeah, and they weren't really whoops. They're doubles for most of the day.
Yeah.
It was like my first lap in practice. I'm like, I don't think I can manual these things. And, I just got a good flow of doubling through them and, just, like, staying low, I guess. And it was kind of boring, to be honest, because you
Mm-hmm.
kind of want to be flying through those things. And then second moto, I come around for parade lap, and they dozed some of the tops off of them, and made them better and easier to ride. So, but those were tricky for sure.
Yeah, no, it was cool to see. Great track, as you know, it's my favorite track, I think, on the circuit.
District 23 local, right?
Oh yeah, you and I, yeah, we did Mazeppa, Grantsburg, right? All of that.
Kellogg, yeah.
Oh yeah, Kellogg wasn't bad either.
No.
Christian Craig here on the show. Hey, so talk about obviously your elbow injury last year, bad, and then you got the hardware removed. Some of the hardware removed recently. Was it just like better movement, no pain? What's improved from getting that hardware out of there?
Yeah, I think like if you cannot have any metal in your body, or you don't need it to get it out, and like let your bones just heal on their own.
Mm-hmm.
And once the doctor told me that, I'm like, okay, first off weekend I'm going to get it taken out. And actually I still have a couple stitches from that procedure in there, which is I'm dealing with right now, but it's more of the muscle around my elbow right now that's annoying, and just trying to like manage it through the week, not overdo it on practicing during the week, and just being fresh for the race day. So it's a process for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And like I still have times where like I went down the hill in practice today in Millville, and hand wanted to slide off, and I'm like, okay, got to be really aware right there. And just little things like that that's going to take time, and eventually I'll get back to 100%. It's just going to be a while.
Yeah, so I was going to ask you about that. You posted a photo with your shirt off.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, you were going to ask him too, Skip?
Yeah.
And like, no offense,
no arm.
You got no arm, dude. You got no arm. Will that build up and build back and muscle wise? Like you had, like, can you just do bicep curls every night? Like, what's the procedure for getting that thing back? Because it really shocked me, Christian. I got to be honest.
Dude, it's funny because anybody that comes up and I like point, I'm like, hey, look at my elbow. They're like, what is wrong with that thing? It's mangled.
Yeah.
And I think I scared Weege at Redbud when he looked at it. He's like, whoa, like, what the heck?
Yeah.
But that's 5 surgeries and sitting in a cast for 8 weeks each time. All my muscle went away. So to be able to ride 230s right now, I mean, I'll take it. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be like an off-season goal, I guess, of just trying to get my muscle back and get it back to normal. So it does fire. Like, I do have muscle there. It's just there's not a lot of it right now. So
okay. It's
going to take time.
So, yeah, you can get it back is what they're telling you and everything else. There's nothing.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm not worried about that.
Right.
During the week now, do you find it a challenge, or do you have any hurdles of wanting to go, man, I just need to take 2 days and really work on my arm and really work that, as opposed to just being on the bike? Because I know, you got a pretty strict program there. There is no room for excuses. Are you able to manage that the way you need it, or how's that working?
It's give and take. Okay. I mean, like, I guess if I was putting in better results, I could kind of be like, hey, Alden, I'm going to take Monday off, but I seriously need to be better and faster on the bike. So, and I do feel like riding kind of does help strengthen it. So as long as I don't overdo it during the week, then I could be fresh enough for Saturday. So like today I rode a little bit, and I could definitely tell it was sore from Millville, and just little things like that I have to be aware of. And it's annoying because like at the end of each moto I'm hanging on tight, and that's all I'm thinking about. It's frustrating for sure, but I just got to look ahead, and it will get better, so we'll get there.
Your body looked, on the bike riding, your body looked like it was for the first time in a minute that, it looked like you were back into that. I mean, your body looked better, your positioning was better, your elbows were better. You looked great. You looked much better on the bike.
Dude, it's funny. Actually, a big change that made me feel like better and more position was I moved my seat bump up like half an inch.
Really?
Okay.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so like it sounds crazy, but I sit up a little bit taller on the seat in the corners, and then the positioning of where it's at, I could feel like I can keep my elbows up a little bit higher, and it keeps me more aware of it. And I didn't try it until Saturday. I had my mechanic build it like the day before. I'm like, hey, let's move my seat bump up a little bit, and I just raced with it, and I felt like, all right, that helped for sure. And it's crazy, like little things like that kind of give you confidence, you know?
It does, yeah. Whatever, yeah. That's awesome to hear.
So, 2 years now, Husqvarna. I don't think you're going to be back next year, Christian. By the way, do you? I don't. Are we breaking news? Can we?
Nah. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't.
Doesn't look like you're going back. Okay. When we last left you, you were podium outdoors on a Blue Crew and Supercross champion and 450 podiums outdoors, and you were, as best as you've ever been. It has been 2 years, and I'm not saying this about the bike only because you got hurt. Things have happened to you body-wise and to make it so, but it's been a miserable 2 years. Is miserable the right word? Tough 2 years? Can we go tough? Do we go tough or miserable? What do we do? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, this weekend my wife was like, "It's nice to see you smile when you come off the track."
Yeah. No, it's great. And that's why I've been waiting to have you on to try to, But okay, what's happened though? Like you've never gelled with this bike. Your whoop speed has never been as good, and it hasn't gone well. And again, some of that's not injuries. I'm not pointing at Nathan or the bike or anything else. It just hasn't worked. Kind of like Colt Nichols coming up here on the show on a beta, right? It just didn't work. What do you think? What's your take on these year and 3/4 on the Husqvarna? I mean, Nathan's awesome. I'm sure the team worked hard.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to throw them under the bus here. So.
Yeah, and like at the end of the day, I wanted to come here and make the change and train with Alvin, and yeah, I mean it's been tough for sure. Like, man, I just feel bad that I haven't put in the results that I was hired, to do, and like it bums me out for sure each week, and even how long I was off the bike, and man, it was frustrating for sure. But I'm not going to point fingers or blame anything. At the end of the day, I got injured, and it's taken way too long to get better. And I mean, I get it. Like if I was them, and you look at the results that I put in, and my last 2 years being off the bike so long, man, it's business at the end of the day. So all I know is I'll be racing next year, and I'm excited because my arm is starting to feel like normal again. I feel like I can get back to where I was.
Yeah, so I was going to ask you, no plans to retire. You're racing.
No, absolutely not.
He didn't stutter.
No, I know.
Okay,
but
good.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
No, listen, it could be a great story if you can get back, I think it's safe to say we won't see you on an Austrian steel-framed bike, Christian. Just, you need a change, right or wrong.
I mean, I have some options, and, we're talking, so I'm excited, wherever I do end up, whatever bike I'm on, and I just know, I'm going to keep going.
One of the crazy things I heard about you, and maybe you can confirm or deny or not speak about it, was trainer tester at Star next year. I don't see that, but is that something that's been thrown around?
No idea. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so I think I could be onto something. I don't know. I know Hep wants you. I know there's been talks of that, so that could happen. We'll see. Just gotta get back on Blue Crew, bro. Blue Crew, that's where we were so good. So.
Yeah, but I mean, I am improving right now, and we still have 4 rounds left and 3 SMX rounds. So I do want to put in some good results for this team, and try to finish off strong. But it is what it is. I get both sides of it. Yeah. And we'll see.
I talked to Nathan about you a couple of times, and again, maybe I'm the media, so he's just filling me full of shit. But Christian, Nate Dogg's like you, been very good about this. He's understood what's happened. It's nobody's fault, and Nathan seems like he has your back, and they are continuing to try to get you better. Some managers are like, fuck it, he's leaving, he's hurt, I'm out. But Nate does not seem like that at all, Christian.
For sure, and he's been on both sides of it. He's probably gotten, obviously told, he won't have a ride, or he's getting signed. Just things like that. So he knows what it feels like. He knows the position, and also, yeah. I mean, he's been nothing but awesome this whole 2 years. So, yeah, it's been fun for sure. And like I said, just finish this year off strong and just try to keep building and getting better.
All right, we got a question online too from Nick. Nick, thanks for calling. What's your question for Christian Craig here on the show?
Hey, Christian, big fan. I can't help but think that you look like you're in way better shape than you ever have been under Alvin's program, at least thinner. I don't know if that means better shape. I'm just wondering, the first question is one, under that program, do you lose weight because he's restricting you on food, or are you riding more, or is there more cycling? So why does everybody seem to lose weight on the program? And then two, do you think that you are a better motorcycle athlete being lighter?
So with Alden, he runs your whole program. He's monitoring your food, telling you what to eat, controlling how much weight you do in the gym, cycling, running, motos, and so I mean I have no control. Like, we weigh in every week, and he's either happy with your weight or he's not, and we try to keep Alden, happy with where we're at. But and then on the other side, being skinny or more muscular, you can look at Chase, and he's more bulkier, and it seemed to work for him right now. But I think everyone works a little bit different. I guess whatever, I guess floats your boat. And if you feel strong on the bike, and if you're thin or whatever, But I mean, I feel healthy. I feel strong enough on the bike where I don't get arm pump. I don't feel like I breathe heavy at the end of the moto. So Alden is doing his job, and it's up to me at the end of the day.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
One thing I love about our sport, and I've said this a few times, and Skip, you'll agree with me, like early Ricky, pudgy and short. Travis Preston, tall, lean. Christian, tall, lean. Chase, like fucking Greek god. You can win with any type of body in our sport. You really can. I love it.
No, absolutely. Yeah,
like,
it's
Mike Bell, 6'4", whatever. Yeah.
It's all that, not that little tiny area right above your shoulders that controls it all.
Yeah. Yeah, Christian, it's a tiny area above your shoulders. We do have a question about 2025. I thought he's gone. We covered it, I thought. All right, let's before we let Christian go here on the show, let's bring in our resident rider guest every week. Might not be too happy with Christian. It's Phil Nicoletti. Hi, Phil.
What's up, fellas? How we doing?
Were you mad at Christian because you were kind of around him all day, but he beat you both motos?
Christian was fucking rolling the first moto. Him and Dylan, they actually fucking checked out. I don't even know where that came from. Where'd that speed come from, dude?
I don't know. I think I've rode there quite a bit, so I was a little comfortable. But,
holy fuck. You guys, checked out. I'm like, see you later, dude. And then second moto, Christian was kind of right there. He passed me, and I tried to keep him at bay, but he just kind of inched away a little bit.
Where did he get you at?
Yeah.
Where was it?
I don't know where he passed me. End of the sand rollers, maybe? I can't remember. I get him and Mookie mixed up sometimes.
Yeah, Mookie's got I understand the Mookie hair is just like Christian's hair, so I get that.
Well, Mookie and Christian both passed me in the first moto, so it didn't really matter. But, Christian got the better end of me. Got the better end.
Do you remember where you got him, Christian?
First moto was down the hill, and I was a little aggressive because I was following Dylan, I think, and Dylan passed him at the bottom of the Mount St. Martin, and I followed Dylan, and I'm like, shit, I think I just cut off Phil. But I was like, he went outside, and I went inside, and I'm just like, I squeezed it. But, Phil's always up front. He pulls the good starts and puts himself in a good position, and he's riding good.
I don't know. I was doing. Were you struggling after the first moto by chance? Were you?
No, but halfway through the second moto, I hit a wall pretty hard.
I saw you hit the wall because I gained on you a little bit, but you maintained it okay. And I'm like, fuck, I'm not going to get him. But dude, first moto, I swear to God, at 25 minutes, I got to the top of Mount Martin, and I'm like, dude, I'm not going to make it. Like I had no idea why I got so fatigued and so tired. Like if there was something strapped onto my seat, dude, I would have been so screwed. Like you know what I mean? Like it would have beat the piss out of me. And like I just had no legs left. And I got back to
do you have a knee or is your knee good?
Well, my knee is wrecked, but that is also part of it. But still, like I don't know why I was suffering. I don't know if the rollers took it out of me or what, but I thank Jesus that they took the tops of them off for the second moto. I'm like, thank God.
Christian just told us that. Yeah. So Phil, did you text Troll and tell him to do that?
No, I didn't. I just told him because I wanted him to scrape the start straight away, or like after the start, it was kind of like a quagmire. Like, I don't know, they kind of just left that slop on top. But I was actually, I don't know, I was okay with the track. A little bit jumpy for me, but, and I was okay with the rollers like that too. I don't know if Christian agrees, but I'd rather go slow like that than wide open like how they normally are,
Yeah. I was
a little bit too squirrely.
Yeah, I was pumped going parade when we went off parade lap second moto. We saw the rollers; they were all fresh and broken down. I'm like, all right, this is nice.
I know. I thought the same. And then I had some dinner, or not dinner, but I was having a beer up at Amart's house at the end, and Chase was there, and he was somehow doing a triple in the first set of rollers, and he's just like, oh, yeah, they really weren't bad in the first moto if you got a triple. And I'm like, dude, I could hardly circulate through there doubling, and you want me to fucking throw a triple in there?
Yeah, he was, that was big, and he was catching Hunter badly.
Yeah. His first moto, Hunter was tripling about 3/4 of the way down. He was picking up that triple.
Yeah.
But Chase was picking him up twice. He picked it up twice in that section.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I was out. I don't know if Christian tripled it at all, but I wouldn't even know which one to pick up to even think about tripling halfway through there.
No, double all the way through.
I would have thrown it away. I didn't. The only place I had a problem with the track, honestly, is before the finish line. I hated that little chicane that they added.
Oh yeah, that was new, huh? That was new.
Yeah, I didn't. I did not like that. But other than that, I thought it was okay.
Was that the only place that had the big deep wall ruts in it?
They didn't really put the wall ruts in it for us. I think they did for the 250. Okay. So yeah, it was.
And the catapult, the catapult wasn't the greatest either. The landing had like 2 landings on it.
Yeah, I know.
It was a little bit odd.
And for some reason, I couldn't land on either of those landings. I always landed right in the fucking middle, dude.
Right in a bucket, like right in a bucket.
Yeah. I'm like, what the fuck,
But Phil, you looked happy. You looked happy to this weekend.
I don't know about that. I was just happy to survive it out there.
This was the toughest race of the year, temperature-wise. I gather from everybody I talked to. Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't scorching hot, but it was so humid.
Yeah.
I don't know. And then I was hoping that they were going to cancel the last 3 laps of the second moto because I saw the storm rolling in. And dude, I'm like, please, for the love of God, throw the red flag. I'm like, I'm over it.
I kept hitting the rhythm section before the finish line, that like long rhythm section. I kept looking over. I'm like, where's the red flag?
Oh, were you really? You really were. Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking over at the finish line. I'm like, hey, can I throw it or what?
Dude, I'm not going to lie. I was coming down Mount Martin looking to see if the fucking red flag was out for the guys that were a minute ahead, and it still wasn't out. And then I'm like, all right, well, they're going to leave me out here. I hope a lightning bolt strikes me dead right now because I don't know if I'm going to make it to the checkered.
Hey, is Mount Martin taller than Glen Helen all the way to the top of Mount St. Helen? Do we know? Is it like that? Like I've done that at World Vets a few times, right? But
I think it is.
Dude, it looks so fucking like you're wide open and you're just straight up. Like it's crazy,
The downhill's scarier. The downhill's way scarier. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And especially AP was doubling some sort of thing at the end of it in the second moto. And
down the hill,
that was unbelievable. Like, I was just trying not to hit a bump and get kicked over the bars. And he was jumping.
Yeah. Him and Hunter were getting that double somehow. And I'm like, dude,
3/4 of the way down, right? Yeah.
God, there's no way. I would have ended up into the fans.
Christian, for you and your arm, like late in the motos, are you like maybe not this weekend, but generally speaking, Christian, are there times in late in the motos where you're like physically you're perfectly fine, heart rate is perfectly fine and normal, but you just don't have the strength, and you're almost like almost relaxed, but you don't have the strength to hold on anymore? Is it like that sometimes?
Yeah, and dude, that downhill like was the toughest on it this weekend, and so in the second moto it was pretty chopped up, and I actually had to hit it like from left, and then at the last second I would swerve right down the hill to miss some of the bumps, and so I had to hit it like at an angle just to miss some of the bumps, and help like the jarring of the feeling. But yeah, that was tough for sure, and I do get moments like that where I just have to like pick a better line. Maybe it's slower, but just pick a smoother line,
Yeah. Otherwise, you're like, look, I can push more, but I don't have the strength. Like literally, don't have the strength, right?
Yeah.
Did you run? I don't know if you guys talked about it before, but because I saw at Redbud, you ran a normal tire, didn't you? I thought I saw you had a normal one on in practice. Yeah. Did you run a normal one this
paddle,
weekend?
Man. I don't like that paddle, but I stuck with the paddle all day, and it helped in the starts. I think I came out like 10th and 12th, which is my best of the season so far.
So is this my friend Chris Kiefer? You guys are familiar with him? That guy?
Yeah, unfortunately.
He tells me there's no problem with the scoop on hard stuff, the new scoop of a year ago or so. It's great. No problem. It's fine.
I just don't like the way that thing turns. Like I can't get the paddle to lean like on a lean angle, and when it does, it slides out. So
okay.
Which is crazy for someone like you, Christian, because you're already so smooth, so you think you'd have like a pretty good feel of the finesse, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like me, I'm a bit more sporadic than you, so I seem like it affect me more where like, I don't know, you're so smooth and fluent, like, you know, like you think you'd be able to stick the bike a little bit better, but it affects you that bad, huh?
Yeah. It's enough where I'm like debating every weekend, like, hey, is it worth it? Is it? I don't just do it for the start. Like I want to make sure I'm comfortable for the whole moto.
Yeah.
Did you do it? Did you do it both motos too?
Yeah, same. But I had it also. I had it on for press day, and I fucking had a meltdown because press day was like so hard pack and squares. I'm like, honestly, I was riding a death trap, to be honest. And I'm like, dude, I got back. I'm like, get that fucking tire off my bike, but then come race day it was just completely different, so you can't not do it, unfortunately.
Yeah, we just talked about that. We were talking about you have to, man. The start is it's funny how a 30-minute moto, but it still comes down to a fucking start,
Yeah, because even for like us at club, like I run it all the time during the week, but like this week I'll run a normal tire even though I'm going to ride sand because this weekend I have to kind of get used to it because it does change the chassis quite a bit, and for starts and whatnot. So kind of have to get used to it a little bit, It's a little bit more of a disadvantage for me going to the normal tire because I'm so used to running the paddle.
Hey, Christian, before I let you go, last question brought to you by OGO Power Sports, Christian Craig. During the week, you're riding with Malcolm and you're riding with AP. Like, what we see on the weekends is Aaron has been better than you two guys. He's closer to the podium than you guys are. Is that correlated during the week, or are there weeks where you and Malcolm are better and outdoor-wise? How's that?
No, dude, I get my ass kicked every week by them.
Okay.
And it's frustrated. Dude, at the end of each moto, I'm so pissed, but I just have to I'm just like, all right, suck it up. You rode good, AP. You rode good, Malcolm.
And then Chase is doing sometimes out there too? Yeah.
Yeah, usually AP's like a couple tenths faster than Malcolm, but Malcolm could throw down sometimes, and then I'm just hanging on and trying to hang with them as long as I can.
And that's like Phil with Anderson and Marchbanks.
Yeah, dude, I get my fucking teeth kicked in, dude. It's depressing. It's day after fucking day. I'm like, dude, give me one fucking day where I'm like King Dick around here, But no, every day I suck,
It's tough, and then we get done, and Alden will just look at me. I'm just like, I tried. I'm trying.
Just look at you in disgust.
He just looks at me. I'm just like, I know.
Right. So where do you think you're going to live next year, Christian?
hopefully where I'm at right now. I've moved way too much the past 4 years, so we'll see.
All right. I was trying to fish there. I was fishing right there.
Yes, you were. You didn't catch anything.
I didn't catch anything. Hey, man, Christian, thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. I know, like, I asked you, I don't know, a month ago or so, and you're like, no, not ready.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you decided, 7-7. We'll get there. We'll get there when it's time. You know, and
well, I'm glad Christian gets a choice when he wants to come on. I get fucked whether I do good or bad, Christian. So it's all right.
He's the more miserable Phil's races, the more we get him on. Yeah, absolutely. So
I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
Thank you, Christian. Thanks for the call, man. Thanks for the time.
Be safe.
All right, see you guys.
See you, mate.
All right, see you. That's Christian Craig. Everybody, brought to you by OGO Power Sports. Phil Nicoletti, brought to you by Luxon. Luxon clamps, the same clamps that he's got on his bike. You can also get a deal on with Pulp 2024 right now. All orders $100 or more, ship free. Pulp 2024 at LuxonMX.com. Luxon products are race proven by top pros like Phil, Freddie Norn, many others worldwide. They use advanced engineering techniques to develop products that are unlike the rest, lighter and stronger with optimized stiffness. Check these clamps out, all sorts of offsets, a couple of different colors as well. Luxon MX. Yeah, Phil, I was telling Skip in all the various group texts I'm in with you, you didn't really complain. You had a good day at Millville, top 10, got good starts. Fans loved it. You loved the track. Maybe this is your happiest race of the year. I don't know, but maybe it almost seemed like it. Then you had a Coors Light and a UTV at the end of the day. Like what else could be better?
No, it was an okay day other than typical meltdown after practice. But other than that, it was good. I don't know. Like I was saying before, Christian, I was the first moto. I got super tired. 25 minutes. I'm like, holy fuck! And I got back. I did the ice bath, and I was talking to Brandon, and Amar came up, and I'm like, dude, I'm wrecked. I don't know where my legs went. I don't know. I was like, I don't even know how I'm going to do second moto. But I don't know. It all came back. I got food, and it was just like I had to blow out the cobwebs in the first moto because I felt way better in the second one, which is kind of weird. So,
was this a little bit of knee and no bicycling, like that kind of stuff?
I mean, the problem is I can bike. I cannot do gym because I can't squat. I can't do any deadlifts. I can't do anything. So, like, I literally have no muscle strength,
I haven't seen you on Strava lately, I don't think. That's why I ask. I don't think you've been
well, I don't, I haven't posted anything because I'm staying secret. But no, I've been doing my bike rides.
Oh, okay. All right. So, I was wondering if you hadn't been biking because
no,
of your knee.
No, I still bike. Biking's okay. It actually makes my knee feel a little bit better. But as far as like, actual weight training, I can't do. And the older I get, the more I need, weights in my life. So, but we pulled through and the track was just super. Yeah, the track was just super demanding. I like that. Like Redbud is super demanding. Millville, like that's how it's supposed to be. So I like it.
Looked
they
good.
ripped it.
Skip said the same thing. It looked really good.
Yeah, it looked good.
Yep. No, it was good. There's plenty of places to move around and kind of pass, and quite a few mistakes here and there, and honestly, the rollers made up. There's so much time to be made up in the rollers, just the way how hard and technical they were. So I thought they did a good job. The only complaint, like I said, was the second straightaway after the start. It was a bit of a quagmire for sending 40 dudes through there, but other than that, it was good.
Troll Train's new tractor then worked pretty well.
Yeah. Oh, he was all pumped on it too. So he's just like, ripping the downhills and everything. They didn't rip Mount Martin, which I'm cool with, but before the finish line or whatever, they did a good job. So it's cool to see it, and it's nice staying on the property. And I got spoiled. Besides this kid waking me up at 5:30 in the morning every day, it was good.
When I was there for the ride day, I just got to walk through. It was still just 2x4s, a house, and he was telling me, this room's going to be here and this and that, and the view they had, the window, and I'm like, this is going to be awesome when it was done. So the house looks really nice. Yeah.
No, it's great. You can't really hear the dirt bikes too much with the trees blocking it. So they did that, and they did a good job. He's living his best life, him and his wife, Kim. So
J Mart was there.
Proud of him.
J Mart was there.
Yep, J Mart was there. Yep, hanging around. And
I was wondering if he was going to even show up or just be incognito, but I guess he was hanging out. Yeah.
Yeah, he always goes out there for a little bit, but we had a little grill and chill at his place Thursday, so it was good to see Jerma.
And FXR thing on Thursday too.
Yeah, we had that. Yeah, it was Wednesday, and it was a busy week. I got up to Millville on Tuesday afternoon and was there till pretty much Sunday afternoon.
Was that part of it? Maybe the fact that you were out of your routine.
To be honest, I think it was a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, doing that and kind of not eating the way I was. You know, I did eat okay, but just like it's like we all get in these certain protocols and stuff. So that I thought maybe that's what might have done it. And like I said, I blew the cobwebs out after the first moto, and then like I went up and did parade lap, and I'm like, oh, my legs feel okay, you know.
Yeah.
So it all kind of came around, but it was definitely a hard day on the legs, no doubt about it.
I got a lot of DMs with photos of you and fans saying I flipped Phil off and I love Phil and I saw Phil and seemed like you were pretty popular there with the fans.
Yeah, no, it's it was really cool. So, and the crowd there was unbelievable. The amount of people and campers and amateur racing, like fuck, it's crazy the amount of people up there that love dirt bikes. So it's great to see. Like I said, our sport's doing well in a lot of ways, I think.
I know a lot of negativity in the world about everything, right? Politics and the things that are going on, and electric bikes are here, and fuck the sport, it's so expensive, and I get it all. There's some truth to all of that. And then, Phil, I go to these nationals on the weekends, and I look out, and I'm like, fuck me, man. Like, entries are 80, 90 guys all the time, so entries are not a problem.
Yeah.
And the fans are out there. It's hot and it's shitty sometimes, and they're out there, and I don't know.
Well, you know, all I get to do is watch TV. I don't, you know. So the last 2 weekends, you knew the crowd was a factor. Yeah. Both of those events, you knew they were there.
Yeah.
Can't say that at all the other events, but man, that looked impressive.
When the Nationals switched to Saturdays, they took an attendance hit without a doubt, and we had a little bit of a recession going on, like 2009 and 2010 and all that. It did seem a little light. Did seem the last 2-3 years to me. Entries are back and fans are back, and it's a great time.
It's thriving for sure. There's no doubt about it.
And I hear about MX Sports, the tickets and the VIPs and they're charging so much money, and I get that, I understand that, but then I look around again and I go, everyone here has got no problem with these prices. So
which and I agree from a fan standpoint. Tickets are getting a little bit crazy. Like when I wristband for me, I go and pay $70 for my dad. Like to me, that's a lot of money to go watch an outdoor national.
Yeah.
I mean, you're literally going there and you're standing on your feet. It's not like you get a seat. You don't get anything. Like, dude, you're on your feet all day for $70 to get in there. I mean, it's a little.
Yeah, the fact that you guys can't get passes for family for free, and I know Shorty went through this, and Wet Coop was mad about this, blows me away. Blows me away. And I've texted Davey about that. I'm like, you guys don't give these dudes like 1 or 2 passes no matter what? And he says it's up to the AMA and the tracks. So
it's a little steep for me.
Yep. Yeah, no, for sure.
I don't know. You get some races and you go to, and you got 6-7 family members. That are my sisters or whatever. It's just like, I feel bad, like saying, "Hey, man, it's $70 a pass," you know what I mean? But by the end of it, it's just like I just smoked a whole moto's worth of AMA payout money, paying for my family to go to the race.
30 minutes plus 2, and you're broke.
Yeah, and I'm broke, and I'm just like, fuck. I just stroked out there for 8th place, but I just got my family in for free at a national.
Yeah, you guys should absolutely get. I don't know, 1, 2, 3, some sort of number of passes for free.
It's just like, fuck, I don't know. I don't know. It's a sensitive subject for me.
Yeah, listen, I brought it up. I can't believe when I heard this stuff. I was just like, wait, what? Like Andrew Short, who's a past winner here at Lakewood, like can't get a free ticket? Like what? Yeah. So, anyways, LuxonMX.com bringing you Phil Nicoletti here on the show. We do have a question from Wyland's on 2. What's up, Wyland?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, Phil. Dude, I don't want to be that guy, but I kind of have to be that guy.
Here we go.
Do you remember me guy? It's just relevant to my question, though. I used to come to the races with my dad when I was young, back in the JGR days, and you would, remember me from the look of me and my dad. My dad had, neck tattoos and stuff. I saw you had Red Bud, Ironman, Indianapolis, Supercross, A1. My story here is throughout the years, we're fortunate enough to get a couple jerseys, some Oakley air brakes, and this was all when I was a little kid. And you were giving them to me, but now that I'm a little bit older and I want to put them up in my room, my dad's kind of claiming them. What do you think about that, Phil?
Oh, snap! Okay. Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, he just paid $70 to have his dad come to the race, so
No, I think
he's gonna let dad wins.
Listen, he didn't ask me, but Phil's giving them to the kid.
Yeah.
The kid is the hey little kid, here's some shit. So I don't.
To be fair, we're both like super fans.
Okay. Well,
I fuck, dude. I don't know. Give it to your dad. He put a roof over your head and fed you for, then
That's
that's
fair.
a good point
Yep.
too.
Can you possibly give it to me, Phil, and say you don't remember me if you don't? I don't know. My dad had neck tattoos. I was a little kid. I used to make signs for you. Do you remember me or no? I ate Wiener Schnitzel hot dogs at A1 with you and Steve Mathis.
Wiener, really? Do you remember it, Steve?
No, I'm out.
You
man.
brought me into the pits at A1. And Steve was there, and I was in like 6th grade, and you were so cool. I got to go in like the rig, and my dad had neck tattoos. That's kind of like
but dude, neck tattoos are everywhere. Like I don't think that really narrows it down.
Yeah.
Have you seen these chicks and these guys today? Yeah, everyone's got neck tattoos.
I was in control of all those wieners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
I wish I remembered, but I don't. But if you come
up.
up to me, I'll try and hook you up with something next time.
Hey, I appreciate that. I want to really try to make it to Iron Man really bad.
All right, cool. Well, you come up to me and then.
Tell him the neck tattoos, and he'll remember.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another question for you. I saw, of course, your epic post-race interview, and I saw a bunch of things that you've been saying about how after this season you kind of just want to be racing with your dad, doing fun events. Would you plan on possibly doing Day in the Dirt down here?
Yeah, I would do Day in the Dirt. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's,
I think you should honestly just, smoke meth for a couple of years and come back and do a Loretta's around, like, fucking J-Law. That'd be kind of sweet.
Yeah, I plan on being at Loretta's in 2 years, hopefully.
2 years. And then a World Vets at GH? Phil or no? Fuck Glenn Helen.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm
No?
taking Glenn. Yeah, Glenn Helen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Wyland.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
We're in.
Appreciate it.
Thanks,
Thank
buddy.
you. Phil, also, by the way, good news. You're well inside the SMX points now, too. Like, looking good. So that's awesome. Yep.
I'm never well inside anything.
Okay. You're one DNF away, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I really wish, like I said, I've missed a lot of points so far, 4 motos, 40 points. If I had those 40 points for sure, but I still got to keep digging.
You're fine, dude. The way you're riding, you're fine.
I'll be okay, but still.
Dustin's on 4. He wants to talk about gearing. What's up, Dustin? What's your question about gearing?
Yeah, Phil can't even remember what gear he hit LaRocco's leap on. Good chance of that guy having.
Oh, so Phil, update on that. I talked to Chase. He said second wide open. Yep, all day long. So,
really?
Well, how about this? Second or third? I'm not sure. All right, it's either one.
I guarantee you they have a super tall second, right? So it doesn't really apply. I don't know.
That's what my question kind of is.
Okay.
I was really curious about what gearing is used in Supercross, and then I was wondering what gearing you're using right now for outdoors, and if there's any gears that you're trying to accentuate more than others.
Well, obviously I raced 250 in Supercross, but obviously a factory team, like I don't get this. Like primary gears are a big thing on a factory team. So like if I run a 1351 in Supercross and I need to go to a 52, well, they'll just change the primary gear versus changing the sprocket because it just keeps the chassis length the same, But on club, unfortunately, like we don't get those components from Yamaha or anything, so we actually have to change the chassis length of putting a different sprocket on it. But it all just depends. So, but I pretty much run the same gearing all the time, 1351, and then I'll map my bike to that specific thing, other than if it's at elevation,
We never did. Skip, did you guys do much with primary gear at Honda or Cowie?
No,
I didn't either at Yamaha. But when I went to the sandbox before Daytona, Kenny was literally testing primary gears off and on, like during the day.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh shit! Like obviously Suzuki, they were just using different production clutch hubs because they don't have works gears. But I was like, oh shit, we're doing I don't remember. We had a different one at Yamaha. Like we didn't really ever try it or test it. And that was it. And we went with, a taller first, a taller second, factory stronger third and fourth for whoops.
Yeah, we had multiple transmissions that we could work with, but we would do some different things, with countershaft stuff. But no, we would lock in. We would lock in primary ratios and then just be done with it because we didn't have the data that's available now to really know what's going on and really truly look at RPM drops and look at all those things that you can't, you can only rely on the rider to be, so much data coming from them because just like that conversation, what gear am I in? There's a question. Well, if you don't know, you can't make those choices.
Sure. Thanks, Dustin. Thanks for the call.
Mm-hmm. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, we never did much with primary. Yeah.
Yeah, we did primary gears all the time at JGR. It was never actually changing the actual gear itself because, once you have a baseline for chassis length and everything and swing arm, it's just that's super important to your linkage and your shock. We just kind of would always just change it internally, obviously it took a little more time to do the primary gear, but it makes a lot more sense when you look at the whole package of the dirt bike.
Yep.
We had a range for our adjustment of our rear axle, but going one tooth, which is normally what we would do, we just made a tooth change here or there, depending on tracks, wouldn't throw the chassis off. We'd be fine. And then, like I said, almost every rider picked taller first, taller second, stock third, stock fourth. They were stronger than stock, but they were same ratio. And like Vuillemin, Reed, Ferry, there we go. Our 450s were 3 speeds at one point. But yeah, we never did primary that I remember. So yeah, must be something new.
Yeah, they're a good tool.
Yeah, for sure. So this is gonna be a dumb question. How many teeth on the rear is a primary? One on the primary. What is that equal to, or what's the ratio?
I don't know.
There's options, right? There's multiple options.
Yeah, but I'm just saying,
depending on what you're going and where you're trying to go with it.
A tooth on the front is 1.5 on the rear, right? Generally,
I don't know how many primary gear to equal 1 tooth on the back. I have no idea.
Okay, all right, okay, yeah.
No idea. That's fucking beyond me.
Okay. Did Travis Preston hook you up at all yet? Do we know what's that stuff?
No, I also sent a certain text out to somebody that you sent me a number to.
And
no response.
No response.
No crickets.
Oh, shit. Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's just the way it goes, man. Just like a lot of other shit that goes on, that I'm not gonna fucking bring up on the radio, but
I love that. I love the aggressiveness that you were you're just looking, man. You're looking to get better, however you can.
But if that's okay for me, okay, I'm putting the Yamaha in the top 10. Okay, you wouldn't think that would be a hard thing to get, right?
I wouldn't think so. No.
Exactly. So then, why is it?
I don't know, man.
Why is it?
I don't know, because I think it's different departments. I just think it's different departments.
Who gives a fuck what department it is? It's in a box on a desk somewhere. Just go pull one out and bring it to the USPS and ship it.
Okay, all right. All right, Phil Nicoletti, brought to you by Luxon.
Now I'm pissed.
Luxon.
Way to go, way to go.
I know,
way to go,
did
Steve.
Hey, Phil, we got the X-Brand goggle tear-offs to play with you too, but since we asked Christian and I asked Skip, I'm going to ask you Deegan's Hymas comment that he doubled down on. I understand the chip on the shoulder. I understand, like Skip said, you want to motivate yourself. You want to, but now
too far.
Hymas is like, WTF, man.
Yeah. Listen, I'm all for listen. Personally, I like Hayden. I think a lot of it on the podium is a bit of an act. Whatever. He's an okay kid, but the comment with the Hymas thing was just like. No, you went into the first corner. You ran a little bit 2 inches too far left. He was coming in kind of right from his angle. You hit his foot, and you went down. I don't know. Yeah, it was just a bit too far, too much, and that kind of
And then, like I was telling Skip, he's got this fanatical following, and now they're all going to hate Hymas for doing nothing. Because they don't know, because their guy told them it was Hymas' fault, and Hymas is like, "Wait, what? What did I do?" And Hymas has a broken or stretched ligaments and shit. So
that's just that whole fiasco is a little bit of
I gave him the benefit of the
way too much.
I gave him the benefit of the doubt a little bit and was like, okay, he hasn't seen the replay yet. I don't know why you would think that, but okay. But then on social media, he said the same thing, and in press conferences, he said the same thing, and you assume he saw the replay by then. So
yeah, I think that comment or whatever needs to kind of be retracted a little bit for whatever,
poor
you know.
Hymas, right.
Like, yeah, like it's not an accident.
Where are you at with Washougal? Like it, hate it? Where are you at?
I like Washougal, you know, as long as they fix their gates this year.
I got breaking news for you. I talked to my source today. Brand new gate, move 30 feet closer to the first turn.
30 feet closer?
Yeah.
Why would they move it closer?
I guess they were getting complaints about the speed.
Huh.
So now everyone's going to be bunched up more.
Yeah, great. Now horsepower hill will hurt even worse.
Yeah. So
thank God, you know.
Yeah, new
I
gates.
snapped last year when they had to restart on the
Did you?
thing. Yeah. I mean, I was yelling at, you know, Carrie Coons, but she's, you know, she was just there. And I'm like, dude, how are we at a professional event and, like, this gate is now failed how many times throughout the past couple of years, you know?
Yeah.
It's just like, this is ridiculous, you know? So that's cool. I'm glad they made an upgrade.
Yeah, all new and closer.
Closer could be interesting.
Yeah, a little bit.
Because I don't know. I don't know if I'm a fan of the closer because I kind of like the rise and stuff and the start a little bit, you know? Yeah, well, we'll see how it works out, huh?
Did you ever race there when it was on the other side by the whoops up the hill?
No, the only time I've ridden it was my old ways when it went up around the tree, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Skip,
that was it. Never-
your day was...
Yeah, we went up the hill.
My first few years there was up the hill.
Up the hill.
Not by the
Yeah.
pits, not where the pits are now.
on the other side.
Yeah, on the
Yeah,
other side.
yeah.
Yeah. That was
Yeah.
original OG Washougal. Then it went across up the hill on the other side. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was always just on the other side around the tree.
Shadows are fine for you, or is it like a little fucked up?
No, they're fine.
Okay.
You know, I like Washougal. Actually, I almost podiumed there in 2015.
Okay.
Yeah, close.
All right, let's do the X-Brand Goggle tear-off, shall we, with Philip?
It's the X-Brand tear-off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
Skip, rapid fire, X-Brand
Let's go.
Goggle. Pulp Show 24 is the code to save with eksbrand.com. You look at Phil's FXR goggle, it looks a lot like the fantastic Lucid goggle from X-Brand. Same one that I wear.
Well,
Factory ride.
Factory ride.
Hunter Lawrence's goggle looks a lot like a Lucid also. So, great goggle. And Fast Freddie Norton wearing X-Brand, Kyle Chisholm, Shane McElrath, Colt Nichols this weekend, Phil. Going to have Colt to deal with this weekend. You're probably going to be like, this fucking guy at some point. But, X-Brand goggles, choice of champions everywhere. Let's do this. These questions are submitted by Corey Moser. Skip, are you familiar?
Know the name? Yeah, a little bit.
You do? You know?
A little bit, I think.
He likes to drink, so...
He's a friend of mine. I'd be good.
Owning
good
a
with
brewery and him would be a good mix.
Would be good.
Yeah. All right.
Steven, what's the most memorable birthday gift you've given Pookie besides the cock?
Oh, wow. The cock they have there is just amazing. You know what? For the anniversary, it was a 10 years of wedding, 10 years of marriage. We had no money when we got married, and then I had money after 10 years. And so on her birthday, I believe, I'm like, hey, we're going to Hawaii for 10 years. You know, I gave it to her on her birthday.
That's a long time to stay in Hawaii.
No, it was 10-year wedding anniversary.
The way you said it was fucked up.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I gave her a trip to Hawaii on her birthday. You know that she's always wanted.
There you go.
So I feel
About time.
Yeah. So.
Skip, what's one of your favorite beers not brewed by Huddle?
Oh, probably Three Floyds.
Three Floyds.
Yeah, it's called Zombie Dust.
Okay.
Yeah, it's awesome.
All right. Phil, speaking of that, we're trying to do something Saturday night for you at the Huddle. Stay tuned, Vegas SMX.
Nice.
I'll be in touch. Right, Skip? We want to do something for Phil.
Yeah, we got.
We're trying to do something Sunday too, but this is a Saturday.
We got to say goodbye the right way, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be fun. That'd be rad.
Okay, so stay tuned.
All right.
Phil, what should be your farewell ride out song tribute lap?
Oh, fuck. I don't know. No idea. I don't really pay attention to music.
Okay.
Someone else can fucking pick it for me.
Okay. All right. You're like Chad. They're like, hey, Chad, what song you want? He knew nothing about music. He drives in silence. So they just picked Australian AC/DC Thunderstruck. They're like, fuck it.
Yeah, I would let Rarick pick my song for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Steve, obviously Skip was the coolest mechanic in the 90s.
He was.
Where would you rate yourself among your peers as a factory mechanic in your prime?
Oh, like in the coolest level? Nowhere near. No, but fucking Skip with the clear glasses, Phil.
Oh, shut
like,
up. Yeah.
Like
All
back
time.
in the day.
Shut up.
All time.
Yeah, Skip with the clear glasses. Like, Skip, I think you were the first one to do it. You know? I don't think mechanics wore anything until you put on some clear Oakleys.
I just got tired of getting shit in my eyes.
I know. It was brilliant. Yeah, I don't know. I was nowhere near that. All I knew is that I had to wear clear glasses like Skip, and then I saw McGrath had those barbell earrings, in whatever year that was, and I got them. And then I bleached my hair because Jeremy did. So I was basically like pretty much a loser copying you guys.
Well, we always had fun talking about you, too, so that was always good.
And then I was on the team with McGrath in 99 for a little bit.
Yep.
And then I was like, holy shit, like, this is awesome. Yeah. But breaking news, Nichols will not be at Washougal. I thought he was.
Ah, okay.
So you're going to deal with him at Unadilla.
Unadilla.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Skip, I wasn't on the J-Bone had an Oakley ad. Fucking J-Bone was in an ad.
Yep.
He had a soul patch going on. J-Bone was fucking cool.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
He didn't get a cover, though. I got a cover.
You got a cover? What'd you get a cover on? What was it?
Motocrossed.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
All right, Skip.
Yep.
What was one of the more outlandish purchases you saw at your time with No Fear?
Oh.
Like one of the Simo brothers?
Outlandish purchases. Cars. It'd be just cars.
Yeah.
Just, stupid.
You told me, or someone told me, that they hired Casey and the Sunshine Band.
That was badass.
For a parking lot party?
For a party. It was a party. They put rumble strips out in the parking lot, bought a bunch of little 5-horsepower go-karts. And Casey and the Sunshine Band played all day long. That was freaking badass. That was cool.
Okay.
That was awesome.
What was the biggest celebrity you saw at No Fear, like walk around?
I was a big Tony Gwynn fan, and when him and McGuire
they both came in?
walked in the door, that was pretty badass.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Phil, who had a better career, you or Troll?
Alex is a liberal.
Well, Alex. But he wouldn't have had that career if he was on a 450,
Yeah.
But Alex for sure.
I mean, you've podiumed a national. He's won a moto. You haven't done that, but he won in the 250 class. I don't know. It's closer than you think, Phil.
He's won an overall. He's won 2 overalls.
Oh, 2 overalls?
Was it 2?
He won Glen
I don't
Helen.
know.
No, he went 2-2 at Glen Helen. I think that's
it. No, I got to go A-Mart. I mean, he's got how many podiums and this and that, Team USA. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess Team USA was good too. Okay.
Well,
You're not that far off.
No, I mean, I don't think so.
Because you did it in a tougher class. No offense to Troll.
Yeah, but still, he's definitely more successful and he made more money. So.
Oh, he did make more money. Mertz.
Mm-hmm. Mertz did it for him, not me.
Yeah.
Fucker.
Steve.
Yep.
Looking back, which of the Bad News Phil posts was the best?
Oh, there were so many of them. I wish that account was still around.
I'm glad that account is gone.
Oh, it was good. I don't know, the Cowie Supercross test track video when your visor was off and you were just sitting upright on the wiener costume.
There's
so many. I don't know. That was good.
There's some gold.
There was. I can't believe that guy lost the password to it.
Come on.
I'm glad he did.
You're right.
That's why he lost the password, and then he couldn't get in, and they locked him out, and the account was gone. Something like that.
No, it was an age verification, so he had to show his age or whatever, and he put 0, and it completely deactivated the account.
Yeah, just erased it.
I'm like, thank God.
Terrible. Skip, who taught you the most about wrenching?
My dad was really influential. He let me fail. Mark Johnson, when I was a kid and that Team Green, building all the stuff for Rossler and building every stinking mini cycle. They still had the Race of Champions back there for the World Mini and all, or the World Grand Prix and all that stuff. So, no, I've been extremely fortunate to be around some amazing engineers and spending time with Roger. That time we developed that Suzuki was probably the most fun I've ever had on the off season doing it, working hand in hand with Roger. And he's like, come on, let's go down to the machine shop and start making some parts. It was awesome. Mitch, I've been very fortunate to have some people way smarter and better than I am that I could watch and learn from.
Bob Oliver taught me a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bobo
Bob's
was
on that list.
Yeah, I was taught me some things. I was like, "Oh shit, look at that." Bob.
Yeah. I was super fortunate. And it started with my dad.
Right. For me, Timmy getting hurt sucked because I wasn't going to races and making any bonus money, although he was shitty at paying bonus money. But Timmy getting hurt was great because then they were like, I was dyno bitch. So then I was putting pistons, cams, airboxes, carbs, you name it, on bikes, running them on dynos, seeing what they did, changing the parts, looking at the differences, and looking at the curves. You know what I mean? I learned so much. I hated it because I wasn't even going to races, but I learned a lot.
Cliff White, Dan Bentley.
Oh, Cliff.
I just,
Would Cliff talk? Would Cliff talk to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he'd look at you like, hey, stupid, how come you don't, you should know this?
Yeah.
But he did. You had to pay attention with Cliff. He wasn't just going to offer anything up. But if you asked, he'd give you the answer.
He would.
But you had to ask.
Yeah. Now I'm talking shit on the great Tim Ferry. Yeah, it was.
Nice
His bonuses were not good.
Nice work, Steve. All right, Phil, last one. What do you consider the worst job in the moto industry, or one job you would never do?
I mean, to me, a good truck driver. I ain't built for it, and a good truck driver's priceless, man.
They are. Yeah, teams go through them a ton.
Fuck. I tell you what, there's nothing better on a race team than a fucking good truck driver.
Makes all the difference in the world.
Yep,
100%.
I agree. Yeah.
So
it's funny that all three of us are like nodding. All three of us are like, yep.
Yeah, we're like, dude, it's like you can't. That's why I think when a good truck driver gets to a factory team, like they work their way up, and then they kind of know, and they just earn their stripes, But yeah, truck drivers, fucking, they're
But
fucking
you would
priceless.
never do it. It's your job. Yeah,
I would love.
Yeah, I don't.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah, no, because you're just a servant. You know what I mean? And like, it's a thankless job, and well, I guess it really depends, but like, it's just a hard fucking job, man.
Yeah. Barnhart, Big B's been doing this for this long.
Yeah.
He's a badass.
He was my truck driver at Chaparral in '99.
He's a badass.
And he's still doing it. And not a job I'd want to do.
I'd want to see Phil do PR.
Listen, I was going to say goggle guy because, like, if everything goes fine, no one cares and no one notices. But if something that goes right out of your control, like a massive mutter, now you're a piece of shit and your goggle sucks. And you're like, wait, what? Like, you got roosted in the face. Hey,
you're not getting roll-offs. You're going to get 8 tear-offs. You better get a good start because that's all you're getting.
Dude, I was a goggle guy. I remember one time fair game. X brand should have had laminates, but we ran out of laminates, And so for practice indoors in Supercross, I'm giving the guys like 4 regular tear-offs for a 8-minute practice. And they're losing their minds. And I'm like, bro, McGrath, I use this line, McGrath won 72 races with these. You'll be fine. You know what I mean? And these fucking riders are, and I'm like, it's indoors. Supercross. You're fine, dude. Anyways, yeah.
I agree. I mean, it's, and at that point in time, it's just like, and most of the time it's just people that sold out for a cheaper set of goggles too. You know what I mean?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
You make $60,000 to wear a goggle, but it's like a no-name goggle, and it's unproven. You know what I mean? That's honestly, I wore Scott for many, many years. Because of that.
And Johnny's service.
Yeah, and Johnny's service was also priceless. So it was just like and they had never failed me ever. So it's kind of never sell out for something like that.
Well, now we're at a good place now with those factory ride goggles.
Yes, they are.
Goggles now.
Yeah, they made me special stuff. They crush it for me. Goggles way better.
Yeah, it's very frustrating to have being a goggle guy because you just get, like Vial said his goggles failed him at
Millville.
High Point, Red Bud, I don't know. And then Dave from 100%'s like, what do you mean your goggles failed you? Like, what happened? Like, I didn't hear about this, but he told the public that. Southwick. And then he wrote back and goes, I just got roosted really hard. Well, so the goggles didn't fail you.
Yeah.
You just.
Well, he pulled in at Millville to get his goggles changed.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
So I'm gonna have to talk to Dave about
Poor
that.
Dave. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Before we let you go, Phil, once again, we're gonna bring our privateer hero buddy, Alex Ray, on. What's up, A Ray?
Yo, what up?
You got a question for Phil at all? Anything?
Hey, Ray.
Oh, dude. I mean, what can you say about Phil that hasn't already been said, dude? I mean, just a legend.
Okay,
right?
so Phil will do an O'Neill ride for next year for a limited schedule. Fun World Vets 250.
All right, yeah. Hey, we always got room for Phil, man. I mean, hey,
250K.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I don't need. Yeah, that
podium.
is. Yep. Hey, O'Neill got me cheap that year too. They got lucky,
They got him cheap.
They got lucky.
Wait.
I'm sure you could pull up my contract too, A-Ray, and be like, "Fuck, really?"
What was better though, O'Neill or Moose?
As far as what?
Money.
Gear or pay?
No, the pay.
Moose for sure.
Yeah. Imagine that, O'Neill getting someone cheap. Huh.
Blew O'Neill out of the water.
Oh.
You know?
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
A-Ray, what have you been doing, dude? You've been pretty quiet, huh?
Dude, yeah, just been up here working. It's consumed my life. I'm just enjoying being home on the weekends. It's something that I haven't got to do in a long time, right? I got married.
Fuck my ass.
Got a new job. Haven't ridden much, but yeah, I'm gonna ride tomorrow. We're gonna test some bikes for Swap Moto Live, so that's gonna be fun. But yeah.
Did you ride that beta?
I'm riding it tomorroh.
Oh, okay. I saw you. Yeah, I saw you put on the story.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm super excited about that. But dude, Phil, how many times do you think that you've seen me die?
A lot. Hey, remember the year at Millville when you got in my way on a fast lap? What? No, you got in my way on a fast lap.
Yeah.
Was it that? Do you remember it after the finish line?
Yeah, no, it was the finish line. I jumped the finish line, and you were like rolling it or something, and I just landed on your swing arm.
Dude, I don't remember that. I think you got me mixed up. That must be a different Millville with somebody else, bro.
Yeah, well, dude, no, because you came off all yelling, telling me that JGR had to change the whole swing arm.
Dude, I don't know. I don't remember that part.
Hey, I bet you remember press day Glen Helen, that freaking death double in the finish line.
Oh, fuck yeah, I do.
Classic A-Ray story.
Yes, I do.
Unbelievable.
Yes, I do.
God. Dude, I don't think I hit the downside of that thing the whole weekend.
That thing was a death double, though. That should not have been there, and they left it, too. That whole design of that track belonged on Matt's skills.
It did, yeah. And then they watered the shit out of it too. On top of that, yeah.
Deadly.
All right, Philip. Thanks for your time. Good job at Millville. Really, really good ride. And yeah, we'll see you at Washougal this Friday night. So
I hate some fucking dudes. I don't know who.
Oh yeah, you got that clip. That sound clip was requested, Phil, by a lot of listeners.
What was the sound clip?
I banged some fucking dudes. I don't know who.
I banged some fucking dudes.
Hey, real quick before Phil,
fucker. Stop.
Real quick before Phil gets off the phone, I just want to share this one Phil memory. It was like 4 a.m. For press day one time whenever he was on JGR Suzuki days on 250F. He's just sitting there. They're about to get ready to go. He just starts his bike, right? Before he even puts it into gear, the thing just jumps into second gear, and he about flies off the back of the freaking rear fender. And the dude's just motherfucking his bike for 10 minutes. What the fuck? This thing's just jumping into gear.
That's his neutral was super short or small on those bikes.
Yeah, that detail was tiny.
Yeah, and then well, how many did you? Then you got hurt right away, didn't you?
That actually might have been Dallas press day when it all went south.
Yeah, because you never even made it, I don't think, right?
Yeah.
Right.
No, I mean I did race it, but fifth or sixth round, the thing. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was earlier than
press
that.
day.
Okay.
No. Yeah, 5 a.m. press for sure. Never again. That was the last one.
Thanks, Philip. Appreciate it, buddy.
All right, sounds good. See you, boys.
Take
Later.
care.
See
Good
ya.
luck. Be safe.
That's Phil Nicoletti. We brought you by Luxon Clamps. Everybody use the code to save with Luxon. Also, before we get too far, speaking of A-Ray, I've mountain biked with him out here. He ate shit on the trail with me, but he did have MTX braking pads in his mountain bike then. Maybe it was too much power. PulpMX for an introductory pulp deal is the code at mtxbraking.com. Mountain bikes, road bikes. Make your mountain bike brakes better, more power, better modulation. Power sports dealers nationwide, mtxbraking.com. A-Ray, I thought we'd talk to you real quick here on the show, by the way. Race Tech Rant, racetech.com. It was on our friend Mr. Side, or is it not?
Yeah, it's on our friend. I actually got two rants. I got two rants.
Okay.
The first one is Dark Side. You know, we seen his depression, right? But I feel like he didn't own it because he deleted it. You know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how an older guy like him starts acting like a 16-year-old chick.
Well, yeah, that's like, hey, dude, if you're gonna post about it, be all depressed, just be depressed.
Yeah.
Be depressed. Like, we'll be here for you. Like, don't take it down.
Marks, did you see this?
Like,
Marks?
I have no idea what's going on.
Okay,
right now.
all right, yeah. Dark's going through some tough times. It happens to all of us, and he put out a cryptic Instagram with the song lyrics, and then just deleted it.
Do we have a screenshot? For
Yeah, we got a
posterity?
screenshot.
I'd
We
love
got
to
a
see this.
screenshot.
Yeah.
But I'm with you, A-Ray. Don't delete it.
yeah, don't delete it. I mean, it's like talking shit on someone and not tagging them. You know what I mean? Like, right? Like, you just got to own it. You know what I mean? And my second one is like, he's not going to like this, but it's Marks. It's Marks, dude.
Oh.
You know, I've just heard a lot of negativity here lately. You know, and I want to get back to Doon Goon Marks.
What?
You know, I feel like he's just gotten too cool.
I'm not negative at all. I'm happy to
I
be
don't know,
here.
he's negative about the broadcast. He's negative about the app. He's negative about PulpMX. We got a new guy coming in there, freaking screwing up the streaming, like all this stuff, man.
Hey, we learned one thing today, though. He likes the sound of motorcycles.
I do enjoy that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Just give me
Do you
the sound of
think, hey,
motorcycles.
do you think, A-Ray, do you think like Dark, like maybe the fame is getting to him a little bit?
It might be.
What fame?
You know, whenever he was just like a nobody in East Texas, maybe that post wouldn't have got as many likes, or people wouldn't be worried about him, you know, and then he'd just be dead in one of the ditches that he's digging, you know. But now,
Well, I was
like,
talking more about Marks, but
bring him
good
up.
point. I was talking more about Marks' fame, but good point on Dark too. Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, Marks is fame too.
I don't really have
it.
any
It could
fame.
go both ways.
Darkside's
Both guys.
got fame. I don't.
Did you see the post I sent?
Oh, I didn't see it. No.
Yeah, I just put it in the group text.
Oh, all right.
So he, you know, he's going like we feel for our buddy Jamie.
Right.
Not
We
having
do.
the greatest time in his life. But
oh, darn it.
to post it and then delete it, like that's like crying out for, look at me. You know?
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah.
You know, Skip can't relate. Skip doesn't put things on Instagram.
I don't post it. I don't have to worry about it then.
A-Ray, are you coming up here for the Vegas SMX?
I am. Yeah.
Okay, well, you're going to go to Huddle Brewery on Saturday night.
Oh, yeah. Man, I tried one of those. I think it was whenever I was there for the show last time, man. Those things were good.
Oh, awesome. I
Sucking them
appreciate that.
Yeah.
I can't wait to go. It's going to be a good time.
Yeah, we'll have fun.
That whole weekend's going to be great. Just motorcycles.
You can't
all weekend.
undo all
Yeah.
of this. You can't do that.
Tits, do you agree with
Yeah, you
A-Ray?
cannot
Do
do
you
it,
do you
dude.
agree with
I actually don't, but that's because I feel like I've been rubbing off on Travis, like all my negativity
Yeah.
and long shows and everything like that. But he and I are on the same team, so sorry, A-Ray.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know,
fired.
I guess I'm just crazy. I'm just out there with my rant. But
Well, you're-
hey, we're actually doing speaking of race tech, we're actually doing a comparison tomorrow on the on one of the new KTM's it's the
you're doing the conversion
Colt
kit?
version?
The
conversion kit
Yep.
versus the Air. So
Wow.
yeah, we're going to be doing something like that for race tech. So shout out those boys.
Dude, from what I hear, the conversion kits are, you know, the bomb for KTM's.
Yes,
Ask
yes.
Chase
I rode
Sexton.
it once, but I didn't check the sag or anything like that. I just kind of just bolted it on. We just ran it like that, and dude, I was very surprised with how well it worked. So
Yeah.
I'm excited for tomorrow.
Racetech.com. Tell them you listen to Pulp. Get a Pulp Show discount. Racetech Rant, A-Ray. 2 of them coming in hot. 1 of them on Marks. And you're coming in studio soon, so it could be awkward.
I think I'm going to be gone that
It
week.
is. It's going to be real awkward because I mean I feel like I'm coming with Dark Side. So
Yeah.
you know.
So you got Dark mad at you. You got
Oh no,
Mark's
Dark's
mad
not
at
mad
you.
at me. We just want him to own it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just own it, dude.
Nick will be in that week.
Yeah.
The new Nick?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Thanks, A-Ray. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you. Oh, wait. Hey, what's the mood down at Enjoy the Ride that you've lost Colt Nichols now? He's got to wear a fly.
We'll live. You know, it sucks. You know, I'm sure he won't be enjoying the ride as much.
I
You
think
know,
he'll be enjoying the ride more. But
you know, on the Suzuki versus Beta. I don't know. We'll see. I wanna see how that Beta is tomorrow. Obviously, it's the production version, but I wanna feel that rideability. So.
All right. Well, let me know.
Yeah.
Let me know because
Right,
Kiefer gave me his review. So.
Okay.
Of the
All
Beta.
right. We'll compare notes.
There you go.
That's right.
Thanks, buddy.
All right.
See
Later,
you.
guys.
Take care.
Race Tech Rant of the Night brought to you by Alex Ray. Who knew? Yeah. Who knew?
So all that time I was doing PulpMX fantasy positivity campaigns,
No.
it really needed to just be me.
Yeah, I think so.
Nobody told me.
That positivity campaign went like 3 weeks.
It didn't last. I don't even know if it lasted that long.
I don't know either.
We're gonna
I
spark
think
it back
half
up.
a show is what you got.
Yeah.
I was so fucking mad at your game.
I'm mad
this
at
weekend.
it like every week. So
Yeah.
I mean, welcome.
All right, Colt Nichols still coming up. David Vuillemin as well. Go to commercial break here on the PulpMX show. We got the tweet at Tits segment as well. Talk some more Millville. Look ahead to Washougal with the great Skip Norfolk. Maybe, just maybe, we can get a couple stories out of Uncle Skip.
We can talk
A couple
a little
stories.
bit,
Yeah. All right, we'll be right back after this break. Everybody, thanks for listening.
God bless.
25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motosport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Here's to 25 years of never missing a ride. To celebrate 25 years of greatness, Motosport and KTM are teaming up to give away a 2024 KTM 250 SX 2-stroke. Don't miss out on weekly prizes and check out the bike at each round of the Pro Motocross Championship. Scan the QR code on the bike during the broadcast or enter online at motosport.com/win. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motosport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at worksconnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Rocky Ridge Trucks, your ultimate off-road vehicle capable of getting down and dirty. Rocky Ridge has a rich history and has been building custom vehicles since 1983. Proudly partnering with the finest OEMs including Chevrolet, GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan, and Ram, we bring you the ultimate turnkey custom truck on the market. Each vehicle is easily financed through your local dealership and, best of all, retains the factory warranty. Say goodbye to the hassles of DIY customization. No more waiting for parts, compromising ride quality, or risking voiding your warranty. Drive the vehicle you've always dreamed of today. Join the Built for the Bold family at RockyRidgeTrucks.com.
Factory Chassis Parts, established in 2018, is the home of the original high-performance FCP racing engine mount kit, designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. Used by top-level racers and race teams worldwide, including Phoenix Honda, Justin Starling, the F&H MXGP Kawasaki team, Rock River Yamaha, and many more. CNC machined parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. They are easy to install and bring drastic improvements right away. Stop by fcpracing.com to learn more and order today.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO. I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson. I'm Aaron Plessinger. I'm Darren Martin. I'm Nate Thrasher. I'm Shane McElrath. I'm Hunter Lawrence. My name's Jett Lawrence. I'm Jordan Smith. I'm Tal Hawkins. Stargate Hampshire. I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Jiren Ferrandis, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2024 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle, and then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motorsport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Here's to 25 years of never missing a ride. To celebrate 25 years of greatness, Motosport and KTM are teaming up to give away a 2024 KTM 250 SX 2-stroke. Don't miss out on weekly prizes and check out the bike at each round of the Pro Motocross Championship. Scan the QR code on the bike during the broadcast or enter online at motosport.com/win. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motosport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Rocky Ridge Trucks, your ultimate off-road vehicle capable of getting down and dirty. Rocky Ridge has a rich history and has been building custom vehicles since 1983. Proudly partnering with the finest OEMs including Chevrolet, GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan, and Ram, we bring you the ultimate turnkey custom truck on the market. Each vehicle is easily financed through your local dealership and, best of all, retains the factory warranty. Say goodbye to the hassles of DIY customization. No more waiting for parts, compromising ride quality, or risking voiding your warranty. Drive the vehicle you've always dreamed of today. Join the Built for the Bold family at RockyRidgeTrucks.com.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle, and then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling, looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch Start Device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at WorksConnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO. I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson. I'm Aaron Plessinger. I'm Jerry Martin. I'm Nate Thrasher. I'm Shane McElrath. I'm Hunter Lawrence. My name's Jet Lawrence. I'm Jordan Smith. I'm Tal Hawkins. Stargate Hampshire. I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Jiren Ferranges, and I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve Advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Factory Chassis Parts, established in 2018, is the home of the original high-performance FCP racing engine mount kit, designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. Used by top-level racers and race teams worldwide, including Phoenix Honda, Justin Starling, the F&H MXGP Kawasaki team, Rock River Yamaha, and many more. CNC machined parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. They are easy to install and bring drastic improvements right away. Stop by fcpracing.com to learn more and order today.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a two-stroke or a four-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2024 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for watching and listening. Steve Mathis. That's Skip Norfolk. Guy was pretty good at being a mechanic time to time. Won some races, Skip?
We were fortunate. We won a couple.
Won a few races? Yeah. Coming up with Colt Nichols and David Vuillemin as well here on the PulpMX show. I want to thank the folks at Decal Works. They're bringing you the 7 o'clock hour. DecalMX.com. Use promo code PulpMX24 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons. Their mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Thank you to DecalMX.com. And great guys, and the Red Bull KTM using them as well. Marks, what do you have to say about, after the reflection during the commercial break, about these words that A-Ray had?
I've had some Chick-fil-A. I'm no longer hangry, and I'm gonna turn this ship around.
You are?
Yep, I'm gonna turn this ship around.
Why?
And then I'm gonna turn it around again and just keep doing what I was doing.
There you go. That's it.
That's my reflection. Take it or leave it.
Wow. There you
Suck
go,
it, A-Ray.
Yeah, suck it, A-Ray. All right. So thanks to the folks at Decal MX for bringing you the 7 o'clock hour. Shout out Randy Richardson. Did you hear about FMIP making Loretta's?
Oh, really?
He's in.
Oh, awesome.
He's at the ranch. So
heck yeah.
plus 70 class, I think, or something like that. Yeah, plus 70. Plus 70C class.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
We'll have fun.
Thanks to the folks at Michelin. You're going to have Michelin Starcross 6s on the back of his high-revving Husky 2-stroke that he's got. MichelinMan.com/motorcycle to learn more about the complete offering of Michelin motorcycle tires. They also have a brand new E-Wild mountain bike tire out right now, and I'm sad to say that I sliced it the other day. I only have maybe 100 miles on it and sliced it, and so I have to change it.
Do you know anybody?
I've got a spare.
Okay.
But now I'm going to have to hit him up sooner than that. But listen, it wasn't the tires' fault. It's the rocks out here in Vegas. But the new E-Wild, working really good. They've redesigned them for e-bikes. And so check that out for mountain bike tires. And, of course, the Starcross 6. And, of course, as well, sport bike tires and things like that. MichelinMan.com. Skip, I did want to touch you a little bit about the first time we've had you in since the Nationals have started. Underperformance a little bit. Underperforming guys. A few of them caught your eye?
Yeah, I think if we go on the lights class, I think Joe's probably up there. Joe's probably top of the list, and or more so maybe even Pierce.
Yeah.
I think those guys, for whatever reason, they can't get out front.
Yeah.
Joe got out front in the first moto and rode well.
Yeah.
Rode really well.
He won Southwick second moto too. So
that was impressive.
Yeah.
That was impressive.
He's done that, but he's created this hole in the points that he always does, and now he's over 60 points back.
Yeah, it just seems to be hit and miss, and it all seems to be related to where he starts.
Yeah. Pierce is going to Star next year. I don't know if you knew that or not. So that might just be a change of scenery guy. He's been with the same team, same bike, same people for a long time. That might be a guy that could, benefit from that.
There's no question the dude can ride a dirt bike, but he just for whatever the reasons are, his planets have not aligned.
Yep. And 450 wise?
I think Anderson. I think
good race from this weekend.
This weekend he was fast.
Yeah.
But he had a very small window of where that speed was, and
it's been a down year for him, really.
And he's been doing it. I look back, he's been doing it a long time at a really high level.
Yeah, he's 31 now. I think.
So that's, you just wonder, how much longer. I know his heart and his mind will let him do it, but maybe the body's getting a little worn out. I think. I don't know.
Yeah,
he's with a great team. It's not.
Yeah,
so.
At this point, Anderson is a potential podium top 5 guy.
Top 5 guy, I think.
Yeah.
I don't. He had his chance for the podium and didn't quite work out. But
I just mean indoors and out. His level. You know,
he's still at a high level.
Yeah. Between Anderson and Mookie and Barsha, we're going to start seeing some turnover here. Of these guys.
Yeah, I want to see. I want to see him get a podium. Mookie.
Oh yeah, Malcolm.
I just want to see Malcolm get on the podium. I mean, you kind of. Man, he just seems to have that 3/4 of the way moto. He has some little hiccup that takes him, out from what he's been putting together.
Yeah.
So
him, I did a stat last show. I didn't count Millville, but before Millville, there had been 12 motos each, 24 motos total. Malcolm and Ferrandis, 24 motos together, 18 of 24 from 6th to 9th. So basically, it's the top 5, and you're kind of paying attention. You're like, okay, top 5s, and then you maybe miss the next group of factory guys, which are those guys, and then you look at the privateers.
Yes,
so in a point to me and to many fans, they've been invisible a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah,
I mean, lately, that 3rd place or 4th place is 20, 25 seconds back.
Yeah.
So
yeah. No, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, let's get some phone calls here. Ben is on 4. What's up, Ben? What's your question, man?
Hey, I got 2 questions. One for the best mechanic of all time, and
that's for you, Steve.
That'd be for me.
Yeah, that's for me.
Is for you, Mathis.
Mm-hmm.
Second question is for you, Mathis. So, Skip, really quickly, earlier we heard discussions about the primary gear. I'm curious, what is that, and how much work is it to change out?
Well, it's your primary drive is off the crankshaft and your clutch basket. Those 2 gears, and that's something now that those guys have in their tool in their arsenal to go ahead and make changes. And Phil explained it, absolutely the best. It doesn't upset your chassis.
Yeah, and on the clutch basket, you have it's riveted, so you got to break off the rivets, and everybody does that when they have aftermarket clutches. But production bikes are quite a pain in the ass to change.
The first time, yeah.
Yeah, the first time.
The pro motors don't have to split the cases.
No, it's all the primary. The clutch cover basically comes off, and you have access to all of that.
Got it. And then Mathis, for you, I know you visited many team pits over the years. So who is the GOAT of team truck drivers?
That's a tough question, right? There's been a few guys that have been doing it a long time. Certainly Brian Barnhart is one of the senior guys, and he does a good job. Skip, you worked with Big B over the years, a couple different years. He does a really good job. Basically, it's kind of what Phil said. You got to be there to do anything and everything. Hey, we need a ditch dug for the water that's pouring in our pit. Hey, we need to cook some food. Hey, we got to clean the truck out. It's a mess. It's all that stuff, and then you got to drive it, of course, right? So
Yeah, and those guys, when you have someone there that everything's ready when you show up and everything's ready to go, so you can crank out whatever work you need to crank out. It's one of those things that when you get the opportunity to experience somebody that's at a high level doing it, it makes your life so much easier. We had
a guy, I worked on one team with a guy, he used to say NIC to anything, not in contract. To him, driving the truck was it. He wouldn't help us set up, tear down, pick up people from the airport. I think he would barely cook. Like all of us used to go to the manager and be like, dude, can this guy? Like, he sucks. He would just be NIC, not in contract. And we're like, you suck, dude. Like, you got all this team working together and pulling the rope, and there's one guy. He would literally sit and drink Coors Lights. He would just sit there and drink Coors Lights.
That makes it tough.
It is. So, thanks, Ben. Thanks for the call, man.
Hey, can I give a shout-out to the best quad national mechanic I've ever had?
Yes.
Go Leon. Busty Justy, Boulay, and Goldberg. Thank you, team.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Lucas is on one. What's up, Lucas? What's up, Lucas?
I was just, hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. I was regarding Deegan at Millville. Like, I was there last year standing up on the upper hill when he had the points lead, and he kind of fell apart. Do you think that there's got to be a difference at Millville, because he did do awesome in the second moto, but it just looks like he's too aggro for that track. So I haven't been to any other ones. We raced amateur day there, and sorry, Phil, we were in the VIP tent for free. But
I don't know. He crashed at Southwick too while he was leading, right?
Yeah, like he did that. So do you think he'll probably put some extra effort in? Is there something different about Millville compared to other tracks where his aggro style doesn't work? Because it seems like last year the bike was really tight. He wouldn't shift, and Cooper was getting away from him. He kind of fell apart. First moto, he did that and then came back. Second one, he charged, but it seems like he's maybe going to be limited to fifth if he keeps. I don't know. I've never been to those other tracks.
I don't think it's anything to do with Millville. I think he's just loose as what works for him. I talked to David Bailey. I did a podcast with David Bailey about 3 weeks ago, and I said it reminds me of Ricky, his first few years.
For sure.
And Dave is like, totally agreed with me. Yeah. Like, he's ragged but fast,
super fast, yeah.
So the scary part is that I don't think he's figured it out yet, and
he's
doing what he's doing.
Yeah.
It's scary.
He's going to smooth out, right?
Man.
So,
I know.
Lucas, I don't think anything to do with Millville. It's just the way he is.
I think I saw him do that on the practice part, too, because he was rev limiter, riding ragged, kind of going slow, and then he smooths out, and, it's kind of scary because he can adjust. So I noticed that as well.
Yeah.
I brought that up to Combs because he was in our thing, too. I don't think that made him real happy. He kind of walked away from me after that.
Brought it up to who?
But Davey, he was sitting in the tent. We got some pretty cool passes because my friend's brother is like a captain of the space station, and he got some cool stuff from Roger, so I got to tag along. But that was a pretty awesome experience.
Cool, man. Glad you enjoyed it. Thanks, Lucas. Thank you, man.
Yep, bye.
Appreciate it. Thank you. 3 is Tyler. What's up, Tyler?
Hey, how you doing tonight?
Good.
Good. I thought it would be a cool idea. You want to do this whole shot challenge, right, with the Hondas?
Yeah.
And JT said he'll totally race you or start you. Wouldn't it be cool to introduce the new fly gear with JT, do all the practice starts in a whole different outfit every time, launch the 2025 gear with this whole shot challenge on the Hondas?
Yeah, I think it's great. The problem we have is just Lars. We got to get Lars to let us have a race bike.
Listen, I think if you have Skip call him.
Okay.
Hasn't he worked for Honda for a long time?
Yeah, Skip. Can you call Lars?
I'll jump right on that.
Yeah.
I just think that's a cool way to introduce the fly gear. You got Chan Timus on Honda. It'll be a great way to do it.
Okay, I'll pass it on, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. 2025 fly gear launching this Thursday.
That'll be good.
Here's my thing, Skip. My whole shot challenge.
Okay.
Those Hondas are so good. And Hunter and Jet are amazing riders. Don't get me wrong. I want to get on the bike, on one of their bikes, get data, works connection start device, blocks, start map, RPM light, Honda factory ECU, all the stuff. And then I want to start against like, okay, so the premise is I'm not a very good rider. I'm just
There's that. That's a fact.
Yeah, that's a premise.
Yeah, that's.
So I want to get me on their factory bikes versus a great. I'm on a great, everything. Versus like Kiefer or Lars or like a good rider.
Yeah.
And then my premise is I will outjump them on that factory Honda, even though I'm a shitty rider.
What's the measuring? How far out?
I don't know. We haven't figured that part out.
You know,
Lars is actually thinking about doing this too.
No, because I think Lars does I think he does a great job, and understanding the balance of what you're talking about versus what ultimately he's got to get done with the team. So
yeah, so we're gonna try to work this out.
I think that'd be a cool story.
And then I am going to, because of the bike. I mean, I need some practice starts. I'm not going to do it right away. I need to practice starts on this thing. But if you tell me that I rev the bike, I'm in a start map, and I rev the bike till that light comes on, and I'm on blocks, and I have my front end down all the way. I mean, I'm just going to be able to beat Chris Kiefer off of the gate. Let's say Chris or Lars or a good rider. They're going to be on a production bike.
Okay.
So they're on a production bike. I'm on the factory bike.
Okay.
Hey man, you beaten off?
That's the goal.
That'd be the launch it down.
Okay.
You might have a chance.
Thank you. Let's talk to our next guy about a factory Honda too, but also about his new ride.
Yes, I have been looking forward to this conversation.
Renthal.com, a fraction of a second, a few grams, a couple of millimeters, it all counts. Welcome to the winning world of Renthal. Renthal Works Fit Tool, the best place to learn and determine what bend you are looking for. The inventory locator as well on the USA. They got their mountain bike parts now are available in power sports dealers, so mountain bike stems and bars and flat pedals and all of that. Renthal's got a really powerful presence in the mountain bike world. So Renthal.com. This gentleman has probably used Renthal a time or two in his career, and now he's going to talk about his new Twisted Tea Suzuki ride. It's Colt Nichols. What's up, Colt? How are you, man?
We're doing good, Steve. How are things on your end?
I'm good, man. Skip Norfolk's here, the legend.
The legend, Skip Norfolk.
What's
Skip,
happening?
how are we?
I'm excellent. And you?
I think the last
Doing
time
good,
I
man.
saw Colt, he had a Washougal 96 T-shirt on with Jeremy on the front. I think, a retro shirt.
I think it was.
Yeah.
Yep, I think it was.
Hey, so Colt, you rode
Legendary.
factory Honda. So here's what I
Yes,
want to
sir.
do. You've seen these Lawrence brothers. I mean, they're phenomenal riders, Colt. I'm not going to say they're not great riders. They are.
Some would say, yeah, they're pretty decent. You know what I mean?
But they are pulling every single start, indoors and out, no problem, right? And I've been telling Lars, I'm like, you guys are doing something. You got something figured out. You're not cheating. Don't get me wrong. They're not cheating. You got ECUs. You got start maps. You got all that shit going on. And obviously the Lawrences are great. But I'm a shitty rider. So I want to start, Colt, on one of the Lawrence's bikes. And I said, well, first I got carried away and I challenged Hunter. And that was just my emotions getting a hold of me. So I'm going to pull that offer back. But I want to, like Lars or Kiefer, or like a good rider, like not your level, but a good rider on a production bike, me on the Lawrence's bike, Colt, and I guarantee you I will get the start because that bike is so good. And you know this off the start.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty unbelievable, honestly. Like, even whenever I rode the bike in Supercross, like, we got to a point where I told Lars at the practice track, I was like, dude, I swear you could put a monkey on this thing and just tell it, drop the clutch and go, and it could get a whole shot. Like, I felt like I could whole shot from anywhere. I don't know why. Just the power delivery, the way the clutch system is, I don't know. It just hooks up and then goes, and it's so easy to keep the front end down. And on every other bike, every other 450, it's like impossible to keep the front end down. So whatever they have going on over there, it's clearly working. And obviously the Lawrence brothers have it perfected, to a T. But that thing is unreal out of the gate. It's pretty amazing.
I just texted Lars that Colt said a monkey could get a start on your bike. So, So
there's this chance, Steve. There's a chance.
I'm the monkey.
No, he's better than you.
Oh, the monkey's better than me?
Yes, the monkey's better than you.
Listen, because I would never be able to pull a start on Kiefer or Lars or, a good rider in my life. I just couldn't. I'm not that good of a rider. But on a factory HRC with the light and the maps and the grate and the start device and everything else, I'm in it. So,
I mean, you got a chance for sure. If you got a chance on any bike, I would say that's probably the one to do it with for sure.
So Lars is actually, Colt, he's actually entertaining this. We may try to do this at some point.
Oh my God, I love this.
We're working on that. Anyways, welcome to the show. Thank you for the time tonight. And yeah, big news. You really made some news. And I'll be honest, Colt, I was surprised. You didn't have a great Supercross season, but the new bike, new team. It was coming along, some good, some bad, and you had another year on your deal. You could have stayed there for a Supercross only. It's probably decent money, but you're picked up with the Twisted Tea guys. Let's just start, take us through sort of leaving Beta, how those guys were, and then getting the call from Dustin to jump on the Twisted Tea bike.
Yeah, it's I guess I'll try to make it as short as I can. I mean, first and foremost, I'm super excited to be a part of this team. I mean, I've always talked to these guys ever since I was moving up to 450. We've always been in that conversation with Hep and Dustin, and so to finally be a part of the team is honestly really cool. And it's just a huge thank you to the guys that I was currently with, O'Neill, HJC on the personal side, that let me pursue this opportunity. That was huge, and they definitely didn't have to do that. But they're such good people, dude. Frank and Mark and all the guys at O'Neill are really, really awesome people. George at HJC, everyone there was just great, and let me out of those deals to pursue this. And it was kind of weird the way it happened, honestly. The Beta deal was, it was a 2-year deal. It was some good money. It was, I thought, all right, even leaving even Salt Lake, I was like, hey, man, we, trials and tribulations. We had a lot of ups, a lot of downs, more downs than ups, throughout Supercross. It was frustrating, for sure. But at the end of the day, I thought we were kind of trying to, check some things off the list, and it was getting a little bit better. And, a few weeks after, we were just still having a few little things that were going on, and, within the team, the bike, things like that. And they felt like they wanted to kind of go a little different direction with me for the next year. And, that ultimately led to me just being like, dude, well, maybe we need to go a whole nother direction with the thing in general, So kind of a weird deal, honestly. But I wish those guys the best, and even with Benny, it was fun having Benny as a teammate, and I've known Benny for years, and he obviously rode the thing really, really well, and that was cool to see. It really was, because Benny's finally riding to his potential, and I thought, honestly, doing really damn well on the thing. Dude, it was cool to see. He was riding so good. I mean, I've watched him ride for so many years that now I'm just like, dude, finally, Jesus Christ, dude, pull your head out of your ass. You couldn't be doing this, for years, and just to see him finally riding and, actually to his potential was really cool, and I was really happy for him. And even the rest of the team, my mechanic Taylor, I brought him on board to Beta. He was my guy for World Supercross the year before, and it was sad, leaving, but it was it really was a mutual thing. They kind of wanted to do a different direction, and so was I. And that's kind of the way it went. Yeah. And
I thought this was more like
weird.
I thought this was more like, hey, we still want. You're like, hey, I gotta go. But it really was kind of mutually, is what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it surprisingly, yeah. I mean, a lot of people, kind of take that for what it is, and they just see what they see on Instagram nowadays. That's the world we live in. But there was a lot of stuff that went on behind the scenes, and things that we could obviously go into, but we won't. But I mean, it was just kind of a weird deal, and we both walked away just saying, hey, I wish you the best moving forward, and that was that. No animosity. I feel like on both sides, and it just didn't work. Sometimes you try things and it just doesn't line up with what you thought it was going to be, and vice versa. So
we just had Christian on, and his switch to Husqvarna for whatever reason, injuries, and hasn't worked. The steel frame, the bike, his injuries. Hasn't worked for him, and I told Christian the same thing. I put you in that spot too. You're better than what you showed. It just didn't work. After the races, I'd say hey man, does it help? I'd say to Colt, hey, look at Benny. Look at his qualifying times. Does that help? And Colt's just be yeah man, I'm not 6'4", and I'm not nothing. None of Benny's stuff would work for Colt.
Well, no, because you were injured at the time, probably when a lot of all that development or figuring things out was taking place. So, and definitely two different bodies. That's for sure.
Well, I mean, it's just weird the way those things work. I mean, dude, obviously I train with Will, and I mean, he would tell you the same thing. Dude, he just got onto a factory Cowie that RV just went and dominated on, and he was just whoa, holy shit. This isn't what I thought it was going to be. But if you go a certain direction with a bike and a team, and another guy hops on it, it doesn't suit sometimes. It took me a long time to adjust to the Honda, and Chase was winning on the damn thing, and obviously the Lawrence brothers win on it every single weekend. So it just took me a while. Then at the end, I finally started to be dude, I actually feel really comfy on this thing. This bike's awesome. But it takes time, and unfortunately, I was a little injured and beat up. But like I said, that's not to take anything away from Benny or the rest of the team or anything. He did an awesome job. He really did.
If you had come in healthy at the start, would things have been different? Was it just too much because you're trying to get yourself back? You got this new bike that you're not comfy with. Would things have been different?
Yes and no, because we were throwing a few curveballs right before A1 to defend myself and Benny a little bit.
Yep.
Just some things with the bike and things that we didn't really foresee coming. And so for Benny to even struggle at the beginning, I don't think people really understood what was kind of thrown at him at the beginning of the series. And so honestly, for him to bounce back and to just kind of keep sticking with it and keep building was cool to see, for my end, 'cause I was like, that's all I want to do, is just to keep kind of building and learn this thing as we go. And I thought he did a really good job of it. But it's tough to say. I mean, I would have loved to say yes, that for sure, not getting injured would have helped a lot, and just getting to race and do all that. But we still would have been faced with some problems. There's no doubt about it. But not necessarily anyone's fault. It was just the cards that I think we were dealt. So.
Yeah, no, we saw the switch, the exhausts and all that, and ECU issues or whatever early on, right? And John Short had some problems too. But well, listen, to mutually part ways with your team in July and end up on Twisted Tea, who didn't have any injuries, they found a spot for you is pretty good timing and fortune. And like you said, you and Dustin Pipes and Aaron, you guys made this work. So nice landing spot for you.
Oh, huge. Yeah. I mean, they're just really good people, I've known Aaron and Dustin from when Bogle was there, and good dudes, ironically enough, just being around them a little bit I didn't know them really well, but they were just super nice people, just nice people that I thought I could work and be around. And Larry Brooks being there was a huge selling point, and obviously being teammates with Ken is pretty damn cool. So, the whole thing was it just felt like it was going to work. And then I finally got to ride the bike, and I was pumped, dude. Like, the whole thing just came together at the right time, and I get to go race. And, I looked at this whole thing as just a big bonus. Like, hey, dude, I get to kind of shake down this bike quite a few times before we go race in 2025. And, hopefully get an opportunity to go race World Supercross if that's a thing, and moving forward, and SMX and all that stuff. So I was excited. I was just blown away that they were able to make this happen and wanted me there bad enough. I thought that was really cool. It's always a cool feeling to be wanted.
Absolutely.
So it was, it was nice. I'm really glad it worked. It was just a cool deal.
I said earlier that you'd be at Washougal, but starting at Unadilla for these guys, right? That's the plan.
I think so. Yeah. We were trying to make Washougal just to do it, because then there's a big break. We can kind of see where we are. But I mean, today was my, I think, 5th or actually maybe 6th day on the bike. So it's still early, So that might have been pushing it a little much, trying to do Washougal. Not necessarily going to rule it out, but more than likely, we'll be Dilla trying to move forward there.
Hey, Brooks is intense, dude. Wait till you start. He was my manager for a little bit. He's going to help you. He's going to scare you, but he's going to help you.
Yeah, and I honestly was pumped on that, because I'm like, dude, I mean, I came from Star as Bobby Reagan. I didn't really get much scarier than that, So I think it's great, and Larry's passionate. Like, dude, he loves this stuff. Like, even he's came to the track with me a few days, just me and him, and it's just cool. Getting to kind of bullshit and bench race a little and talk about the old days and stuff. And dude's just been around for so long. He's got so much knowledge and so much passion, for what he does. I thought that was really, really cool.
So you're
I'm just pumped.
You're like 40 back in the SMX points. I have to believe this is a goal for you to get in there.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to. That obviously the biggest goal is just to try and get some data for the next season, whatever that means.
Yep.
But we'll race and then see where we are. And that LCQ is probably going to suck, but if we got to do it, we got to do it. It is what it is, So Phil did it last year. So I mean, that's the goal. I think, to just get some data, see where we are, and I know we're going to have to go back to the drawing board a little bit and work on some stuff. But overall, dude, it's been a really fun few, I guess, a week now or so since we've been going on this thing, and it's been cool. I've been super pumped on it.
Expectations? Where do you see yourself at Unadilla?
Tough to say. I honestly don't know. I know how I feel, like just getting to ride consecutively for the past week or so has been really fun, and a nice little change here. I've been off the bike for a little while, so for me, just trying to stack some data, and whatever that puts me is where I put me. I literally am just going to go in with zero expectation. I have no idea what that means. But I know where I want to be, like I want to try and get back and, be a top 10 single digit, guy, and move forward. But dude, I've only raced one outdoor before. That was Washougal last year on a 450. So, we got to kind of keep the expectation a little low and just kind of see where we are.
What did you do, like 12-12 or something, or 12-11, something like that, right? Washougal last year?
Where's that? 10-10.
10-10, yeah, okay. So, yeah, not too bad. You answered a couple of my questions about, and I knew this, but for the listeners, you do have a 2025 deal, right? This is for all of next year, the deal?
Yeah. So at the moment, they're still trying to work through a few things contract-wise, just to try and make sure we're set in stone. But yes, that was mutually agreed with both of us. This is just kind of to get us going right now to say, hey, like, we want to move forward and at least get these races in, just so you can race, and then we'll figure the rest out as we go, and that's kind of what we did. So.
And then World Supercross, you mentioned that. Do you want to do that? Did they ask you about that? What's your thoughts on that? Because it's in the fall, obviously, pick it up this year.
Yeah, we haven't really discussed it too much. Okay. I would like to do it. There was like a mention of it since they are locked in with that series still to go, obviously with Ken going. If it's an option, I would love to do it. I don't know if it is or not. That's something we need to obviously discuss. But, dude, I would love to be a part of it. I had fun last year. It's just more opportunity for me to race and get to travel the world. I mean, why the hell not? It'd be cool.
Exactly.
Yeah, it'd be so much easier come A1 if you got a couple of gate drops underneath of you. That's for sure.
Oh, it'd be huge, yeah. I mean, just for data for Supercross and all that kind of stuff. I know they left off in a good spot with Ken, and obviously the bike is capable for sure, and I just want to get some gate drops on it. It's never the same when you're just riding it. Until you go race it, then anything that's going to be a problem, it always rears its head then. So I'm kind of like, well, we need to race, and just kind of see what we need to work on or if we do, and go from there. So, yeah, if I have an opportunity, I would love to do it. I think it'd be fun.
Renthal.com, bringing you Colt Nichols here on the show. Please check out Renthal, official bars and sprockets of Honda and Cowie and Red Bull KTM and so on and so forth, Renthal.com. Colt, obviously, your bike has a Kickstarter. People make fun of it, and they haven't changed the bike much over the years, and there is that. But then Kenny's won races on it, and it is a solid bike. So what's your initial takeaways of the Suzuki RMZ?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was pumped, dude. Even the first day riding it, I was like, okay, I get it. Kickstarter, you hear all the bullshit about it, but I'm like, dude, this is a solid bike, it really is. Like, it was solid. I thought it handled well. It turns extremely well. It felt light in riding it, in the air. Felt like I could throw it around the way I wanted to, and I just felt like I could get comfortable on it, which was a good feeling. The Beta has a pretty wide tank, and the actual bike feel, like in between your legs, was a little bit vague. So for this thing, I just feel really connected to it. It felt really movable, and I was pumped on it the first day I rode it. So now moving forward, obviously we're trying to pick it apart as we go, but you have to put in that time to do that. And it kind of sucks. Like I hate having to switch and be on different bikes. Everyone's like, dude, you rode every brand, and I'm like, well, it's not my choice. It is what it is. This is where I'm at. So. But dude, I'm pumped. It's mainly the staff. Like they have so much data. If you haven't changed the bike in 6 years, you probably got some good data on it. So it's like, well, that's a huge plus. And we didn't have any of that this past season. With a brand new bike, brand new team. So
no, that's an interesting point because you had a team that had zero data, right? and a brand new to a team that that machine, to your point, hasn't changed to where they haven't had to go out and figure a new change out and get it right. So, there's the shopping mall when you go down there and you're going for all your parts and what you need to find yourself. It's there, and all those parts have been proven.
Yeah, that's the part that's really nice, and then you have to look at obviously what Ken has done and then what they've done to make him happy and just say, okay, well, I think you can trust that, like it's not like Ken is not capable or anything. Like the dude wins races every single year. He's one of the best I've ever seen ride a dirt bike. So for Larry and that whole team, Dustin and Aaron, everyone to do what they've done with Ken and, just to see the progression that the team has made from, 5 years ago to now is crazy. And, just the data is huge. You don't realize how that is. I mean, I listened to Joey talking to you, I think, about, data with the Triumph and, working through things and going to new tracks and you don't have it and this and that. It's like, it's a really big deal, and Triumph has such an experienced staff. So it's like, it's crazy, like you just don't think about those kind of things until you're faced and you're in that position. You're like, damn, like I wish we had something to lean on a little bit. So for me, it's cool. It's a little more reassuring, I think, And then if you feel good with the bike and you like it and you like what's underneath you, then everything else seems to kind of come together pretty well. And right now, I really like where I'm at, dude. I'm happy. Being with the team I'm on, the bike I'm riding, I'm happy. And if you're happy, that's all that matters. So
a lot of people talk about, and you mentioned this, Colt. A lot of people talk about Suzuki turning. The thing turns. Yeah.
Yeah, it turns almost too good. You almost have to try to straighten it out a little bit at times. It turns phenomenal. I was blown away. Felt like I could, do some of the things I was more accustomed to doing. And, I rode a Cowie a lot growing up, and even last year for the SMX stuff. And, some of the stuff that I liked about it, it still felt like I could do a lot of that on this bike, which I thought was really cool. I mean, they're completely different motorcycles, don't get me wrong, but, the turning's been unreal. I feel like I can just lay into any corner, and I'm like, oh, that's a pretty nice feeling. It's cool. So I've been super pumped with the way it turns, the way it handles, and, like I said, Larry is the man. It's really cool having him at the track and just kind of going over stuff. And he's like, yeah, the boys tried it, and you can try it if you want, but you just got to know for yourself. And I'm like, yeah, that's really, really cool approach, and it's been cool working with him so far.
He's going to scare you at some point. He's going to scare you, I'm telling you.
I can't wait. Yeah, I cannot wait for it. It's going to be great.
We got some phone calls for you, Colt, here on the line. AC is on 3, not Adam Cianciarillo, but another AC. What's up, AC? What's your question for Colt Nichols?
Yeah, not Adam Cianciarillo. What's up, guys? Colt, just calling in, big backer. Just wanted to know how the growing pains are going from team to team. I know you've done it a few times, but this time you're going from probably mechanic of the decade to some new guy. Just want to know if that's been a hard transition.
Yeah, I mean the team to team is definitely. It sucks. Like I said earlier, it's not necessarily by choice a lot of the times, but it's cool. You learn new people and learn new things, and it was I had so much fun working with Mudo last year and doing all that stuff. We had such a good experience together, and he's just a fun, awesome dude to be around. He was the vibes guy for sure, and I have no idea who my mechanic's going to be on this team, but it's cool learning new personalities and seeing how you gel and all that kind of stuff. That's the fun side of it, but there can be another side of it too, but. Mainly just the bike, once the bike and you get that kind of somewhat in a sweet spot, everything else kind of seems to take care of itself and you can just focus on the racing. So yeah, growing pains does suck, but also there can be a lot of cool things about it too at the same time. So
thanks,
I'm excited for that with this
thanks,
guy.
AC. Thank you, man.
Yep. Gotcha.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bill is on 1. What's up, Bill?
Not much. How's it going?
Good. What's your question for Colt?
So 2 questions for Colt. Coming out of 250s, it seemed like there were some riders that you had covered, especially when you were on the 250 on the East Coast and Supercross, that maybe got rides that seemed better, factory rides. Is there any feeling that you were not given kind of your due justice going into the bigger bikes or team-wise?
I'm not necessarily, no. I mean, dude, I rode for Factory Honda. It doesn't get much better than that. I mean, was it a little later than I wanted and stuff like that? Yeah, but no bitterness towards anything. And, my path, even coming into the pros, was a lot different than a lot of the other guys I was racing. And, I mean, I landed where I was supposed to, and that's just the way that I feel about it. And, I'm happy where we are, for sure.
Okay. Yeah, and that Honda ride, that was cool to see on the Honda, and then you jump off that onto a stock KX for a few of the rounds at the end of the season, and you seem to do really well, some top 10s, top 5 in the last round. How's that jumping from a top-tier Honda factory bike to a stock KX with, a pipe and suspension?
Yeah, I mean, that part was, I guess, a little bit weird in a sense because, all season in Supercross, the guy was, battling for the championship and chase, and then you got the Lawrence brothers in the same semi, and there's the fans and the people. It was just chaos, and I'm just sitting here floundering around trying to get some top 10s, like a dumbass, and just try to do the best that I can. But at the time, that's where we were, and then going on to the Cowie, I was luckily enough, I got some support from the Mad Parts team through my buddy Derek, and you're parked in the back 40, and you're back with all the privateers. And it's just a different thing, but it gives you some perspective, And at the end of the day, when you put your helmet on and you show up at the gate, that's all it is. You're still just racing your dirt bike, and I was having such a good time. I had so much fun last year doing that whole program and putting it together. My poor mechanic, I probably wore him in the ground with all the shit he was having to do. But dude, it was fun. I regret nothing. I went and made some really good money. It was such a cool experience for me to do. But it was kind of weird in a sense, but also pretty cool.
I like that you spent your own money to go racing to get in this SMX thing. I like that. A lot of guys wouldn't do that. They just would sit at home and bitch and whine.
Yeah,
you know.
that's what I'm saying. We've talked
Yep.
about this before, Steve.
Yep.
You got to spend the money to make the money.
No,
We were in about $30,000. Got to do it.
Yeah, I liked it. Thanks, Bill. Thanks for the call.
Thanks.
Yep. Thank you.
Was Derek in on this bidding war that we got going here? Was Derek in on it?
Hey, we talked, we discussed.
Okay.
We discussed. No, I mean, I don't really know where Derek was with a lot of stuff, and he told me what he was trying to do and the things that he was seeking.
Yeah.
With the team, and we're always trying to make improvements and make things better. And with Dustin and those guys, it was just seemed like such a set in stone, like, hey, this is what we can do kind of program. And Derek's still trying to figure some few things out. But dude, I had so much fun working with Derek last year. It was a good experience. Him, Bubba, everyone a part of that team was really cool, and they helped me a lot last year for the SMX, and that was pretty badass. They didn't have to do that, but it was a cool deal.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, I'm not sure if you have worn Fly before, but you're in it now. How good is that Fly Formula helmet? I mean, I'm telling you, it's the best thing they make. It's a really good helmet.
Yeah, I mean, I've been pleasantly surprised with everything top to bottom. Like I said, everything is so new. I mean, new gear, helmet, bike. I mean, everything is just so new, and it's kind of cool. You get used to certain things for so long, and then you get in something new, and it's like, oh, this is kind of cool just to be in something different. But I mean, it's cool. I really like the helmet. It's been really, really good so far.
It's gonna be weird to see you. Fly 45 Hep Suzuki. It's gonna be weird.
Yeah, a little bit different for sure.
Yeah,
that is for sure.
I like it. Anything else for Colt Nichols, Skip?
You touched on it earlier. That the trust that has to be there for you guys to do what you do. Is that when you get to a different program or a different team? Is that something you get a sense of early on that this is, this I'm going to be able to trust this here quicker or earlier, or I'm not going to have a problem, or how quickly do you get the read on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you kind of hit the nail on the head there. I mean, when you have problems, I mean, whether they're out of your control or not, you still have them,
Yep.
And then it weighs on you a little bit, when you have, another problem, and you're just like, man, it kind of starts to mess with you a little bit. So coming aboard to this program, like I said, on a bike that's so proven, been around for so long, I mean, surely they got this thing figured out by now, right? Like, been quite a few years, same thing. And, it just gives you a really good reassurance, and knowing the people that are there are really, really passionate and been doing it for a long time. It just really gives me like a good sense of confidence knowing that I can go out and do my job. And I mean, it's dirt bikes, things break and shit happens, but to know that, you can kind of cross the T's and dot the I's is a really good feeling for me as a rider, for sure.
That's good to hear. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. Awesome, man. Thank you for the time, Colt. Congrats on the new gig. And we'll probably see you at Unadilla on the 45, and looking forward to it, man. Yeah. Thanks for the time. Appreciate it.
Of course. Thanks, guys. As always, I appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. That's Colt Nichols, everybody, on the new Twisted T Suzuki. Yeah.
That's going to be
That'd
cool.
be interesting to see how he does. Yeah.
He's such an interesting guy, and his personality.
Yeah.
I think he it'll bring definitely a different vibe into the team.
He was bummed out last year, even when he did okay on the beta.
Yeah.
Even when he had some good rides. I talked to him after the race, and he just wasn't happy with his riding. He wasn't happy with the bike. Just felt like it wasn't suiting him. Like he said, just
when you get there as a rider, it's a challenge.
Yeah.
On all fronts to get them out of that.
Yeah.
And if there's things on the backside that only they're privy to, that could be the hurdle or the wall. And if it's not being worked on, then it's tough.
Beta had some issues. They absolutely had some ECU issues. They had some things go wrong through the riders to the ground. That happens on all bikes, but they had some stuff. And when you don't have that proven platform, like Colt was saying, then doubts start creeping in.
Yeah,
right?
and you look at where the resources lie, and you're looking at a very small part of those resources on the team here in the U.S.
Yeah.
But who knows? I don't have an understanding of that inner working, but it's always, it can be very challenging, especially if you have a problem on Saturday and you don't get it solved. And that's a tough way to go to the starting line the next Saturday.
The one thing about the beta guys, and I wrote this and said this, and Carlin Gardner's the manager, and he's a good dude. And Brian White's involved in the motor program, I believe, who's been around for a while. But the one thing about the beta program is, to me, and I would say this to anyone, they're up in their own area in NorCal. They're not down in Southern California. They've got their own little facility, their own thing going on. And when I look over at them, I don't see a Brooks, a Bones, Ross Maeda. There's KYB on the bike.
Yeah.
I don't see people, the staff, that have been involved in title-winning, championship-winning programs before. I'm not slamming the guys that are there, but I would have liked to seen Beta USA hire a guy that's really been around the block. And really, I mean, yes, it's a brand new bike, but someone that can, hey, I've seen this problem on this. It's kind of a staff of people who don't have that much experience.
But, that's it's all going to go back to the budget they have to work with.
True. Yeah.
Because you have a certain amount of positions that have to be filled, and you're going to put the best people in place that you can based off what you have to spend.
Yeah.
And not knowing what those budgets are, but and not knowing what the resources are back at the factory.
Yeah.
And if there is that very open line of communication coming over, and you're getting,
I don't think it was from Europe. No.
Yeah, and you're getting, even if the line of communication is there, if you're not getting the information you need, especially if you have a problem that needs to be resolved, and there's not all of a sudden this team shows up from the manufacturer side and goes, okay, let's get this fixed.
Yeah.
It's a challenge for not only the riders but the staff.
Yeah.
To just go, man, you get to that point, you're going, I don't know.
Well,
that is a horrible feeling to have if you can't find a solution. I don't know. It's horrible.
And on the positive, though, is Benny put in the top 10. Benny was good. Benny, that's a great thing, and I wrote that too.
But if you look back, Benny's done that every place he's been.
Yeah.
That's Benny.
Yeah.
He has no problem going to work and putting his head down.
He can lay it down. All right, let's get to our next guest here. Brought to you by the folks at Wiseco. You speak about the Lawrence brothers at Honda and Hymus and everything else, Shimoda. They've been involved with the Wiseco program in the last few years, and they're a performance partner of those guys. They got a full range of performance components for dirt bikes, UTVs, ATVs, and more. Pulp 24, you want to get a 2-stroke, a 4-stroke piston, Garage Buddy engine rebuild kit, clutch and valve train stuff, and they've been manufacturing pistons right in the USA for over 80 years. Chances are the guy on the line has raced with Wiseco pistons. Pulp 24 is the code to save. Let's welcome friend of the show, David Vuillemin. What's up, DV?
How you doing, man?
Skip and I are here, and we got a lot of wins between us, buddy. A lot of wins.
Yes.
So does the Cobra.
Yeah, but I mean, just as mechanics, you and I.
Well, we have a lot.
Yeah, a lot of wins.
A lot. We were fortunate there.
Yeah. So, I don't know, DV. What's your thoughts on that? Skip and I. Super team. Mechanics.
Factory mechanics.
That's what we are. You all right? Are you sleeping? Or did we get you at a bad time? You seem like you're low on energy.
No.
Okay.
No, I was listening to the show, actually. I was on the couch listening to Colt for a minute to see, just to catch up a little bit.
So, your buddy Marv is working with Tom Vial. And does he just drag you out to Millville? Why did you randomly decide to go to Millville out of nowhere?
Yeah, he goes to the races with Tom, and we've been talking about me going to some of the races when his wife is not going, because sometimes she goes, and most of the time he's alone, right?
Yeah.
And so he got me tickets to go to Paula, so I went to Paula, and last week he was booking his flight to Millville, and he said, "Oh, do you like this one? We leave Thursday night, come back Saturday night. It's direct flight is $270." I'm like, I thought about it for a minute, and I said, "Oh, let's go, let's do it." So yeah, we flew, and
then were you out Saturday night? Did you get out Saturday night?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we left with a couple laps to go in the 250, and then we went down to the airport. Yeah.
So was the last time you were there when you got run over by 39 guys?
No.
Dylan, right?
I coached Dylan for a long time.
Sorry, that's really stupid of me.
Actually, the last time I went, it was 2020. Dylan won in a 250. In a 250, that was the last time. Because we talked about it over the weekend.
Track looked good, man. Looked really good, didn't it?
Yeah, always does. It's a great venue, I think, and I like the snow plower.
The little snow avalanche thing they got, whatever. Yeah,
that was great. He was going up and down that big hill in no time. That was great.
I heard that thing was like $250,000 or something.
They're not cheap.
It was some crazy number, maybe more.
Nice.
I was like,
wow. No, the truck is good. they made some changes. You know that little scrubber jump where Sexton crashed last year.
Mm-hmm.
They got rid of that like switchback chicane type of deal.
Yep.
They got rid of a few things that used to be there for a while, and they made the track a little fast. It seems like it's getting more open and more open, you know.
Sand whoops were back. They look back. They look gnarly.
Yeah, there was they were big. They were like jumpers, right?
Yep.
So usually, depending. Some years we show up and then we couldn't even jump 3. They were so big, and some years they were like just rollers. So all depends. Also, if they don't touch it after like amateur day and stuff, because during press day they look pretty like
flat,
normal,
yeah,
roller, yeah. Maybe they touched them like for the race, like they were pretty big, yeah.
Weisco Piston bringing you David Vuillemin here on the show. DV probably had the Weisco sticker on his fork guard back in France.
I never used them. Yes, yeah, maybe.
Right. Pulp 24 is a code to save with Weisco. Boy, Vial, like he was, to me, going into this season, he was 1A and 1B with Hayden for this title. I really thought they were going to be close, and man, you know, he's had some bad motos. We all saw what happened in the second moto. You had to pull in. Southwick, he got leading, going to win, goggle issues. He's really thrown some points away here. He's still ridden well, still looked great, but man, he's thrown some points away, and we're 7 rounds down. He doesn't have a win yet. Little disappointing, I think, DV for Vial.
Yeah, obviously he's a better motocross rider than Supercross.
Right.
I think he got some great circumstances in Supercross to win the title. But for me, he was favorite to win the outdoors. I didn't know about the consistency of Aiden, and also like his speed, but he's been showing like he's been amazing. So as far as Tom, I think he rides too cautious for American motocross tracks,
right.
And especially this class, 250, you gotta get into it and rev the shit of the bike.
Yep.
Like you cannot ride like you do in MXGP on tracks with like no traction, and in the USA it's traction all the time. So you gotta stop going to the inside and slow down, and obviously in 250 stop and go is really bad. Keep your momentum, hit the outside. He got passed by IMAS at Redbird like a few turns after the start, and because he was stuck on the inside, the outside was like perfect, just rarely outside. But we're not used to that. As French guys, like growing up, we don't have outsides. The outsides they don't exist,
Yeah.
So, but he needs to get better. I think he let some points go at Southwick when he crashed Sakamoto.
Yep.
He crashed. He was leading High Point, I think first moto or second. I don't remember. But there was like 3 PulpMX guys around him, which they're not that great.
Yeah.
And you're leading, you should win that race.
Yep.
Right. And then he crashed on his own, lose. And this weekend, first moto, I think that was an amazing first moto with those 4 guys.
It was great.
Right?
Yeah. Yep.
Same thing, not taking enough risk, not charging enough, kind of basing his race with the competition rather than racing his own race. I think seriously he could have won 1-1 this weekend, and first moto, like he got passed by Shimoda at one point, and then passed him back and caught up to Kitchen, and his first moto was so up and down in terms of like commitment and speed, and that's something that you don't get from Deegan, for example. Deegan, he's gonna give you 100% every time. depending of the circumstances of the race, like a bad stall or a crash or this or that, you know he's going to give 100% no matter what, if he's leading or if he's coming through the pack. And that's something Tom hasn't shown yet since he got in the U.S. He's shown some great races, but he's not doing it every time. And if you want to win outdoors is like it's tough, man.
I think you talked about it a little bit too. Is like he doesn't take full advantage when there's an opportunity.
Yeah, there was two. The second moto in front of him, there's two rookies. There's second one. There's Cochran, and there's another guy who was second.
Hymas until he pulled off early. Hymas pulled off the first.
No, Hymas was out already.
Yeah.
Di Francesco was up there.
No, it was another guy.
Okay.
I was just there. They were not that great in front of him.
Right.
And he's third. Kitchen, I think, crashed or fell over first lap. He's seventh. Deegan is down on the first turn. Shimona went in the mechanics area after one lap. It
was Bennett.
Imas did not do. It was Bennett. Yes.
Bennett,
Yep.
So you have those two guys, and then after a couple laps, you eat shit in the whoops, in the sand whoops, trying to pass Bennett. You know, you should pass those two kids in half a lap. Kind of easy, right? When you're a two-time world champ. And then he crashed one time, and there's a problem with his goggles, and that's it. And now shit the fan, and he crashed another time. He bent his, I think maybe bent his shifter or something.
Yeah, shifter. Yep.
He stopped another time, and then that was like a nightmare of a moto. But it started with his own fault because he had the opportunity. You know, he gained 2 points on Deegan first moto, and Deegan is down on the first turn. So you got to win that moto.
You do.
Right?
Yeah.
You got to win Southwick too. You got to win Southwick.
Yeah.
You won there last year. You know.
Yeah. It's kind of like a little like underwhelming season for him. He needs to show a little more, I guess. Yes.
Question for you. I just want to bench race with you. David Vuillemin on the show, fresh off Millville. What did you make of Stu's? You were at the race, but Stu broke it down on the race day live that he thinks Chase doesn't look far enough ahead, and that is why he crashes. And Stu had some examples of the telestrator out there, and then Lewis Phillips asked Chase about that after the race, and Chase said, "That's not true. I'm keeping my neck straight. I'm looking through the eye port. I'm looking, with my eyes straight ahead. I can see that." And he said he doesn't know what these people are talking about. And honestly, we talked about it on our review show. I don't know if either guy is right. I enjoy James breaking it down. It's great to hear that kind of analysis, and James is awesome as a racer. Chase can say whatever he wants, but I want to get DV's thoughts on that. Do you think that's an issue with Chase not looking ahead and looking too much at his front fender?
I don't know, man. How do you know that? Seriously. How do you come up with this shit? Really? I think I'll tell you why he crashed and loses the front, Chase. It's not his eyes. He puts too much confidence on the track.
Right.
He doesn't worry about traction, about polished. The rear wheel wants to go over the rut all the time. Mm-hmm. You got to be careful. And it's the same like with Stu. Stu was crashing the same way. He was trusting the track too much, right? He was riding like the track was 100% grippy and great condition. Mm-hmm. And lost the front, lost the rear, gassed it too hard, got kicked on the sitting on the sit bounce in Daytona because there was a square edge on the bottom. And then you really into it. Like all this stuff, And Chase, I think we saw Seattle last year. Same thing. Mm-hmm. He goes in a turn. He's outside the rut, missing the braking bumps, and he leaned the bike so much with no rut. Mm-hmm. I'm like, you're going to crash if you do that.
Yep.
So I think his problem is more like he's trusting the track way too much.
Right.
Okay. But it's been better, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, talking about that, Skip and I were talking about this, and Skip thinks so. We had 10 motos, DV, with Jet Lawrence lining up, and he wasn't 100% for those, but there was 10 motos there. Chase and Hunter split those motos 5 each, right, on who beat who. Jet exits the series, and Chase has won 5 in a row. And Skip and I kind of think, like, mentally, there's more to it than just, like, Chase finding a setup / confidence level. It's
He didn't find a setup. His bike looks like crap anyway. He didn't find a setup.
Right. It's not that. It is Jet is gone, and Chase is like, I got this.
Yeah, he's a new king in town.
Okay, all right.
Absolutely.
So you're with us on that. Right. Got it.
Yeah, he's a new king in town. Now he feels like he's the best of the rest, and he should be winning. I think he's very strong. Obviously, he rides like it's funny because his riding style changed a lot. He used to be, when he moved to the 450, he looked like Jet, more smooth and, rolling the turns.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's becoming more of a tarmac, like riding with power and strength and, his body developed too. Like he gained 10 or 15 pounds of muscle. He looks huge, right? And strong. He didn't find a setup. Did you see him? Did you see his bike when he passed Anderson last weekend in Redbud?
Yeah.
No, he just said he's happier with his bike now. So yeah.
No, he's happy because he's getting a fat check.
Right.
They're all happy with that. But no, his bike looked terrible. He's riding really well, despite that. But yeah, I like Plessinger's bike way better.
Mm-hmm.
As far as like watching and then what it does. Sexton's forks are way too soft. Like you see him like he's struggling with that. But I guess that's the way he likes it. So.
And we had Ian Harrison on. Ian's like, Aaron's and Chase's setup couldn't be any more different.
The night and day.
Like we can't use anything from any of the guy that they like it. So yeah.
Yeah, basically, if you look at it's like Plessinger is like chopped out. And basically, Sexton is like reverse.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, it's low from the front and high on the rear. It's total opposite.
Yeah, it looks like his bike's a lot narrower. I mean, he has to be on where Aaron's bike just looks like it's a much broader area to ride on.
It looked longer and more stable, and Sexton's bike looks very twitchy always.
You're right about him looking like Tomac. He's a big guy, powerful guy, and he's riding it that way too. Absolutely.
Yeah, but when he moved to the 450, we all said, "Oh,
look how smooth he is."
It's like he looked like a jet, like very smooth. And then he went away. I don't know if it's because Tomac maybe was winning then, and people wants to ride like him, or I don't know what. We should ask him why. His riding style changed in a few years so drastically.
DV, have you ever gotten the whole shot and stuck your foot out into another rider's front tire to take them down?
That's.
Have you ever done that? Is that a move that is commonly done?
No, I've seen a Dylan like trying to kick somebody.
Who was
in Vakensvard 1 year?
Yeah.
I think Jonas.
Was it Jonas? Yeah, I think it was Jonas.
I think Jonas something. Yeah.
What did you make of Hayden's comments and poor Hymus, who's just like caught in the shrapnel?
Seriously, first of all, I want to say, Hayden's been amazing. He's like charging, he's going fast, he wants to win. Obviously, 2 of the races, I don't remember the 2 races, but he did his fastest lap on the last lap. The 2 motos. That's super impressive. The kid is amazing, fast, everything. He does is talking with his riding, and he needs to stop talking after that, right? Because Chase didn't stop him up the starting high point. It did not happen.
Yeah. Chance.
That's
Chance. You said Chase.
Chance. Yes. That's a fantasy world. Chance did not want to make him crash in the first turn.
No.
That's a racing incident. This is that happens all the time, right?
Yeah.
I don't know why he does that. Why? I don't.
I mean,
and
I
then,
think it's a chip. It's a self-motivated thing, but just do it in private. Just use that to fuel you in private.
But there's nothing private about that guy. He's
Yeah.
never. His life has not been private at all ever.
But it's funny because he has a huge following, and every time he talks, it's like everybody wants him to fail. Everybody wants to take him out. Like in Supercross, he was saying like failed was making the track for Tom Brial because there was no whoops. It was no whoops because Birmingham he ran and they took him out because when he rains it looks like crap to have whoops on the track and then he said that. I'm like, when you win, just say like your competition is great and you're happy to win, and when you lose, congratulate the winner. And that's it. So he needs to stop with those jobs. Like people are getting like tired of it.
Everybody's out to get him. Everything's out. Everybody. Yeah. It's tough, man. I don't get it.
Why are they so paranoid? That's crazy to me.
Yeah. It's odd for sure, and I feel bad because I've kind of talked to some people that are like, Chance is getting it from his fanatics, from his bed bugs, and Chance did nothing wrong. And
that's crazy. And and it's bad because we talk about this, and we should be talking about him on the track. And as I said, he's been like super impressive and amazing.
Yeah.
Obviously he deserved the replay, and he's been like on it. And what I like too, like you see, they want to win. The guys, they went to Southwick to ride before the race.
Yeah. Well, you did that too, though, back in the day. Everyone did that.
Yeah, I did that. I did the amateur. I did the amateur race.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying that as a bad thing. That's a good thing. Shows me like they want to win. They want to put all like to have the best tools to go to the race. When you hear like people are like, oh yeah, there's a weekend off coming up. I'm going to take some time off. I'm tired. The season's been long and whatever. And then on the other hand, you see Diggins says, oh, take a plane, go to Southwick and hammer motos to prep the next race. I'm like, great job. You want to win, and if you do good and you won, amazing. That was great. So just his podium speeches. I'm like. They're rough.
They're rough. I agree, and maybe I'm just too old. I don't know. Skip says I might be
because
too old.
I think all that same stuff was happening. It's not the first time it's happened.
Yeah.
All those things have done it, but there wasn't a social media, and he's choosing to walk up there and tell you exactly how he feels. And normally that would happen in the back of the box van or in the rig or something like that, and it stayed that private. But that's not who he is.
He's wrong, though. He's telling us how he feels, but he's wrong.
But no, you can't. But that's how he feels. That's how he feels.
Yeah, he needs to look at the tape first and then talk about it, right?
Yeah, but he's not going. That's not in his nature to apologize. He's not going to come back. He's not going to say he's wrong.
No, probably not.
No. So,
all right, DV, we got some phone calls for you. First up, it is Tom's on one. Tom, what's your question for the great David Vuillemin?
DV, as a trainer, I'm curious to get your thoughts on Aaron Plessinger because he told Lewis this weekend that he was smoked because he had ridden 3 days this week. Why is the guy that's been in the 450 class for 6 years and trains under Alden Baker showing up on the weekend smoked?
There's multiple reasons. First, maybe your preseason training not good enough, not enough endurance, and your base is not and foundation is not good enough to sustain that many races. As a trainer, what I do is it's a very hard 3 months. It's not hard. It's actually boring because it's not very high intensity, very low intensity, but a long time, a lot of repetition. And then during the season, you maintain. It's only like maintaining your form. But yeah, riding 3 days between Red Bud and Millville might not be the best for recovery. But we don't know. Maybe he had to test and everything. But yeah, I don't think I ever rode 3 days between two nationals. No.
Yep.
Cool.
All
Appreciate
right.
it.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks,
Appreciate
guys.
it. Thank you. Colin's on 3. What's up, Colin? What's your story for DV?
Yeah, so on the topic of training, this one comes from a nutritional standpoint. Me and my dad, we live in Minnesota. We went to Millville about every year. I'm almost 30 years old in my life that I can remember going. Sometime back in the early 2000s, we had left Millville after the race. DV rode that day, was in the 250 class. Don't remember his finish. But we were driving back north towards home, and in Cannon Falls or Zimbrota, one of those little towns, there was a McDonald's. And my dad and I stopped, and DV and I believe Sebastian Tortelli were in front of us in line ordering McDonald's. So I was just curious how that fits into the training program.
DV, McDonald's stop after a race?
I don't remember that. I'm not a huge McDonald's guy, but yeah, after the race, I think you're okay. You just did 2 practices, 2 big motos. You burn a lot of calories. Usually, you should see what the cyclists at the Tour de France eat during training. When they burning a lot of calories, they eat a bunch of crap. You know, there's a documentary with Lance Armstrong preparing for the Tour de France, eating cookies and chocolate and candy bar. So the nutrition, yes, is important. Like pre-race, after the race, you can indulge a little bit, and a lot of people do it. And then the next day is back on track. But I don't remember, dude. Millville is in the boonies. There's no McDonald's within an hour.
No,
So I don't know what
if you
you're
turn
talking
if you turn right out of the track, you go through that. Because
I never turn right on.
Okay.
No.
All right.
I don't know what's over there.
He went 3-2 in 2000 at Millville behind some guy named Carmichael, and some guy named Ferry beat him in Moto 1. Maybe that was the day. Second overall, 3-2 on the day. Thanks for the call.
He deserved McDonald's.
He deserved it. Thanks, man. Got some YouTube comments, DV. Sportin' Wood says, can we have DV on more often? He's brash and technical. Everyone enjoys his experienced opinion. I'm missing out on a pod gold mine, Steve. So DV will get you on every week then?
I don't know how much you're paying.
I don't know. Fanomoto says, what does DV think is happening to Daxton Bennick? Is he smoked from training or feeling the pressure of not getting good results?
Yeah, but when you do the stuff that they're doing at Stall, not everybody can get out and be a winner, right? So the program works for a couple guys, a few guys, and if it doesn't work, then you're kind of stuck doing stuff that doesn't work for you. It's not like a custom-made thing. It's
Right.
You get in the mold.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with Aldon. Aldon has been very successful, but there's a lot of guys that didn't work for him,
Yep.
and they were pretty decent. But it's not a big deal because there is so many kids coming up. So it's like you get those kids a few years doesn't work.
We'll grab another one.
You don't renew contract. There's some more coming. It's like a running back in football.
Yeah.
There is thousands of them. Some guy gets concussion and can play. Okay, we take another one. They lining at the gate. So I think that's the bad thing about getting into a program where everybody does the same thing. It's going to work for some, and it won't work for others.
I hear Swanepoel can be a bit of a dick about that stuff too. I hear he's hard on those guys. So there is that too. But you look at LeBlanc, you look at Jared Fry, you look at Romano is out, right, having a miserable year. Bennick, the jury's not out on him, but he's certainly not having a nice summer here.
No, not at all. Not at all.
So it is tougher.
And it's tough when you have someone else that you basically grew up racing, having extremely different results.
Yeah.
And you know it's the same program. You know you're not getting cheated on anything.
I think, too, what's happened to Star a little bit is those Hondas and the guy in the chair that you used to work for, their bikes are better. They're caught up to those Yamahas. I really think that for a while, like Dylan Ferrandis days, Cooper Webb days,
their bikes were just better.
Bikes were better. And I think the other guys have caught up.
Absolutely.
You know. So, DV, we do have a question on phone line 1, but it was something I was going to ask you anyways. Speaking of Mitch Payton and Pro Circuit, what do you do with Ty Masterpool? I asked him at Redbud. I said, "Hey, you're going to sign him?" I said, "No." I said to him, "Mitch, you got to sign him." And he goes, "I know." And I go, "Are you gonna?" And he goes, "I got 6 guys there." And I go, "But you got to sign him." And he goes, "I know." But like, it doesn't seem like Ty Masterpool, who has won one national, won another moto, has a ride there next year because they're full. What do you do, DV?
This is also like a bigger problem. You know, I don't mind the guys that he has signed, the McAdoo, the Amaker, or the other guys that can't really think they can't finish a season. What I have a tough time is, you know, giving chances to those type of guys, which have the same program, they do the same thing over and over, and they have exactly the same result. They don't finish seasons, right? So I think that's the bigger question. How can you have, you know, McAdoo and Amaker finish 3 seasons in a row with Supercross and motocross? How do you do that? And when you find the answer of this, it doesn't really matter who you sign, right? You'll be more successful, and then you don't need to have 8 riders and to have 2 at the end of the season, right? So, and as far as Masterpool, yeah, he won national, he won the moto at Redbud, but the problem is also we live in America. America is Supercross based. From October 1st to Cinco de Mayo weekend, we race Supercross, and riders don't put a knobby on a motocross track for months, only 5-6 times before the first national. So you need to be better in Supercross, right? We cannot do outdoor only unless they take.
Wake up, Supercross. Eat
They
Supercross.
do. Stop,
Shit,
stop.
Supercross. Fuck Supercross. And sleep Supercross.
That's your words. That's your words, DV.
Yeah, no, but you gotta be. You gotta show this in Supercross for teams to be knocking on the door, and that's something Masterpool hasn't done. They have a different approach with his parents and stuff. They race Supercross for the longest time. They kept racing outdoors, and 3, 4, 5 years later, it's hurting them, right? Because when he was amateur, he was only doing when he turned pro, he was doing outdoors. He did not do the Supercross and get experience and all this stuff. And now he's kind of struggling a little bit, and he had to race. Did he race 450 this year, Supercross?
Yeah, 450 Supercross. He made 5 out of 10 mains, I think.
Yeah. So so there's a big difference in level between winning an outdoor in 250 and making only half the main in a 450. Right. So that's also the problem is right here. You gotta be better in Supercross, but obviously, I feel like.
So you don't sound like you would give him a ride necessarily. Like you don't sound like you're like, oh, I'll give him a ride or whatever. Like you're not.
Yeah, obviously, I would like to take somebody, just take a chance on him then, rather than guys that don't finish the seasons. Right?
Okay, so
and then you pay them $300, $400 and you're gonna get a few podium and 3 or 4 months out in the season. Why do you do that? They do that every year.
So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
So that's a great conversation. Let me piggyback off this. So I said for a long time, Faulkner needs to change his program. Like it's not working because he keeps getting hurt. Robbie Renard's place. I'm nothing against Robbie. Nothing against all of that.
I thought everybody was so excited when he was working with Rhino.
But this is what I was going to say. So he did change everything up. He went to Rhino. Same thing happened. He did get a win. Got hurt. Then he's got some blood on the brain. It's a little more serious stuff. But he did change everything up and still got hurt. So question for you, DV. And then DV, you were around. Carmichael had some horrific crashes that he bounced up from every time. And Nick Way never got hurt. I mean, he did 1 year, but he never got hurt. So it's nature-nurture question in the sense of, does a rider get hurt because of his programs, or does a rider get hurt because he's injury-prone?
No, there is a little bit of everything. Preparation, physical preparation has something to do with it, but I think that's a very small part. If you want not to get hurt, you have to stay on your bike, right?
Yes. Yep.
So to stay on your bike, you need to ride within, with your limit, with a safety margin, right? So it's okay to let's do like a very broad image. It's okay to be going 90 and 100 on a freeway. It's fine. You'll be fine until you get caught by a cop. And it's the same thing in Supercross. It's okay to ride on the edge, for example, Sexton Sakamoto in Hangtown. He could have died 5-6 times, right?
Yep.
He could have died 5 or 6 times. That was so many close calls.
Yep.
But there was somebody on top of him, like just securing him to win this race, right? He will never be able to ride like this and not crash and win a moto. That's not possible. So when you see that, you got to ride smoother. You got to be able to, at the test track, let's say it's the best lap time is 52. You got to ride a 52, but with taking less risk. So you got to work on your technique. Less speedboard, less mechanic like screaming with the towels and shit to pump up the guys. Less of that, more of analyzing what the rider does on the track. Make him safer by working his technique, be more precise, stop clipping the jumps and all this. One of Proctor's problem in this jump is he was doing it too fast when he crashed really hard wherever it was. Atlanta
Dallas,
or where was it?
Dallas.
He was doing it way too fast. A jump where he crashed, you got to kind of slow down and kind of jump high to downside it, right? And he was doing it way too fast and wanting to go fast. Somebody has to tell him, dude, chill out, go higher downside. Because I've seen it, you can see it like in an E-race he did that also. Somebody has to tell him, slow down, kind of wheel into it, use your legs more, go higher downside. This is a very dangerous portion of the track. If you clip, you're going to die. You almost did, right?
Right.
So that's the approach, the philosophy of the training and all this. Less pitbull, lap time, towels, like screaming and pumping rider.
Technique.
More like, yes, make them ride at the same lap time, but safer, cleaner, more like a jet. Look, Jet doesn't look like he's out of control. He rolls his turns. He's very precise. He's like, he stays low on the jump. He has a way more technique than everybody else. That's why he's dominating, right? If you take Jet and stop working on his technique and does motos and rider like wanting to go fast all the time, you're going to get hurt. And I'm going to end with this. I've said this on your show for like the last 10, 15 years. You have to go to ride well before you want to go fast, right?
Right.
Ride well is use your technique first. When your technique is perfect, then the speed's going to come very naturally.
Sure.
I I couldn't agree more. And I think, but I think the one thing that did change, at least and I may have it off a little bit, is, if we're talking about the pro circuit guys, for example, getting hurt during the week and getting hurt at the races, two different programs or two different issues. Because I think he made the change. And, he got hurt at the races. It goes back to when Jet came over and he crashed on the with Charlotte, I think, or wherever it was, where Jet came over on him.
Oh, yeah.
And clipped him, right? So that was a racing thing. And then obviously this last one. But, but you have to know your limits. And you have to always put the motorcycle and yourself at that limit and know where it's at.
Yeah. Well, DV, you've definitely, you've preached that a lot over the years. And obviously it worked with Dylan and others. So, you've been sticking to that for a long time, right? Like technique, sections, not just like you said, lower lap times.
But it also starts off the track. I mean, you have to be extremely disciplined to execute that on an every lap basis.
Yeah.
And the minute you're not.
But I mean, I guess if you're
it's not like the rider has to do it. Riders have so many eyes on the track when they ride. So there's many days. Like Dylan wasn't the most technical guy, and he lacked supercross technique and even motocross technique sometimes. But he would go for like a moto. After 3 laps, he was riding not good enough technically. He was making mistakes and he was too excited, and I would stop him after 3 laps. Stop doing this shit because you're missing whoop with the front end. You're clipping shit. You're going to get hurt. So come here, breathe, regroup, concentrate on what you have to do and be precise and use your technique. And nowadays, that's also a problem with people watching. They want people to charge, to try hard and all this. But not all the time. Yes, at the races, you have to try hard from the start to the finish. But in practice, you have to learn and master your craft. So when you see a guy that's riding super fast at the test track, he's starting missing whoops with the front end and being on the edge, you got to stop him. Even if he's doing like a 20-lap moto, stop him and says, dude, chill. You're not riding good enough. You're going to eat shit. You breathe. And then we go again. Mm-hmm. And I've done that so many times. He would get pissed because he knew he had to start over, right? I'm like, dude, that's not the way we ride. We start back and we use our technique and we do a moto, right?
But but that's to me that's a little old school, and I believe in it because it's nowadays that the way the training and the way these kids are raised, it's more important to put the laps in as opposed to the quality of the lap. And to your point, the quality of the lap is the most important thing.
Yeah, you hear like motos, like I've seen guys now work on a turn or a technique. They would go mechanic with the pit board, do your motos and leave. The kid or the guy did not go into this turn good one time in 2 motos, but he did his motos.
Yep.
But that turn was horrible for like all day, and that's like what I have a tough time with. And I think there's a lot that goes with like all the injuries and all this stuff that comes from this too. Just work on being like downsiding your jumps. Don't clip, roll your turns. Don't skip with the front end the whoops. There's no more whoops at the races, but don't skip any, right? You know Bubba. Bubba could do it. Pastrana could do it. You know them. Just do it the right way. And this is not really rocket science if you think about it. And I've seen a lot of guys, practicing hard and not like riding like shit. They were fast, but they rode like shit. And that's not gonna help you in the long run, I don't think.
Wiseco Piston bringing you David Vuillemin on the show. Pulp MX24 is code to say with Wiseco Piston, 2-stroke, 4-stroke stuff. Honda HRC's partnered up with them, and they're doing good things at Weisco. So please check it out. DV, what else? How else was Millville for you? How'd you like being there? What'd you think of the? Did you get out of there before the ultimate storm after the moto?
Yeah. We left 2 laps to go in the last moto.
Was it raining or no? It was fine then.
No, yet.
Okay.
It was 2 laps to go in the last 250. It was great. Millville was great. I saw a few guys that I haven't seen in a while.
Who'd you end up talking to? Like who'd you find in the pits and just start talking to?
I talked to Eric Kulas and Krestinov for a long time.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They were like talking to me about their trip. I talked to what did I talk to? I don't really remember. Did you see what I posted about Phil Nicoletti?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just walking by. I saw him.
And you saw the kid flipping off the camera. That's his.
Yeah, that was great.
That's his thing.
Yeah, and
good.
It's always good. You know who I talk to the most?
Huh?
Myrtle, Lucas.
Oh yeah. Oh wow. You guys are back. You guys.
No, we're good. We're good.
Okay.
We actually
wow.
We talked a lot in Paris Supercross.
I was there for that. We were watching from a distance as you two started talking, and we're like, "Look at that! Oh my God, they're talking!" So
the ball, right? Because I put the NFL on TV for him. It was like he wanted to watch the game.
The peace offering of the NFL, right?
And then we started chatting in Paris for a long time, and then we chatted in Pala because my daughter works for Wasserman.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he's working with Tom Vial now, and he was at the hospitality at KTM, and we started talking, and we talked for over an hour.
Oh wow!
And, mostly about the Cowboys and NFL.
Right. Last question for you, DV, before we let you go. It's from Ryan on 3. What's up, Ryan? What's your question for DV?
Hey guys, thanks for having me on. So I've been really enjoying JS7's commentary in the booth during this outdoor season. We hear a lot from JS7 about bike setup. I'll harken back to Paula when he was talking about Chase's bike a lot and how, in his words, Chase wasn't able to accelerate as well as Jet. And DV, being someone who has a lot of his own philosophies on bike setup and things of that nature, I'm just curious, when you're hearing JS7's takes and analysis on bike setup on track, do you tend to agree with his analysis, DV? Or where do you stand on what JS7 is saying about the bikes on track?
Yes, sometimes I kind of agree. Sometimes he has a different vision. He sees the same thing, but he has a different opinion on what it is exactly. He's overall he's been pretty good. I think in terms of bike setup and all this stuff and even lines and all and other things. But when it's even for the guys like you watching on TV. I give you a trick just to see for chassis suspension. Just look at the wheels where they are compared to the fender, and ask yourself, do I want the wheel to be that high or that low in the fender at that moment on the track? Sometimes you could see, let's say Chase going down the big downhill this weekend. His rear wheel is almost touching the fender down the hill. That should tell you this is way too soft, right? And you can also see, for example, his rear wheel. He goes up the hill, the big horsepower hill. I don't know what they call it, but
Mount Martin.
And then Mount Martin. Horsepower hill is Washougal, right?
Horsepower hill is Washougal, yes.
Yeah. So in the bottom, right here on the 450, you turn in second, most likely on the bottom, and then you gas it wide open. Here's over 60 horsepower and with maximum traction. The rear of your motorcycle should squat, so your wheel should go towards the middle of the stroke, even going up the hill. You look at Chase bike right there, doesn't move, doesn't move one bit. So that's why when I'm trying to see like suspension stuff and where they are on the track, where they put weight on the front. I want to see like where the wheel is. And I've been talking about Tomac forks for the whole Supercross season. That was like the worst thing, you know. And then and I talk to my friends on the French podcast, and French people would say, "Oh yeah, I start to see it now. The wheel is like in the fender where when he lands on the front, it shouldn't be like that." So to help you like understand like bike setup, and you think if it's too hard or too soft, just use that the wheel and the fenders, and you know that will give you a better idea.
There you go, Ryan. Thanks, man.
Thanks, guys. Have a great show.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Actually, I lied. One more question for you, DV. Your old rider, Dylan Ferrandis. Look, I know he didn't like the Yamaha. Had to get off of it. Loved a Honda. Loved Ziggy. All of that. And not saying Phoenix, Honda, and Ziggy aren't doing a good job, but it's hard to look at Dylan's season and be like, this is good. 2 years ago, he was champion. He's just a guy. He's well off the pace. And I don't know if this is a privateer versus factory team thing or a Dylan thing. I'm probably a little bit of both. Do you think?
It's as far as the bike, I think that's not the bike. 3 years ago he was champion, and he was using more of Plessinger bike.
Mm-hmm.
Forks pretty hard, rear pretty low. Now he's using a Chase Sexton bike, very soft on the front, really high on the rear, which is a new thing. I don't know what's going on the last 4 or 5 years. People ride very high on the rear for some reason. They don't want the bike to squat when they accelerate. I don't understand why. But that makes the bike very, very unstable.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, it's like he was champion with the Plessinger's bike, and now he's riding with Chase bike, which is completely different. Like Ian Harrison was saying, like total opposite.
Right.
And because I know it because I was with him for 5 years. I know how his bike was working, and I look at his bike now. So it's like night and day. And after, I think, the last couple of years, I haven't worked with him since the end of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not really sure what he's doing, but I listen to what he says on French interviews and stuff like that. What he wants is to have the perfect bike. It seems like they're always testing, always trying something. And when you do this, you're not training, you're not working on your technique, working on your speed. You're trying stuff. And on the other thing is he doesn't have the fitness he had when he was champion.
Mm-hmm.
You remember he was like, I think he finished on the podium all season long in 21. And he won a 5 or 6 national, but he was like maybe the fittest guy out there. And now he's not he's barely in the top 5 as the fittest guy out there. So when you take all of that in consideration, completely different bike. I think his preparation is not there because wasting time testing and finding the right setup, which doesn't exist, and not being fit. He was the fittest. Back then, the last 10 minutes, remember your best buddy, Weege, danger zone, right? I did the photo.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
There's no more danger zone for him, right? It's like it's way back now. So for this, it's not rocket science either, right? If you look at what we know, what he's done in the past, and what's now, I think if he was the fittest of just without talking about bike, just talking about fitness, he'll be fighting with the last podium spot.
Yeah,
now
Cooper, AP, Anderson.
Yeah.
Here we go, those two guys. Yeah, fighting because now Jet is not there. they're all fighting for that 25,000 bonus check. Like, oh yeah, we have a chance now to get on the podium. So let's try a little harder. To make 25K a weekend. So I think he would be in that mix if at least he was like ready and fit. But yeah, that's not the case, obviously.
No, it's definitely a different guy. For different reasons. Thanks, Stevie.
And so we were. I can't remember which Supercross it was, but we were watching the race at the brewery, and gentleman walks by and he was kind of looking for a place, so realized he was from France, and then he sat down. I go, hey, come on, sit down at the table here. So we just sat down, and I think he was your cousin. He said he reached out, tried to text you or something, but
DV's cousin.
Yeah, he said him and his family were visiting Vegas, traveling in from France, and so I thought that was
could get back to your cousin DV or what?
Oh, maybe. What was it?
I can't remember what Supercross it was, but yeah.
Huh.
No, just a small world. I think it's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny. Well, thanks, DV. Appreciate your time, as always. Good stuff. We tried to get you in here for co-hosting, but, you're busy.
Yes, I was gonna. And then Marvin asked me to go to Millville, and I did not feel like going to Millville, coming back here, and then on Monday going back to Vegas. I'm like, no, not this time, man. I'll take a rent check.
All right, we'll get you back in there. We'll work on it. Thank you for the time, as always, buddy. Hope you're well.
All right, have fun, guys, tonight.
Okay, thank you. That's David Vuillemin, everybody. Brought to you by Weisco. PulpMX 24. It's code to save.
Yeah, there was a time where he was. You were worried about him every weekend.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
When he was on.
Yeah.
He was on.
Yeah. Yeah, it was funny to see him come in, and he was a good 125 Supercross rider, but he was, he's good, very good. And then he got the 250s, and he got better. He
got better, and he figured out how to adapt his style.
Yeah.
And make it work for Supercross, because it wasn't a Supercross family style at the beginning.
No, absolutely not.
But he figured it out.
Thanks to DV, Colt Nichols, of course, Phil and Christian Craig as well. Maxima and Pro Filter both got Pulp 20 codes to save. Maxima Oil, MaximaUSA.com. Skip's used Maxima for a long, long time. Whether it's 4-stroke engine oil, whether it's 927 2-stroke stuff, whether it's SC1, MPPL, any of that, Pro Filter FFT is what it's called for the filter oil. Pulp 20 is the code to save with Maxima, MaximaUSA.com. Thank you to those guys. And Mitch Payton and Factory Kawasaki and many other teams have used Maxima. So use that code to save, same as Pro Filter. Pulp 20 code to save with Pro Filter. Top quality air and oil filters. So you need an air filter, you need an oil filter for dirt bikes, street bikes, side-by-sides, everything in between. Pulp 20 is the code to save with those two companies. Thank you to them for coming on. And the 8 o'clock hour brought to you by our buddies at Rocky Ridge Trucks. Tyler Porter, he's the ultimate off-road vehicle expert, and Rocky Ridge Trucks has a rich history and has been building custom vehicles since '83. Partnering with the finest OEMs, including Chevy, GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan, and more. Each vehicle is easily financed through the local dealership, and best of all, retains your factory warranty. If you want to be like Chris Betts, say goodbye to the hassles of do-it-yourself customization. Drive the vehicle you've always dreamed of. RockyRidgeTrucks.com. I saw one of these driving down the road the other day.
They're bad. They're pretty.
Yeah, they take your truck and then they just bolt on all the shit that's cool.
And it works.
And it's still got factory warranty, and it's RockyRidgeTrucks.com. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by that. Skip Norfolk here in studio. Skip, do you have a favorite to emerge as a consistent third-place guy? Well, first of all, let me go there. Do you see anybody, a crash or a mechanical, yes, but do you see anybody beating Hunter and Chase the rest of the way for first or second overall? 4 races to go.
No.
Crashes can happen, mechanicals,
but
it's
going to happen. But I'd like to think if there's one person, I'd have to say it's going to be AP.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you like AP then to sort of emerge as the third place guy? Cooper and him have been going back and forth. I still think Anderson's got a little more to give. But
yeah, I think with Aaron, it's just a matter of cleaning up those little tiny mistakes, and if he can just do 3 less a lap, I think it would be and probably a lot of them will go unnoticed, but he sees them, he knows them. If he cleans that up, yeah, I don't know that anybody else can.
The one thing about Justin Cooper I like though is his starts.
Well, they were night and day this weekend.
Well, scoop time.
So No, and I thought saw a little bit that he hadn't, he was, I don't know, and he was excited out there this weekend. I thought, but if he's one of those guys. If you let him, if he gets a good tasting of it, he could be that third place guy, no problem.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see that kind of battle through the rest. Like DV said, there's $25K from the OEMs up for stake for third overall, and these guys are like, oh shit, I want to get that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's going to be him and Plessinger. I don't know that Jason's can do it on a consistent basis.
Yeah.
Those guys have been more consistent, but he showed the speed for the first time. I mean, some really good speed this weekend.
Yeah,
Jason.
Yeah, that's rare. He's good at Washougal too.
Yeah.
So I think he'll be good this weekend. I don't know about third, but he'll be better.
Yeah.
Closer to the front. So that'll be interesting to watch, for sure.
Then if you go to the lights class, I think there's.
Yeah, Kitch just went from like 5th to 2nd in the points with all these, and I don't know if Hymas is even racing this weekend.
He's been impressive.
He's been great.
He's been impressive.
Great.
Yeah. I didn't see that coming.
No, me neither. He changed some things in his diet, and if I had a couple dollars every time I heard a rider change their diet and nothing changed, I'd be like richer. But that really worked. That legitimately worked.
No, he was really impressive.
Yeah.
And his speed was exceptional.
I don't know, like DV was. I mean, look, DV. I don't always agree with DV, but he calls it like he sees it.
Absolutely.
And he was pretty hard on Tom, and I think rightfully so.
I think he was spot on.
Yeah.
Because you could see it. He didn't. And I think I touched on it a little bit. Is, he just doesn't capitalize fully on an opportunity.
Yeah.
And he had that twice this weekend.
Yeah, and we had it at Southwick.
It didn't happen.
And he had it at Southwick, and he had it at Redbud. Yeah.
Whatever the reasons. And when some of those passes or that were made on him, you look at him and go, man, how did he let that happen?
Yeah.
Because it just that's the way it comes across and I'm not at the race, but but there were some questions there for sure about, and I think he hit it spot on. It's just he does need to let his hair down a little bit and risk.
Yeah.
He needs to risk it a little bit more.
The American mentality, especially in 250 class, and Savachi's finding this out. Joey's finding it out to be tougher than he thought, and we see a lot of riders who drop down. It's tougher than they think because you got to sort of lose your fucking mind in 250 class. I mean, it is just, it's wide open and it's bouncing off the berms and it's, I don't care about my life type of stuff, especially opening laps. Tom's a little more mature, got some success. Joey's been riding 450s forever. So yeah, like that's a different mentality.
But when you get out front and you're by yourself,
you gotta go.
Yeah, you gotta
go.
go.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you put yourself in the spot. You have the fitness to win. You have the speed to win. Now you're alone in front.
You need to win.
You need to win.
And DV called. I think he's spot on there.
Yeah.
I think he's spot on.
Yeah. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com job of the week. Muck off field representative. It's a full-time job outside sales. Muck off. It's a great time. I like that name, Muck off. It's a great time to be part of this rapidly growing, truly innovative British business as they embark on a new territories and sector while growing the brand presence across bicycle and motorcycle markets. They're looking for a field rep in the work of the North American team to manage the fast-paced growth in the U.S. and Canadian markets. Outside sales, full-time job. Posted 3 days ago, motorcycleindustryjobs.com job of the week. Upload your resume for free today. And it's the first and only job board built specifically for the motorcycle industry. So thank you to the motorcycleindustryjobs.com job of the week. Also, thank you to Factory Chassis Parts. Engine mounts are a big deal. You were on Traders Racing with 4-strokes, and you guys probably changed the mounts quite a bit. Designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, or feel. CNC parts, machine parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. Easy to install. Drastic improvements right away. Discount code is PulpMX-chassis. Mad Cowie, Starling, Phoenix Honda, speaking of Ferrandis, Rock River, and more. Use the FCP engine racing mount kits, and I've got them on my bike as well. I like them. They've bolted on really nice. They look good as well. Am I fast enough to really notice a difference? I don't know.
No.
Kiefer said they work on a Yamaha really good, so I went with that.
He knows.
Yeah, he knows.
Yep.
And also, too, they have offset races now. FCP does for years.
That was pretty cool to see.
Yeah. So Grant Harlan, Freddie Noren using these things. Chris Kiefer did a test of them on Yamaha on PulpMX.com. They're a little pricey, but they're pretty cool. And PulpMX-chassis saves you on those as well. So thanks to the FCP guys for coming on board. We got Nevin on one, and then we're going to do the motorsport.com tweet at Tits segment. What's up, Nevin? How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? I know we're right in the heart of moto, but
Yeah.
I just had a question for the privateers and the privateer challenges. Why they don't promote it more, like in the pits throughout Supercross? Like, win a YZ 450F with like a QR code and try to sell raffle tickets throughout the entire season.
I don't know, Nevin. It's a great question. I don't know. I mean, they give me a race, right? The Feld guys give me a race, so that's cool. I never thought that would happen.
Even just like
you know?
That's bad.
Even just like the riders, though, like they'll post it to their Instagram like the week before the race, but I feel like they could promote it throughout the entire season.
Well, that's probably on me. You know, I send these guys the photos to post, and I send them the links and stuff. You know, I'm just busy as shit, right? So maybe I need to do it more often and you know, more often than I do. But I mean, that's on me. That kind of social stuff. I'm just sending it to the guys saying, "Hey, can you help out? You know, the money goes to you, jerkies."
Yeah.
So maybe I need to be better at I need to be better at it,
It's a-
Nevin. You know.
Well, it's an advantage to them, right? Like if you got 17 rounds, you're selling you know, 5 tickets a round or whatever. Like it only ends up benefiting them.
Oh, for sure. And all the guys I send it to post it. I've sent it to factory guiders, and they've posted it for me. So, you know, everyone's on board with posting it for me, which is awesome. But yeah, I probably need to do a better job. We didn't raise as much money this year. I blame Marks.
I also blame Marks.
What did we? How much? We were 20 grand less, or
15 or 20, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't a whole
Around
lot.
there. No, it's still good numbers, but yeah.
Yeah, it was over 100 grand.
Dipped a little.
Yeah, it was over 100 grand no matter what. So, yeah. So Nevin, I'll work on that to try to promote it or something better.
Right on. And then one quick left field question. I know we got a maximum number of whoops, but have we ever considered a minimum number of whoops, throwing 5 or 7 random whoops in the middle of a rhythm section?
Yeah, it'd be cool. I'd like to listen. I'd like to see anything different at this point. Like, we got the same 3, 4, 5 foot jumps and then tables, and like this shit is very cookie cutter. Why not? I mean, Skip, you were around. We used to have some of those tracks. I remember a few rounds we would have whoops in a corner. It would just be a slow corner with whoops in the whole thing.
I just think this group that we have out there racing, if they had to go on a Savitsky set of hoops with no feeder hoop, they would just they wouldn't go through them.
I know. I'd like to see definitely, Nevin, some more ingenuity thought of when it comes to the Supercross designs. So,
right on, guys. Have a good night.
Thanks, Nevin. Appreciate it. Thank you. 702-586-7857. You got a question? Give us a call. We're still talking Millville. We got Washougal coming up this weekend. Live show Friday night at the track. And then at PIR Thursday, I'll be there with the Fly guys hanging out, doing a couple podcasts there too as well. So, Marks, you're off this Thursday.
No, I'm not.
Why?
Well, I'm still going to put the feed up on YouTube.
Oh, okay. So you're off for 2 minutes.
Thanks, Steve.
Tits, you're
it's
off.
sad,
this
though.
weekend.
I would really like to be
Yeah,
here.
I am.
All right, motorsport.com. Tweet at Tits segment. Let's do this.
Don't laugh at me.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from motorsport.com.
It's the Tweets at Tits Q&A segment where your twatted questions find answers.
Motorsport.com, great OEM and aftermarket prices, free shipping on everything over $79. They got a dedicated team of gearheads there. Did you guys hear about that? Dedicated.
Heard.
Yeah.
Very dedicated.
Motorsport.com. And, man, I ordered a lot of OEM parts from these guys for my bikes and my project bikes. And they fantastic service and fantastic orders and all of that. Thank you to the folks at motorsport.com. And it's the #1 online retail place in the world to shop from, including Amazon and everywhere. It's Motorsport.
Yeah, it's amazing what they're doing.
They also do the Whole Shot Challenge in PulpMX Fantasy, and they do the Whole Shot for the Motocross Nationals. So, and they got Carson Brown as well, crushing it. These questions are submitted at PulpMX Show on the Twitter, and Pete over there picks the best ones.
From Shane Borden, do you think Fly will pick up Chase or Justin Cooper for 2025? Those are the two I feel like could switch.
Definitely not Chase. They're trying to get Webb. Cooper's available. Anderson's gear deal is up too. I haven't heard any Fly Anderson talk, so I'm not sure if it's there. They're going for a top 450 guy, but not Chase Sexton.
From the lacrosse defense coach, Skip, when you watch today on TV, do you still analyze bike setup and how the bikes look?
Oh, absolutely. You know, it's yeah, that's the part of it it's fun. And you can sit on your couch and do it, and it's safe and it's enjoyable. I really do. And the time I get to come here and talk about it, it's a blast, and it's you yeah, just being able to see things that are going right and going wrong and identifying them. It's fun.
You're obviously involved with the Huddle Brewery. You're deep into that.
Deep.
But would you take a job in the motor world, or you're done?
No, I wouldn't say I'm done, but
yeah,
it would have to be. It'd have to be right.
Yeah,
it'd have to be right.
Yeah. All right.
From Pat, we all know most of the mechanics are ride or die for their riders, no matter what is said or happens through the year. Can either of you remember anyone who wrenched for someone they couldn't stand or didn't like?
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Oh, yeah,
absolutely.
You got any come to mind?
I think John R. had some of the best stories.
He didn't like Brock too much, right?
His stories were
and
the case of beer from around the world, or something.
6-pack from around the world for a championship bonus.
Yeah, there's been plenty.
Yeah.
That have been down that path for sure.
We had a guy at KTM. Hated this guy. Didn't fuck the bike up, of course. You're not going to do none of that, but just absolutely hated this guy just all the time. Called him a quitter and a loser. And you know, you're never going to screw your bike up on purpose or anything like that. Don't get me wrong. But, yeah, there's tons of those guys. I think Heben for Chicken in that one year was mailing it in pretty good because I don't think Chicken's work ethic was –
no, you can't use that. I don't think work and ethic in the same sentence, though. Or
my problem I had is looking back on it now, I was too ride or die with my guys. Like with Timmy and Nick especially. Kelly Smith and I were good. We butted heads here and there. Danny Smith and I didn't get along great. We were fine, just no passion. But with Timmy with Timmy and Nick, I was like, you know, fuck yeah, it's you. You're always right. Fuck them. Fuck that rider. Fuck that team. You know what I mean? And I probably could have been a little bit more like laid back a little bit. But I was very much, you know, all in.
No, and at the level, you know, at the factory level, there, you know, it's changed a lot. You know, that it's gotten more departmentalized.
Yeah, these guys stay with the teams now, right?
Yeah, and it's you know, the role of the race day mechanic is very different than from my day. I mean, it's extremely different now.
Yep.
And you know, you look back on it, and you know, the relationship now is really the practice bike mechanic.
Yeah.
You know, that is now a extremely critical part of the program.
Yep.
Because it's across the board. But you're still, and for as much as you put in, it makes it really hard when you know, not that you have to go to dinner every night or, you know, all that stuff, but if you're not on the same page and you don't really want to be there, it makes it not fun.
So for you started with Jeremy in 91.
Mm-hmm.
You stopped in 96. You picked it back up in 97 for a little bit.
Then again, and when you started this team.
And then again, in 01 or
99, 01, 00, something like that.
Who did you work for? Did you ever work for anybody other than Jeremy? Like, you were a Team Green guy, so you worked for a lot of guys.
Yeah, a lot of,
But
early
one guy.
No, early on, no. But then after that, it was more of a, went into more of a technical role.
Yeah. So you actually never really worked for anybody other than Jeremy.
No, on a hands-on, everyday basis like that.
Yeah.
No, you know, I was fortunate got to spend time at Cowie with, you know, James and doing all that type of stuff.
Burner, right?
All those guys
But
if we got some good burner stories.
Yeah.
But no, it's
Yeah. Interesting. All right.
Okay. From Pat. Lars has to be one of the most open team managers we've seen in a long time. How do we as a community get the other managers to start opening up more?
Lars is great.
H.'s good.
Ian's good,
yeah.
We had Ian on this show.
That was awesome.
He was great,
awesome.
I thought. And then, you know what? Anytime I've talked to Nate Ramsey after the races, Nate's pretty good. We had Jeremy Coker on. He was open. He was good.
I think a lot of that comes from the top down. That's a top down. That is a race team directive. You know how you're going to handle those things and what you can do, and I think it's a breath of fresh air when those guys can open up and be, you know, answer the questions. And feel like you got the answer.
A lot of times I get more info from the managers for sure. So I would push back on that question a little bit about there are other guys that are open. Just Lars is more front and center because.
But there's also a personality that allows that to take place.
Yeah.
Lars is an extremely good outgoing individual.
He's about as far from Wes McCoy as you could maybe get.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I that was a major struggle, but as it turned out, Wes was extremely good at doing a lot of things.
Yeah, just
his
not.
PR was not.
Yeah.
Next one is from Joey. Is Romano and Bennick's bike blowing up a result of Star testing different maps on an outdoor race setting, looking for more out of the bike, and it not working?
No. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I wouldn't think so, no.
Okay. From Jimmy G for you, Skip. What was the earliest moment that you knew you were working with a future superstar in Jeremy McGrath? When did you realize it?
It was early on. It was really early on. I think, it was during testing that first year at Peak, and during the off season where we just knew, and it happened quickly and slowly all at the same time. If that's any way of talking about it, but it was early on. Just his whole way of he approached it and how he saw the world.
He won the last Supercross in '90 on the Cowie.
On the Cowie.
Had an okay outdoor season, and then got on a Honda, better bike, mature. He was ready. He was ready.
And it was funny. I think it goes back to a conversation that Roger DeCoster had one time, and basically said, it's okay to win. Because especially that was the next step when he became dominant, and that was, I think, Roger, and that meant, and that hey, it's okay to win. Yeah. You don't have to, you don't have to be a third rung on any totem pole anymore.
Do you remember dealing more with Roger or Dave Arnold?
Depending on what Jeremy needed to hear.
Okay. All right.
Because Roger was. It's the rider, it's the rider, and Dave was it's the bike, it's the bike, it's the bike.
Right.
The hardest thing I ever had to do behind Roger's bike or Roger's back was making sure that he didn't talk to Jeremy, because Jeremy didn't need to hear at that particular event that it was him.
Yeah.
And there's been times when I could walk up to Dave Arnold and go, Dave, you can't talk to Jeremy today, but I couldn't do that with Roger.
Yeah.
So I had to hide it, and make sure that.
Where's Jeremy? He's not around, man. Yeah, he's gone.
And there was that, and that was the beauty of it, because whatever. Every rider's the same way.
Was Roger as blunt back then as he is now? I mean,
maybe more so.
More so, yeah.
Maybe more so. You get a little.
He's not scared.
No, not at all. And that was extremely fortunate to have that.
Yeah.
Because there was time we didn't have all the time sheets. You didn't know what you were doing every second on the track, so we could always cheat a little bit.
Sure.
Oh, I'm off. Yeah, you're that much. He's 3 seconds off.
Yeah.
No, you're only that much.
No, dude, I timed it. Yeah.
So that's gone now, and no, but that was the beauty of his. I think it was really cool for his development, because every rider's the same way when you show up at the race. So you either if they need to be kissed on the cheek, patted on the butt, or punched in the nose, and if you get it wrong, you're screwed.
Yeah.
Next one is from KTM MX189. If Mitch does not sign Masterpool, do you think there's a chance of him going to Triumph or Beta?
No, I don't think Beta. No, but I don't think Triumph.
I don't think Triumph either.
Triumph's full, I think. No, so no.
Yeah, no.
Okay. From Shane Borden, what is going on with Gas and Husqvarna for 2025?
Well, I've talked about this a few times. I believe they're gonna merge the two teams together. There's Husqvarna in MXGP is gone next year. Cutbacks from KTM. So I believe they're going to have Barsha and Malcolm. I'm getting conflicting reports under one truck or two trucks. I heard one truck. So red bike and a white bike, one truck, and then the 250 guys are all signed. So it's Ryder D, RJ, Cochran. They got contracts. So it'll be 5 guys under one truck, the different coasts, 2 different colors.
Oh,
yeah.
That'll be fun to manage that.
Yeah. So might be 2 different trucks. Don't hold me to that, but yeah.
From Darkside's Old Shovel, hypothetical. Does Jet being out give Tomac and Webb a mental edge when they come back? Not necessarily over him, but knowing that he's been out as well.
I don't think so.
I mean, they got because they're not next in line.
No,
Webb and Tomac got guys to.
They're coming back for different reasons.
Yeah.
Than what they're.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think so.
From Brandon Hurry, will KTM success outdoors this year translate to even more success next year indoors? Seems like they may have figured out the chassis suspension setup.
Not as long as there's that jet guy.
No, but if you look at their program, I think you have riders that are the confidence. That's going to change the whole. The vibe is going to be so much better if they win this thing out in the off season, in the prep. It should be a little more. I don't want to say laid back, but it should be a less pressure to have to get it right.
And we're going to start with the KYB inserts, right?
Which should open, which should open up. Everybody should be a little more free going through, as opposed to, oh shit, we've got a problem that we need to fix this off season. Maybe that's a little lightened.
Okay. From Randy Skip, when you were a mechanic or when you worked on bikes, what were your favorite bikes to work on? Which ones were your least favorites?
Least was Suzuki.
Yeah.
That was it was least was Suzuki, and that was that was what I now know was a unique time for Suzuki. The most fun was at the pro circuit and the peak days, because we were doing things that nobody else had done before. Going over Troy and painting tanks every weekend. It's just that was probably the most fun.
Would there be two of you to a box fan?
Yes.
2 box fans,
Yeah.
4 bikes.
Yep. Yeah, we doubled up
worked.
on that. Yeah.
Right.
So that was that was fun, but I was a kid also, so I didn't know.
Yeah.
So that was fun. But I think if I look at any single off season, the year Jeremy switched to Suzuki, and we got to take that motorcycle and completely change it, and to see everything that was done during that season turn into production the following years, from conventional forks to all that type of stuff was going on, and that was fun. And working every day with Roger was an absolute blast. That dude is, even
though Jeremy's results were bad.
Yeah, this was all. This was all the getting ready for Supercross.
Got it.
And that was a pretty special.
Well, wait,
time.
was it Wyatt doing it?
Yeah, but we were doing all the development stuff. So
you hadn't gone to No Fear yet?
No, I was still doing. We
okay.
did all the off-season stuff. We were there doing all the off-season stuff.
And then you got the No Fear job?
And then, I had the No Fear, but that was part of it.
So you always knew you were out. You were just
we were
helping.
trying to set up and
right.
get everything, get the bike ready, because that was that bike was not close.
No.
From Travis Longname, how much does suspension performance change as it heats up from use during a race?
Yeah, quite a bit.
Well, I want to say no. I mean, that stuff now, it's fresh. If they can't go 30 minutes, there's a problem.
No, but it does near the end of the moto heat up and fade a little bit.
It does, but the tracks change, the pace changes. It kind of all evolves together.
Right.
But it's not like it used to be. That stuff is
I guess
very super
sure.
consistent
Yeah.
now. It's not an issue. If there's an issue, there's a problem.
Right.
From James Britton, Skip, do you have any connections to One Industries anymore?
No.
They're back. O'Neill run.
No. I don't know anybody there.
Okay. From Brandon Waller, Steve, can we get your take on possibly implementing better communication for riders, specifically for the yellow flags and red cross flags, since those have caused some issues lately?
I mean, I've said it before. Can we there's enough money here. Get a dedicated flagger team. It's beyond time. It's not a full-time job. You still got to work during the week, but you could find a group of 40 guys that are great flaggers that maybe do training during the week or drills during the week or whatever. Pay their expenses. Pay them a real salary, and have the same 30 guys, 40 guys do 29 races. And they're all good. They all done it for years, and they know what they're doing. Right now, we got 17-year-old girls at Paula and 18-year-old kids at Millville, and the tracks are responsible for finding these people, then God bless them, because I don't want to be a fucking flagger.
Yeah.
It's a terrible job. They got a couple $100 and whatever, but they're trying their best. But if we had people that are experienced flaggers and we pay their expenses, you have East Coast guys and West Coast guys, so you're not flying people across the country. It's beyond time for that. It's just too much money out there. There's millions of dollars on the line, and I have seen so many shitty flagging jobs in my time as a mechanic and as a media guy. I can't even count them all.
Yeah.
And it's not an easy job. I get it. So let's get the real guys I get these guys emailing me. I've heard from, since we've had these flagging things, I've had DMs and emails from dudes that are like, hey man, I would do this. I flagged for 15 years on the West Coast or on the East Coast. I do all these races. I love it. But if you told me, like, you pay my expenses, and I get to do more races, I'm in. I'm dedicated to this flagging. And
it's something
that's the guys we need.
They have to find the solution.
Mm-hmm.
That has to be, because it's, we've lost too many guys to injury because it's just a blatant error on flagging.
No one's perfect. There's always going to be the errors.
There's always going to be that.
But man, we're too big of a sport to not do this. And MX Sports and Feld are working together now, so it's a great thing.
Maybe it's something you can start to where you have a 2-channel radio. Every flagger should have a radio.
Yeah.
Let's start there.
Yeah.
Every flagger needs to have a radio, and then especially at a national, you need to have 5 or 6 guys that are there on a very consistent basis. That second channel.
They do have the AMA guys that are consistent. They're the blue flag guys, and they're on scooters.
They don't talk to anybody.
They talk to each other.
Correct.
Yeah.
They're not talking to the flaggers.
No.
So what I mean is, you got to create it, especially on an outdoor track. Have these guys stationed, and they have their own communication, secondary communication, up for their 5 guys that they have in each section, and start there.
Yeah.
Because I think that's a bit of a pie in the sky to try to have a crew, dedicated crew. I think you would. I think that's a lot to ask on a lot of different fronts.
I disagree. But maybe not. Maybe.
But I think you're onto something though. You can start.
You can. It just takes money.
Yep.
If you throw money at this, you can fix it with equipment, with manpower, with training, with teaching, with expenses. It takes money, and it will be fixed. Not 100% because human error is always there. But
no, I mean, each one of those tracks should have in different sections should have a tower that there's someone up there that is watching this section.
Yeah.
Somebody else has got your back.
Yeah.
Because the minute you turn around and you're looking at this guy, something's going to happen over here, right?
Yep.
So I think there's ways you can do it.
Mm-hmm.
Because even what happened at Redbud was just wrong.
Yeah, no, wrong. We see it all the time. Weimer broke his arm because of bad flagging.
Wrong.
I've seen it
look
over
at
and over.
Marchbanks, that issue at Paula.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it was a freaking press day or not.
Yeah.
You have a professional event on that course.
Yeah.
It needs to be the bar needs to be high.
Well, from what I heard, she was an 18-year-old girl and just hired by the track and thrown out there and given some training, but they said clear the track. She cleared the track. They meant team managers clear the track, not flaggers. But she made a mistake. But if we had a 35-year-old man who's flagged for 10 years, he'd be like, I'm not clearing the track. I'm a flagger. They would say that. So
but I agree with what you're talking about. I think start off at a more easier to manage functionality and be able to go and execute it, and then let it grow. Right. I think you'll get the result that you need. But you got to start. You got to start somewhere.
All right.
From All Sports Boss, do you think we will ever have a media personality that can play the role of someone like a Stephen A. Smith and ask tough questions in press conferences when writers mess up or do something dumb?
Well, Stephen A. Smith doesn't do press conferences, so.
Well, he says he does.
He doesn't. Here's the thing that I could really go on about this. Okay, so Stephen A. Smith, Skip Bayless, they don't go to these games. They don't see the athletes. Stephen A. Smith does have them on his show once in a while, but it's a very friendly show, like friendly friends of his.
Right.
So they're just able to go on ESPN and basically do whatever because they don't have any interaction with these guys. They don't depend on these guys for anything. They're paid, again, Stephen A. Smith does interview some athletes here and there, but it's not like it's a tough setting. So the moto media, think if I just had this Monday night show and I had no guest. It was just me yelling and screaming like Stephen A. Smith. I could do that, but then I would have no friends at the races or people to talk to because people would be like, fuck you.
Yeah.
So you have to criticize these guys fairly, ask the questions that you need to ask, and develop some sort of relationship so that you can get some answers. Like, I know a ton of things because I have relationships with friends that they can tell me things. I could sit back and absolutely run my mouth and insult people, but then I got to go talk to them at the races on the weekend. No one wants to do that.
No, and the press conference is probably not the right environment. You know, like you said, that's, you know, if that show or those shows were at the press conference, it would be a joke. You know,
Yeah.
So no, I think our sport can use more of what you have going on here.
Yeah.
And I think it could be, you know, on a national level,
Yeah.
on a network side of things. I think our sport's big enough and strong enough to do that. And I think you know, to where you can have those rough conversations on a Wednesday, and you can have an interview after everybody's settled down, after you've rewatched your video, you've done that stuff, and you can get a more you can ask that question because you're going to get emotions at a press conference. That's all you're going to get.
Yeah, and when people are like, "Oh, you guys are all friends with the riders," well, yeah, I've been in the pits for 25 years. Like, I'm going to develop some friendships, and I'll ask the tough questions, but I'm not going to be a jackass about it, because put the shoe on the other foot. Would I want that stuff thrown at me? No, I wouldn't. Right.
Yeah.
So we all got to have a sort of a decorum and respect for each other, and try to do the best job we can. Ask the tough questions, but don't be a jackass.
Yeah.
So
there's a right way to ask them.
Absolutely.
And for me, it's timing more than anything else.
Yeah.
That's old news, right?
You always give me that look. Huh?
Dude.
Plenty.
Dude.
You got to know when to stop. You got to know when to stop.
Motorsport.com. Tweet a Tits segment, everybody. Before we go, so we have this Re-Raceables podcast that we do. And Skip, Seth Rarick, Wygant, and myself, we have a great time. We usually invite some guests on.
They're fun.
You're going to come on one. We just had Brian Barry. We got a hot take, though, I want to run by you.
Okay.
So, obviously, you won 93, 94, 95, 96. You won 4 championships in a row with Jeremy at Honda, 250 Supercross champion. Most people think because Emig dethroned Jeremy in 97 when he's on Suzuki, and he beat him in 96 to ruin the perfect season. I think if you just went around and said, "Hey, who was Jeremy's toughest guy?" in his prime, most people would say Jeff Emig.
Yeah, I think it'd be easy to say that.
Okay, but in going back and looking at some of these races,
it wasn't.
It was Mike LaRocco.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so you're agreeing with this hot take?
No, LaRocco.
Like 94 LaRocco, he was all over you guys.
Yep.
And he was great outdoors. Crushed you guys outdoors.
94.
Yeah. Like, I think people, if LaRocco hadn't broken his wrist that one year, early in the season, and then, look, Jeremy was better than him. I'm not saying that. But, LaRocco gave you guys a fit.
Oh, outdoors, absolutely.
And indoors,
indoors
too.
Indoors too.
Like, he obviously, like I said, Jeremy was a lot better. But if you just want to talk about who was the next guy, whatever the gap was, whatever, it was LaRocco.
It was. And the only good part about which made it not probably as intense as what everybody remembers, LaRocco didn't always start well.
Right.
And
Jeremy did.
And Jeremy did. So that threat wasn't necessarily there every weekend.
Yeah.
But when he did, oh hell yeah.
Yeah.
He was the and I remember he got mad at me because he was the easiest guy to prepare for. The hardest one to execute the races. So all you have to do is look at his lap times in practice.
Yeah.
Look at his lap times and go, okay, you're here. You got to find 2 seconds because he does. So at the middle of the race, he's going to be going faster. If you maintain this, he's going to catch you.
Yeah.
But there were some things that we could do that there were some things that you could do mentally on the track in Moto 1, knowing that if this takes place, then you don't have to worry about it for Moto 2.
94, he gets two seconds in a row to start the season. Has a shitty Anaheim. Comes back with a third at Tampa. Wins Gainesville, 94. Comes back with a third at Daytona. Third at Indy. Wins Charlotte. Third at Pontiac. Wins Texas. Like, this is, all in your heyday.
Mm-hmm.
Like, McGrath's winning most of these races, but he's there.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I don't know. Just watching some of these races, looking back, we were talking about peak Mike LaRocco on our podcast the other day, and you start thinking about it, you're like, fuck, man, that
dude was an animal.
Yeah.
I mean, his heart was as big as this room.
Yeah.
And that you weren't going to find anybody that worked harder than him.
I mean, Kudrowski was good, and Emig was good later a little bit, and like Emig beating Jeremy in 97, I mean, he barely beat him, and Jeremy only won once or twice, like on a Suzuki. Like, Jeremy was probably still the better guy in 97. It's just his bike was not good.
Yeah, he struggled. He
Right.
had his things he was working through.
Yeah, and Wyatt, wasn't.
But there was
invested
that time, but it was really different because during that little 2-year period, LaRocco was the third guy consistently because he would not get a good start once.
Yeah.
And you didn't have to. He'd be there at the end of the race, but he was never involved in winning.
Yeah.
Where Jeff was. Jeff was a great starter.
Yeah.
Jeff was there. And it was interesting to see one of his things about, getting second that many times in that year was how he, he failed.
Yeah.
And it's
Right.
it's still there.
And then, 93, Kudrowski wins, and good job. And then 94, LaRocco dominates that outdoor season. And then it's impressive to see just 1 year later, Jeremy comes out of Gainesville, rips off 1-1. I think he went 1-1 in 95 Gainesville.
Yeah, he won. We won 17 out of the first 19 weeks or something.
Right. And then it's like, hey, we all know he hired Cemex. He decided to try outdoors, and
that's the first year he went there to win.
Yeah.
And he won.
Yeah. I guess in a way, I just wanted to put out there that I think LaRocco was your biggest challenger, even though there wasn't a great challenger.
No, it was, but it wasn't. Emig you had to worry about all the time because you got a good start.
Yeah.
That was the easiest thing. But there was you had Kudrowski, you had those guys, you had Albertine, you had those guys that were, you had Kober, you had those guys that were going to be
Yogi.
You had that. They were going to be a threat at some point throughout the season.
Yeah.
But not every gate drop.
LaRocco. When I think of Jeremy's Honda years from '93 when he, when you guys took the sport by storm, to 96 when he won everything but one, it's easy to sit back and be like, oh, Jeremy just crushed it. And for the most part, he did. But shout out to Mike LaRocco for making a few things difficult.
Absolutely.
I guess that's what I wanted to say.
No, he was absolutely that guy.
Yeah.
100%. No question about it. And it was, absolutely. Reed, there was a lot of guys that you had to worry about Mike every weekend.
Yeah, exactly, right? But, like you said, couldn't get off the gate sometimes.
But there was always an if, right? There was always an if with Mike.
Yeah.
If this happens, yes. If this happens, no.
Yeah. Do you think Jeremy, now you were gone at this point, RL was working for him. Excuse me. Do you think, was Jeremy's, so you just basically look at his career, right? Honda years, 93, 96. We'll take away 97. And then Yamaha years, 98 to 01, when he gets dethroned. He was better at Honda, right? As good as he was on a Yamaha, and he was great.
I don't know.
Better on a Honda.
Hard to say.
It is interesting to talk about.
I think I don't know that he was. I don't know that he was better on one or the other.
Okay.
I think that he raced at a extremely high level.
His winning percentage was higher on a Honda, but that doesn't necessarily mean he was better. Yeah.
No, but that was also it. That was the first time it happened.
Mm-hmm.
Then he duplicated it, and then then he did it again. Then he did it again. So those years when it was happening for the first time, and it was a special time. right? Because then all of a sudden now when he switched, there are a lot of expectations, a lot more pressure. There was a lot of other things outside of just how quickly he could get around the track in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So I think he was a better racer on Yamaha.
Yeah.
I thought he just was so mentally strong, methodical. Just
maybe in better shape too. Maybe in better shape because he did.
That happened because of Ricky.
Yeah.
It was always okay. We raced for 5 laps in Supercross. That's all it was.
Yeah, Honda days where I'm going to get a start. And
get out there, get your 5 seconds, and be done.
Yeah.
And it was the first 5 laps. Be perfect for the first 5 laps.
Yeah.
Then Ricky came along and said, "Okay, you're gonna have to do it for 10 now."
Yeah.
And there was a time where he did have to change his program.
Yeah.
Because it got to the point where he had to go 20 laps sometimes.
Yeah.
My
buddy Sam Jones has a doc coming out on Ricky. It's going to be on HBO or Apple, one of these big ones. I've seen 20 minutes of it. I'm in it a little bit. And he gathered all this old footage and everything. And the part I saw was Anaheim 2-01 when Ricky beats him.
Yep.
And then Ricky doesn't lose again. And Sam put it together, all the footage and all the guys talking now, the guys talking then, and ESPN footage, and it's phenomenal. And Ricky's like, I had him. He was tired.
He was hurt.
And he goes, I had him.
Yeah. He did. No,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And, it was funny. It was funny when we did the 500 show, and how many people did not realize how good a friend those two are.
Yeah. That's what really blew me away. Right.
And
I did not know he went water skiing with him and all that shit.
Yeah,
Right.
And I think that's the part that I think was really cool to watch those guys race.
Mm-hmm.
And not one time did they ever think that the other one was going to take them out.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we saw some incredible races.
Yeah, they were great.
It
was great. So I can't wait till this doc to come out.
Yeah, it's be really cool.
It's going to be really good.
No,
And Sam did a good job with it.
And I had a chance to meet Ricky when he was riding a 60 at Team Green.
Mm-hmm.
And, watch him go through everything that he went through. And, he sacrificed so much in his life, but he changed the sport.
Yeah.
Yep.
Then
James comes along and go, okay, I can do that, but I'm going to do it faster.
Yeah.
Then Chad came along and Chad did what Chad did. And you had all these guys, and then
we got Jet.
And then you had RV come along, and RV probably changed the teams more than anybody, because he would show up testing and be like, okay, we're not here to test, but we're testing at race pace. You've got me for 45 minutes, and I'm going to go race pace. Let's get this shit done.
Yeah.
And that put a ton of pressure on the teams, but, man, now you've got so many guys that are that way now. And it's fun to go back and watch all these different guys and try to compare apples to oranges, right?
Yeah.
But it's
Yeah, I'm always of the belief. I've said this. A champion, Hannah is a champion, and Ricky and Jeremy, and they're champions back then. They're champions now. Do you know what I mean? The sport progresses. The bikes get better. Training gets better. Speed gets better.
We all talk about the success that riders have and how they've changed the sport. What if you were to go back and look at the tragedy that has been in our sport sometimes, and how that impacted. The first one that comes to mind is Bailey.
Mm-hmm.
If Bailey doesn't get hurt,
yep.
Does Ricky become Ricky? RJ.
Yeah. Right.
So you have that.
And if RJ
right?
doesn't get hurt,
right?
Stanton becomes.
So you look at that, and the answer, the ultimate answer is yes. They were going to do what they did, but would it have taken longer?
Yeah.
Because Bailey was amazing.
RJ had just won 4 out of the first 5 rounds in '89, dominating them, and was on top of the world on a great bike.
Yep.
And gets landed on with his wrist and never wins again.
Yep.
Yeah. And then Bale leaves because he's not interested anymore, and that opens the door for McGrath. Does a motivated Bale run with Jeremy in '93?
Oh, absolutely.
Probably.
Oh, hell yeah.
Right.
And I think that was probably one of the smartest things that Jeremy ever did was him and Jan B rode together a lot. I mean, we would drive to freaking Simi Valley every whole lot.
Yeah.
But that was Jeremy.
Somebody told me that Bale was like telling Arnold, maybe Dave told me this. He's like, this kid's good. This kid's really good. Peak Jeremy. Yeah. Like he was impressed.
No, and it was fun. We went out there one day and Jeremy would go and do something on the track and then or he would try to. Jeremy would come over and go, man, I hope he doesn't figure that out. I don't want to have to go figure it out.
Yeah,
it was really cool.
Right,
and then I saw an interview with Stanton, and they were up there playing around, and he was talking about how, all of a sudden JMB went in and carved his initials in the hillside.
Yep.
And to hear Jeff's perspective on that and the tone in which he talked about it, the respect that he talked about that act of doing that.
Yeah.
And that was you're looking at two extremely different approaches to racing, at that point.
Yeah.
And but just to hear that from Jeff was like, man, all right, so he did see that. He knew what was going on. But then if you look at that, he doubled down on everything he was doing and had great success doing that. So if JMB didn't push him, what would have happened? Would he have been as dominant as he was?
Or even on another scale, Honda was so good back then, and they really were. If Tishner gets on Honda, great rider.
Absolutely.
What happens to his career? Jeff Ford was the only non-Honda rider to win the Supercross championship from 82 to 97. Only one guy was able to beat Honda. Because you got on a Honda, you won.
Yep.
And so you look at Bradshaw, Tishner, great riders that were on inferior bikes. And what would have happened if they got in with Dave Arnold and Roger and the team and the bike? And
it was. I mean, that place was intimidating when we walked in the door. I think I've said it before. I just remember, I get this, and they're like, there's all the old shit. Just pick out the shit you need.
Diamond, Holland, Kudrowski, they won the lottery getting those rides.
God, and those years. I mean, I don't know that. I just remember Mickey being so impressive when he won the 125 title that year.
Yeah.
God, for that snapshot in time, he was.
It was good.
All the planets lined up, and there's been, and that goes back to the team and a little bit of what Kurt, was talking about of just that history.
Yeah.
And unfortunately they lost it for a considerable amount of time. But it doesn't take long to get it back.
No.
And we're seeing that now.
PulpMX 20, the save at Ethica, ethica.com, whether it's undies, hoodies, great stuff. PulpMX 20 is the code to save with Ethica. Thank you to those guys, and the code's doing really well, everybody. So I thank you to support that. And Brian Stone, he's invested in your success at Edward Jones. He's there to help you. Brian Stone's a former privateer hero. He made a bunch of main events back in the late 90s, mid-90s. He will work to build a complete picture of your financial life, including your unique goals and passions, so you can help to achieve what's most important to you. Marks, what's most important to you?
This show.
I love that.
This show is the most important thing to me.
That's amazing, man. That's really hit me hard. That's deep. Brian
Feels
Stone,
good.
everybody.
Feels
I wish you weren't a liar.
Brian Stone, 816-761-4066. Brian Stone will help Marks with his unique goals and passions with this show.
There you go.
Do the brewery guys, do you get, like you're in brewery employees, how many you got at Huddle?
12, 13, something like that.
Do they try to make you look bad, not show up on time, try to get out of work, treat you like shit?
Well, there's two very different areas. We have the front of house, which is your bar, beer tenders and that type of stuff, and then you have the brewery side.
And which part do you manage or look after?
Mostly in the back.
Okay.
Lisa, my business partner, and my son manage the front of the house.
Wow.
What
do they do with unruly employees? Do they have things that they do? Do they write them up?
No, it is. It is. You got to write them up.
Okay.
You got to write them up. You got to document it.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, you also have to look at who's managing them and how they're being managed. Right, you just can't always blame. You can't go to.
You got to look inside, Mr. Mathis.
Comes from the top.
Yeah, the tone is set at the top.
This tone over here is fine.
Well, that could be part of the problem.
It's not a problem.
It's not a problem.
It's not a problem.
Hypothesize that.
I pay these gentlemen. They don't even show up for work. They don't even show up for work.
Hypothesize that.
I said hypothesize.
Yeah, we know.
No, so the back of the house is like a race team.
Anonymity. The back of the house is the race team.
Back of the house is a race team.
Okay.
Because it's technical. It's It's all about duplication. It's all about all that stuff, and I love it. But the front of house is, it's your marketing department.
I need some HR help with my crew.
Well,
but I eat ass. Yeah. See, that's what they do to me.
Then you gotta raise the bar then.
These fucking guys. All right, Skip. Christian Craig, Colt Nichols, Phil, DV. Best interview tonight.
Phil. I love Phil.
Yeah.
But Craig's interview was good.
Yeah.
I really liked it. He was, he's Christian's back.
Yeah. Good. You know what? I like Christian. He's one of the riders that I consider a friend of mine, and I've always appreciated him. He's come in and co-hosted a few times, and I want the best for him, man.
Yep.
I want him to get back to where he.
No, I wish I did, because the one question I would have asked him is, how long is it going to take to find that next second? Because he found 3 this weekend.
Yeah.
And he's only a second off of that. He's 2 seconds down, but let's just call it a second. When does he feel like he's going to be able to find that again?
Right.
And looking at his body, clearly that's that's going to go.
That's
it's going to go hand in hand with his body getting back.
Best interview tonight, Marks?
Le one, le only, le DV.
Yeah. Should we ask Tits or no?
Le Tits?
Yeah.
What?
Okay. Le Tits.
It was a good night. I think all of it was a good night.
I think we learned a lot tonight.
Yeah.
I think we learned a lot.
And DV, you got to love DV, because he just this is what it is.
What it is.
If you don't, screw you. This is what it is. You got to love it.
No, it's great. By the way, Troll Training, trolltraining.com. Check them out. They can help you out, whether you're a vet rider, whether you're an up-and-coming amateur, an off-road guy. Trolltraining.com. Grant Harlan, Jason Anderson, and many others use Troll Training. So please check them out if you can. Basically it's an online program, and they'll send you suggestions on what to do. And it really works out well. So thank you to the folks at Troll Training. And Get Data, WUSA, Works Connection, Atlas Neck Brace, Guts Racing, FMF. The codes to save with companies like that are on PulpMXShow.com, along with all the other sponsors and partners. Use the code, save some money. It'll be fantastic. And like I said, support that Re-Raceables podcast if you want. We have a good time on that. So thanks, everybody. I appreciate it. Skip, thank you, man.
Man, I appreciate the hell of it. I love it. So anytime.
Yeah. Thanks for coming in. Love to have you in. There's so many wins between us as wrenches. I feel like we're on the same level.
Absolutely.
I feel like we're just really one of the same.
I can't hold a candle to when you're behind the mic. So you can't hold a candle to you there.
Right. Was I the greatest mechanic? No. See again, this is the shit I get. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna unionize, and then I'm gonna have a place to complain. And I can write them up.
I can't. We got to videotape this when he's talking to himself, because he'll be the only one in the room yelling at himself for all the shit that's not getting done.
Is there like a radio union that you're going to be getting in on?
What?
A radio union? Is that where you're going?
No, not a radio union. I'll just start a union.
A 3-4 person union?
Yeah, and then you guys will pay me dues.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
I see success written on the walls here for sure.
Thanks. All about the unions.
Thanks for. Oh yeah. So
yeah, I do.
JR said today that you guys aren't union.
What?
Yeah, I'm like, I think they are.
I'm relatively confident that we are very much a union company. Yes.
Because it makes you angry, doesn't it?
There are times where the unions are definitely not on our side, that's for sure.
You're fucking up Fort Apache.
Yeah. Give it time.
All right. The great Skip Norfolk in here. Thanks for the time. I appreciate it, Skip. As always, Huddle Brewery. If you're in Vegas, down by the Stratosphere, it's a fantastic place. The Knack Knack beer is there, and you guys are always rolling out new things.
Yep.
So we got to do another live show there at some point.
Yeah, that was fun.
SMX thing Saturday night probably on. We'll figure it out.
No, we need to figure it out.
We'll got to work on that.
Yes.
But that'll be fun.
No, absolutely.
Are we bugging you over there? Keeping you up?
It's almost time, man.
Thanks to Swisscore. Thanks to Roto. Thanks to Moser. Thanks to Pookie. Marks, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. Great time.
Tits.
Yeah, man.
Great job tonight.
Thank you.
Yeah, really good.
All right.
All right.
Cool.
Well, thanks, everybody, for watching and listening. Marks, Nick is in next week, so make sure you fuck that stream up for him again to ensure yourself. We have a guy that is going to relieve him every now and then.
Okay.
because he does a lot of.
Because I need relieving every now and
He needs
then.
relieves. So the guy comes in for the first show on his own. Stream is shitty. Terrible. He's getting all the flack on YouTube, like, fuck you, fuck you. Marks comes back the next week. It's perfect stream, Skip. Everything works smoothly. Can you imagine that?
Well, those 4 buttons that he turned the wrong way and all that shit over there. Yeah.
No, more like he's like, oh, watch me look like I'm going to make myself valuable.
Well, he creates the problem that comes in and fixes it. Absolutely.
Tighten some wires.
Has anyone ever accused Travis of being dumb?
No.
No.
No one
I
has.
agree.
Right.
Lead job security.
Yep.
So, next week, Nick is in, and appreciate everybody watching and listening. For Skip Norfolk, I'm Steve Mathis. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. See you next week.
See ya.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.
Sword inside your flame, how it burns